Okay, I'm back, guys. I'm gonna wait and see if who comes in, and then I'll start. I'm back, Robbie. Welcome back, everyone. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience of restarting it. It was just that StreamYard would mess up. Everyone. I'm so sorry. So we just had to fix it. Hi, Devin. Or I'm sorry, Devon. Sorry if I didn't pronounce your name right. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. Robbie is like one of the subscribers. He supports the channels that we have, like me and DJ, and he's always in the chat. So thank you, Robbie. Las Vegas Life said, "What is the hater stuff?" Well, we're gonna talk all about the haters on this live. I'm gonna see if DJ is gonna join me. Thank you, Fib Liam. So I'm just waiting for more people to come in because we just started the live. Again, I'm sorry for making you guys wait and restarting. Thank you, Fib Liam. You slay, he said. So, hi, Cop's Eye View. It's good to see you again. It's going to be quite a show today. I'm just going to warn you guys. I don't know what's going to happen, but from the jump, it's probably going to get a little spicy in here. I'm just going to give y'all a warning, and you might want to get some snacks out because I anticipate a lot of drama today, a lot of spiciness. Hi, Nab. How are you? Robbie, I live in Cleveland, Ohio. Don't tell me you live here too, Robbie. You said no haters, Biblium? No, that's what we're talking about today. We're talking about haters. We're going to address all the haters. Everyone's got their popcorn? Hi, Furby. So yeah, I'm waiting for DJ. I don't know. I mean, he's probably coming in soon. So I'm just starting the live because I don't want to make you guys wait. Um, we were supposed to start at 4. We just had a late start because I was on the phone with my landlord. Some stuff happened last night with people breaking into cars, and it was crazy. I was out there and doing videos and stuff of proof, and it was a mess. So we had like a late start. So I apologize, but here's DJ. Hi, DJ.
Hey, what's going on with you? And you ain't got to take the blame. It was really mainly on me because all on me really because I had a for some reason this job they made us go to like a Zoom meeting for like a I don't know, it was kind of weird. Went to a Zoom meeting that I didn't know if I was supposed to clock in and or out on, and like yeah, that's what I was doing just now. And it this job is like so unorganized the way they got this set up. Like yesterday I didn't finish till 10, but half of that was on me. I mean, it's just a disaster with this job, but it's all good. Appreciate you, Christina, coming on live with me. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Thank you for being here, DJ. Because I mean, this is all about the haters today, so we need you here.
Yeah, I want y'all to understand. I was gonna go a different route with this conversation, not haters. So I get to talk about this because Christina wanted this. Okay. So I don't want anybody, I don't want to say she wanted this. She just wanted to talk about this topic. So, cause I know people get mad thinking I'd be forcing y'all into these, hater conversations and race conversations. So I get permission to do this right now, because a lot of nastiness is going on.
Let me just because we didn't talk about this before very much about the
Nope.
live today. I already warned the chat that it's gonna get hot today. It's gonna get spicy. There's gonna be a lot of drama, so they got to get all their snacks ready. So let's start off. I want to start off really slow, and then just bring up the heat somewhere in the middle, and we're just gonna lay it all out. Let's not. I don't want anything held back for this live at
Oh
all.
yeah.
So it's gonna get spicy, and I already warned them.
Yep, it's gonna get kind of nasty. I mean, mainly, I mean, I tell you guys, it's because I haven't talked about this in a while. And I'm such a no, I'm such a small person, and as you guys can see, the past 3 4, literally 2 3 weeks, I haven't really beefed with anybody. The only thing that I've had issues with is people not allowing me to share my opinions on issues that are going on. Now, it wasn't to the point of us falling out and whatever, but we got heated a little bit. But the problem that I face, and Christina, she's seen the past few days, is there's an individual, and I'm gonna be straight up, and should we start with the biggest, nastiest contributor to this negative hater energy?
Let's start with like not him directly, but let's start with like haters in general, and then get into him specifically.
Okay. I don't, I always make it a race thing, okay? And I'm gonna try to not necessarily make it a race thing, but one thing I've noticed, Christina, I know with white people, um, usually when I used to be around white folks, when somebody hates you, like literally hates you or don't like you, they just don't talk to you. They don't acknowledge you. They're not, I guess, brave enough to like go and like talk about you for freaking, hours and then, you know, um, go and, disrespect, women, kids that are innocent. They don't really do all that. All they do is just stay away from you. But it seems like with my haters, mainly, I don't know, because I'm a black guy on YouTube, because my content is for everybody. It ain't just geared towards black people. But it seems like the only people that, you know, I got issues with in regards to me are black folks and white folks that think that they're black. Like the white folks that are like, like watch or listen to hip hop. They use the N word. Like those white folks that try to act like they're pretty much black. I don't have an issue with not too many just white people. So my experience is kind of different because I don't understand why people think it's okay to behave in this manner to where you're going to disrespect somebody, but then, try to be a friend the next day.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And Nab is saying that Craig is here and should he be blocked? But
I'm considering it because I'm gonna check. So here's the key. You're the one I was talking to on the phone, right? Christina, give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute my mic for a second. Hold on one
okay.
second.
So, hi Maverick. Hi everyone, and thank you for being here. So, about that question, should Nab asked if Craig should be blocked? I don't think he should be blocked because this is all about the haters. So he should be able to say what he wants, and Dennis and I are going to say what we want about the haters. Um, so I don't think he should be blocked unless DJ does it. I mean, he might do it at a later time. I don't know, but I wouldn't block him.
All right, so we're back. We're back. So we're back. Charger game. Charger game. I said game. Charger game. Charger smells good. Looks good. Man, I'm about to enjoy, driving again for, this next few days. Okay, so you're there, right?
I'm here.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm not gonna necessarily block them. I'm like, this is what I want them to understand. I have all the power on this channel because I created this channel, I built this channel, and made this channel what I wanted. I'm making this channel what I want it to be. He has no power to encourage or make me not block him or time him out if I want to. So what I would tell him is he has, he only has the ability to keep it for the most part within the conversation because he continues going and diving to a point of where a lot of the blacks think it's okay to like disrespect women, like innocent women and kids and all that. If he takes it there, continues taking it there, then I'm gonna just time him out and then eventually just block him because he doesn't add value or anything important to my channel. He's literally a nobody that thinks he's somebody. So yeah, Craig could stay, but if y'all see him continue talking about women and kids, then I'm gonna probably get to the point of then having to block him. But for now, he can act like a angry lesbian, just the Peterson voice. So if you want to start with my question to you, Christine, is you know with this channel, the only reason why people would hate is because they're jealous. Because I don't like floss. I don't try to like when I made that money sports betting. Like I talked about, it, of course, it was part of my life. But I didn't come on. I didn't cash the money out and like say I'm going big spending. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that because that's what causes most of the haters. Most of the haters want to be you. They want to be where you're at, and they're not happy with where they're at in life. They're literally just miserable, and I don't understand why people get to that point of being miserable because uh, everybody has the ability to be better than me. I'm just a simple man, trying to make it happen. I'm nothing special. So everybody can literally eclipse where I'm at in life. So I don't get it, Christina. Like, do you have any reasons that people would hate on me because I don't think you know, I'm anything special that would be worthy of hating on?
Well, I think they hate on you because you tell the truth, and then the truth hurts. Like, sometimes it has to do with that. Sometimes it has to do with jealousy. Something you said, you made them mad.
Yep.
So it's just different reasons, but in all, like I see you as a really good person. So I don't, I don't think like the way these haters do. Like me and you had a thing, me and you had our little
Yep.
disagreement, but we patched it up, and I'm very happy that we did because it wasn't the same like not being on your lives and not being friends with you. It's better to be friends with you than not. So The only thing is, like, how do we handle all these haters? Like, there's so many.
Yeah. I think it's so you know what? I'm not even gonna beat around the bush. Let's get straight to it, okay? Now this live, it's always fun for me to address people that it ain't even about haters. 'Cause I don't got all these haters. I got some, loser dudes to be in the chat just saying crazy stuff. But it really ain't. This live isn't really about me, having a breakdown of haters. 'Cause I don't want people thinking I'm just like, oh my God, I got all these people that hate me. That ain't it. It's just this one individual that I let him live. Okay. I tried to let him disrespect me multiple times on his live because he's a nobody. And he decided to go and, um, you know, a few days ago, somebody reached out and said, hey, this guy was talking crazy, disrespecting again. And I'm thinking this dude is a loser, nobody that got like, what, 50, maybe 50 people watching his or maybe 40 video views. I'm like, who cares? But then it was on principle because I told this dude things behind the scenes. He told me things behind the scenes that I would never disclose, about his family. I would never disclose because I'm not literally a disgusting, miserable human being, which is, it seems like a lot of the blacks that I deal with always end up being that way. They can't just leave you alone and just say, I don't like you no more. They always got to like go to the point of like, just overstepping what a normal human would where a normal human would be. So he decides to say that my girlfriend is pretty much on the spectrum, due to the fact that not just her being with me because of choices and blah blah blah. But then I had to think to myself, Kylie girl is a literal scientist. She's smart as hell, smarter than him. She's literally accomplished. She earns way more than him. She doesn't even have to work as half as hard as he has to make, what, like, she would laugh at if she was not humble, but she's humble, so she would never say these things. But she literally makes almost double what he makes. Um, she's smarter, we already know, than him. Um, you know, she's more respectful, classy, and whatever such. Like, what does that make this man? You know, Christine, I asked you that. What would that make this man when he's calling her that, but she's smarter than him, makes more money than him, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. And if you want to go technical, as she told you guys already, she's gonna have a house that she's gonna inherit, and her house is worth like quadruple the amount his house is worth. That he's overpaying for because he wanted to just it's to the point that I say with this guy literally, and he kind of exposed himself today because I wasn't going to go here, but I decided to go here because once again, this is the second time in a week that he decided to take it to this point. He's in there shopping for purses with this chick, and it was embarrassing because she wanted this purse that was like I think it was like $300, and he, instead of saying I'm broke, like I would just say I'm broke, I can't afford that. He's like, oh, I'm cheap. That's where we got. That's why we're at. But she really wanted this purse, so he made her settle for like an $80 purse. And if that happened to me, like he would literally be at my neck trying to like, call me brokey and loser and your girl, like, the coupon story, not knowing she didn't want me to spend no money, but I was trying to find a workaround. Um, Long story short, I felt embarrassed for him because he really wanted to not spend that money on that, even that $80 purse, but he had to because I started cooking up in the chat like, you're a broker. Your chick literally just said three times she wants the expensive purse, but you made her get the $80 purse just to shut her up. And then he's like, talking about like he's living his best life. And I'm like so embarrassed for him because like Roy would know. Roy lives in Vegas. You have in Vegas, the strip is nothing special. Anybody can go to the strip and just walk around and take video. Like, I'm living a life. I'm living like, dude, I can ride my bike there right now. It's 4 hours away and just take video. Like, hey, I'm in Vegas. I'm at the Caesars Forum shops. Like, he was like literally trying to floss. I'm like, this is embarrassing, dude. You act like you never been anywhere. Like, if you were in Paris, like, forum shops, they copy and mimic like different big cities or like really, I think the Venetian, or not Venetian, but the, I forgot what it was, like Roman or whatever. They just historical venues in other countries they mimic. And he's like in front of like a freaking fish pond, like, oh my God, look, I'm like living my best life. I'm like, dude, like, 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 boy, really? Like, what are you doing? You acting like a little boy right now. Like, who cares? Like, I was in Vegas. I could have did the same thing, but I ain't that deep. I'm not doing nothing special. I'm just in Vegas. But that's what I mean by haters. Like, I didn't want to do that to him because he's with this girl, and like, I didn't want to make him like cry and make him, feel low because he should be enjoying himself. But I had to because he literally, in front next to this girl, decided to once again call an innocent woman a retard. And that tells you enough about his chick that she actually respects a man. I'm assuming she respects him who would call a woman a retard when she's not, and then plus she's a woman, so that's just nasty. And she did nothing to the man. He actually talked to her, and he knows that she had love for him even after she defended him a few times. So, with that said, last thing I'm going to say about that is I think what he is a poser. He's pretty much a guy that, like, he got his chick because he promised her he's gonna buy a house and he's gonna, get a Tesla and get all this stuff to like make her, think that he's valuable instead of like just being valuable off of like, showing her love, respect, all of that stuff, make her feel good about that instead of like trying to, bribe her to be with him. But I could be wrong, Christina. But like I'm just saying, today exposed a lot with her with that purse situation. It sounds like she's a um, highly, high quality woman. Like she wants, and when I mean high quality, I'm talking about like she's a great woman, but like she wants fancy stuff. I mean, I could be wrong. What do you think, Christina?
She sounds like a hardworking woman.
Oh, definitely that. She has to be with Craig because the purchases that he's making out here. But you know, she was going to buy the purse herself, really, but he was trying to buy her a birthday gift, but he just couldn't afford it. So it's kind of like, I mean, it was kind of just shameful because that $85, like he would have got at my neck if I would have made Kylie girl get an $85 purse when she wanted, like, it ain't about the money. It's about she wanted that other purse that was like nice looking, high quality, but it was like 50, but she had to sell for an $85 purse. That was probably, half the nice looking as as the other one she wanted. So that's the reason why I'm like, dude, you should have just ended the live and had a conversation like, hey, we're in a budget. I'm on my live. You can't be like saying that you want this 350 purse because you saw the embarrassment in his face, and he had to like talk about how he's cheap and dude, now you're cheap. But when I tell you I'm cheap, like I don't do nothing. I don't spend money on whatever. Now it's no big deal when you say that I gave my girl a gift card, even though I spent like $50 on flowers and balloons because she didn't want me to buy nothing for Valentine's Day because she's like, that's a waste of money right now. We got bigger fish to fry. So I didn't understand that. Do you think he should have bought her the purse?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's her birthday. Now, if I was Craig, though, Christina, the way I act, the way I keep it real, whatever, don't you think it would be okay for me to say, hey, I can't really afford it, $85 purse? Because, Cali girl still be happy. She wouldn't even ask for a $300, 350 purse because she, buy it herself. So it's like, I think he should have bought the purse. I want to let him come on here and address, I really do want to let him come on here and address that question of why didn't he buy her the $350 purse? Why did he buy her the $85 purse that she didn't want? She just had to settle for it. She's probably gonna throw it in the back of the closet. Um, I don't know. And what's embarrassing too, Christina, because this guy goes in on me about how cheap I am with Kylie Girl. I would never buy Kylie Girl. Actually, Kylie Girl got her purse that she actually got in Vegas for 100. It came up to 140 because we went to the outlets, and that's where you get the deals. And they had a deal going on to where it was like 60, 70% off the purses. But here's the thing. Other than this week, normally these purses are no more than like 40% off. But if you go and you try to buy this, you could buy the same purse at Kohl's or JC Penney's, whatever, the same exact purse. It's full price, 350. But if you go to the outlet, they have the same exact purse on sale half of the time for 20, 30% off. But this time it was like 60. So she got like a 350 purse for like 135. But he got that $85 purse at full price. So that's what I mean by embarrassing. I would never buy my chick an $85 purse. Like what is like I mean, I don't know. I mean, Christina, do you know about purses?
Yes, I know a lot about purses.
Like what would you get with $85? I mean, you can't even get a Coach purse for $85. What kind of purse would that be? Like I mean, you can't even get a Michael Kors purse. Would that be like a Fat Farmer Echo purse? I mean, what kind of company sells purses for $85 that are designer? That would be in Vegas.
I think it was on sale.
Oh, it was on sale. Okay, clearance. Okay, so I'm assuming what was it? Go ahead, Craig. What was it? Was it freaking like Kohl's brand? I mean, actually, no, Kohl's was on the strip. So I don't know. I don't know a brand of purse that would be $80 that would be quality. And plus, they don't give deals on the strip, Christine. That's the thing. He was in forum shops. They don't give deals unless you go to the flea market in Vegas. You got to go to the South Premium outlets, but on the strip they don't give you. Remember, um, I don't, I don't, I don't know, I don't know. And look, I'm gonna say this, Robbie. You're a hater and you're never going to be cool with me because you know what? You 2 times, you're the one that caused this chaos because I have not mentioned Craig's name. I haven't said his name in weeks. You went on there and said that I tried to take credit for his channel. Like, why would I take credit for his channel when I didn't help him make it? He made the channel. The only thing I may have done was encourage him to make a channel. I mean, a new channel to like talk because we were going to do a podcast together. But other than that, I didn't help him make the channel. Like his channel, he made it himself. Then he tried to say that I'd known him for 4 years. I don't know nobody on this YouTube channel, or I don't know nobody from YouTube more than like a couple weeks. I mean, a couple years. Which Christina, I knew you for like a year and a half. Other than that, I don't know nobody from YouTube. So I was confused on that. I'm confused on why he would go and tell Craig that like all these lies to get Craig hyped up. And when Craig could just reach out and say, why are you lying, saying that you helped me create the channel, whatever. And I wasn't even mad at him at that point to even like I would rip him. I would have just said, dude, the dude's lying. I don't want to talk about you. Like your existence don't matter. You stopped popping up in my algorithm. Only reason why he was doing was because somebody texted me and said, hey, he's going too hard with your chick. And I'm like, this is like a case study in just ignorance. It just confused me.
Yeah, I agree. Like, wasn't he cool with you at first?
Yeah, like you mean Craig or Robbie?
Craig.
Yeah, I mean the thing with Craig, what I don't understand, Christina, is that me and Craig, we were about to do a podcast together. That Monday that I did the biggest numbers on the vertical. Okay, we're gonna do a podcast. Me and his much-faced friend. The only reason why I go in on his friend is because his friend has the audacity to like roast me about how I look when he literally looks like a freaking dude off of Adam's Family. Like this dude's ugly as shit. He looked like Frankenstein, and he had the audacity to try to roast me, like thinking that he's cool because But that's besides the point. Like we were gonna do a podcast together, and I didn't do nothing other than like the day before, like Roleplay reached out and said, "Hey, I want to do a show to where we talk about the differences in money, paying bills, etc., with relationships." And then I said, "Okay, that'd be cool." And I announced that Craig wants to talk about 50-50 being a thing that he's okay with, and then I said, Wordplay wants to talk about how the man is supposed to pay all the bills. So I go and I say that, and he must have jumped in after that, and he thought I was like trying to diss him, and he got mad like a freaking female, like a freaking like a raging lesbian, and he just starts going off about how I'm broke and I got my girl a birthday a gift card or whatever, like a fake gift card, like whatever it was. And I'm like, dude, I just talked to you 2 days ago for like an hour. We were cool. I actually felt sorry for him because H-Way cooked him. Like I wanted to make sure Craig didn't cry himself to sleep anymore because H-Way cooked him, literally, because he tried to threaten at one point to fight H-Way. And I'm like, dude, that's a bad idea. H-Way's going to give you the beats. So then after that, I try to save him from that beat down that would have happened. So then I try to salvage his like adult life to where H-Way is going to be better than him in life because H-Way decided to like not try to impress his chick and all that. No, he told his woman that I'm gonna work and we're gonna have this house or this apartment that we got. We're gonna have this car and all this situation. This girl works too, but we're gonna have this. That's what I can afford right now. We're gonna live within our means, and then in like a few years, once I'm saved up, I'm done with school, I got my stuff going on. Then we'll upgrade and get the house, buy the house, etc. We're gonna get low rate, interest rate. We're gonna have a big deposit to put down. We're gonna be good. That's the smart way of doing it instead of trying to like impress your chick. Because usually with black guys, the black guys that try to get the white women, you gotta like have your stuff together. So you gotta own a house half of the time. You gotta have a car. So he's like running. He couldn't have his beater because his chick wouldn't have respected him. He had to have his Tesla because he has to have a nice car to be with the white chick that he has, Russian chick, definitely. Her parents are gonna accept the black guy that ain't got a nice car and ownership of a house. So he had to run and jump and buy a house subprime. We went and got this mortgage that he can't even afford. Like if she leaves him tomorrow, like if she leaves him tomorrow because she's like, this is embarrassing now. Like you literally, Craig, are like you're like the stereotypical black guy that hates on a guy that's just trying to do right. He's screwed in life. He loses his house. He loses his car. He loses everything. No, actually, TVL. The house is not worth much if you have a high interest rate. Because think about it: if your house, say, is worth 400,000, and your interest rate is 10 to 15%, then you're going to pay more than what the house value is going to even increase and go up to, if it even increases. With the fact that the housing market is going to eventually get back to the norm. You know. Um, Somebody in the chat can time out Craig for 5 minutes because I told him already, don't go that far because, I saw what this girl looks like and I got jokes for days I could make, but I'm not going to disrespect a woman. I'm just not going to do that. Like I can literally like have a comedy routine on him and his chick, but I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to disrespect this woman. I've yet to disrespect this woman. The only thing I said was, she's going to feel, her parents got to feel ashamed that she's with a black guy who's doesn't own a home and does have a nice car. Because if that wasn't the case, he would just keep what he had. Because you don't need a Tesla to do a car wash business. You got it to try to keep up with the Joneses, try to act like you're living a life. You literally talking about me living in this high rise, but you get a house, you have no kids, you get a house with 3 bedrooms, fully upgraded. You didn't have to have all that house. You can't afford it. You're a 50,000 a year guy, I don't understand it. You're a 50,000 a year guy. You know, how I don't know, Christina, would you like I maybe I'm just dumb. I guess maybe I'm dumb. If you're making 50,000 a year, would you put yourself in a house with 3 bedrooms? You have no desire of having kids, um, for any other reason but to impress people?
Well, I wouldn't be buying a house right away, no. Like I
I
get
don't
what you're
get
saying. He's trying to buy like Tesla and the car. He's trying to keep up, right? But yeah, isn't he very young?
oh yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know how that happened.
Yep, he's young. I mean, I don't know. I hope that I don't know. I really feel for the dude though. Either way, I feel for him. I gotta go all the way back to I freaking forgot my work t-shirt. I go all the way back to the house. No, he's not young. He's actually, I think, 33.
That's young to me.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, you could call it young because we're old,
Yeah, we're
you know.
old.
It's crazy. There's so many haters in the chat that like my thing is these haters, the day is gonna come that I decide to block them all. Because, it's the same old people. You got spitting facts, just having just going crazy, just like excited because, you know, um, they don't understand that, I wasn't talking about Craig. I just been minding my business. And it gets to a point when you have a guy 2 different times calling your somebody you care about, that. And then he stoops to the low of continuing talking about, you know, somebody's medical issue. Ain't no coming back from that. And then he has, like I said before, he has the audacity to try to say, "What, come pop bottles and we can piece it up, whatever." No, like it's like, why do the blacks think you can just disrespect like no other than tomorrow you can be cool the next day? Because I'm telling you, white people when they say something to the level that he said about her disability, wouldn't that person? And it's crazy, Christina. I know something about somebody in his family that he really cares about, but as much as I don't even have it eager to like expose it and talk about it and make him maybe even want to cry because there's no joke talking about somebody that's been through trauma medically. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna just let him continue being disrespectful. But yeah, he has somebody dealing with the same thing, and he said that he would never make light of that, but he just did it, which makes him a terrible human being. Who would make fun of somebody with medical issue that they had nothing to do with God, or whoever
Yeah,
creates.
I don't think that's right at all. Like you shouldn't be talking about somebody if they have a disability. That's beyond wrong. Like that's low.
Yeah,
And you know
like
what's crazy?
it's
All
yep,
the people that are here, like there's a lot of haters that are even like starting to become your haters today. You're getting even more
yeah,
haters just by telling the truth. Like
yep.
talk you're only telling the truth. You're not saying anything like bad. And that's what I don't get. Like how do you create so many haters and how do you deal with it?
Um, so I think what it is people are just jealous because like right now, I got the job. Okay, I'm busting my butt right now. I got this job, I'm doing my thing here. I'm rushing there right now to you know, uh, get there and do what I need to do. Um, you know, I'm living life and making it happen. And I think what happens is a lot of these people are just jealous. They want what I got without working for it. And I don't have much. I'm literally where everybody can be. And then when it comes to the truth, I think the problem is with the blacks, the ones that are like, just out of control. They, they, you know, I didn't want to go here, but I gotta go here. Um, you know, the reason why, you have people like me, Candace Owens, Brandon Tatum's, you have the whites, and the people that it's because you have too many of us blacks, not us, but you blacks, who go and you push the worst of everything in your society, okay, in your culture. You push the worst. Craig is being pushed right now. Craig is being pushed by freaking majority of the people in the chat. Shout out to Dash and Trader in the building. And by the way, shout out to everybody. I didn't give shout outs, so I can't look at the chat right now. I'm driving. But yeah, you know, like people are pushing Craig and making him a champion. Like they're making him a good guy when literally I've done nothing to this loser. He's probably 5'9" with little meat, which is why he even decided to go the white route because most black women, if you ain't packing. I'm sorry, she's gonna pack. I was kind of reversed though because she was still packed. Like what black women still packed, and I had everything what it took. But situation with Craig is I wasn't even doing this. I could have cooked him anytime, but I was letting him live. But the moment that he decided to disrespect, Kylie girl, I don't play with that. You know, and my thing is, you have people in the chat that are literally, so he's 5'7". So yeah, like I said, 5'7", little meat, scrawny, you know. And I reached out because no, you guys wouldn't notice, okay? You guys wouldn't notice, but I actually deleted his number. I didn't want to feel the need to like be a bigger man and reach out to him because I knew for a second I was about to, but I deleted his number. But I wrote him on his Facebook, his YouTube channel. I knew nobody would see the messages because I waited a few hours and he had no views and he had no comments. So I wrote, dude, like I didn't say none of that stuff that Robbie told you, okay? He lied. I never said I knew you for 4 years. I never said that I helped you create your channel or I made you create it. And I didn't do none of that. So I said, and then I said, you said you wanted to meet up. I said, look, because I know he's only 5'7", like soaking wet, 130 pounds like me. So he's going to be a weak ass dude. He don't understand that I love the fight. As much as y'all might think that I'm this pussy, like Like, forget about it. I love the fight. Why do you think I always ask about everybody to box? Like, I
D-
love it. I love pain.
uh, DJ,
And go
can
ahead.
I? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can I just say
Go
that
for it.
I really, I know you said this is just your personality on YouTube, but I really thought that you don't act like the type that you fight, like just in general. Like it feels like you would come up to a guy and be like, "Look, I don't want no problems," because that's what you said before. So I'm only going based on what you display. So you're like, "Look, I don't want no smoke," I don't. I just want to go home. But you're saying that you're not that type. You're a fighter. I'm confused.
Yeah, yeah, what it is this, Christina. Like, you have people that love pain. So, like, okay, for example, if I stub my foot or something, or say I get a bump on like my foot or something, or my knee, or I bruise bone, I bruise my bone. I actually like to rub it and massage it, and it hurts, but it feels good at the same time. Like, I love pain. So, like, when I'm boxing, I'm not boxing like I'm a professional, but I just love the sport of just punching each other, and like, the winner stays up, the loser down, and you shake hands after. I love it. So, like, when he just, like, like, that's traders in the building. I offered that's some trader. I'm like, yo, when we were going through our thing, I'm like, I'll come, and at that point I had all that money from sports bet. I'm like, I'll come fly to you and we can box, all love, and then we could shake hands after, all love. And it ain't happened. But then, every single person. Now, of course, at H-Way, I'm not gonna fight at H-Way. What I would do at H-Way is maybe like, I don't know. That would be a hard one. Like Big Swole, I wouldn't do that. That would just be stupid because I'm too old. But when it comes to like a Craig or somebody, I'm always gonna offer. So when I heard him like try to like act like he's big bad, like you can come and like we can meet up and like we can one on one, we can see it's whatever you want. Then he's like, no, I'm just talking about like we can debate, have a conversation. You can see this is really mean. Try to clean it up. I'm like, no, don't clean it up. I'll come. I'll drive my bike to. I gotta cash out money anyway. I'll come ride my bike to Vegas and we can meet. I prefer gloves because I'm not trying to have like anybody get injured seriously, but we can get gloves. Um, Craig got money. We can go buy gloves at Dick's. There's a Dick's right there on the strip. We can take the gloves back next day. Um, we can box 1-on-1. No cameras needed. Nobody needs to know. There's a bunch of spots in Vegas we can go to, and we can handle business. And I'm down with that. And it's going to be, we shake hands after. And then I'm not going to talk to him after because I have no need because I've forgiven him too many times for disrespecting me and my family. Won't do that. But I was down for that. I got excited. But then he decides to like come back on YouTube and start trying to play victim and act like, I'm picking on him and I'm trying to ruin his trip, whatever. Like, no, you asked for it. I'm down to give it to you because you are a weak man. I know you're a weak man. You're only 5'7", first off. And then you got little meat. And then you sound sensitive. You sound like a lesbian half of the time. Like, hey, uh, and I know he's not gonna expect me to do what I would do to him because people think, like, once again, I'm a pussy. I promise you. Just because you gotta remember when you encounter people, and I'm not acting like I'm big bad wolf. I'm big. I'm not that guy. I'm not trying to find a fight. But you gotta understand, and this goes for anybody. You gotta understand the people that are the most quiet about fighting, the most nice people, the people that like walk away from fights, don't. The reason why we walk away is because we don't want to hurt people. And I'm not saying I'm going to hurt him, but what I'm saying is I don't want to get to the point because it's hard for me to stop. It's hard for me to stop, like until he's just out. Then I'm going to stop and walk away. But I'm not going to like feel sorry for him. Like if I'm giving him the work, I'm going to make him cry and I'm going to make him say sorry. And that's going to be, and that's something that it don't make me feel good about myself. I'm not going to the next day say, you know what? Yes. Like, how some people would knock somebody out and they'll brag and they'll be all happy and excited. I would feel so sorry for him because like the way that H-Way was destroying him and he couldn't do nothing about it but take it because he can't do nothing with H-Way because H-Way's younger, H-Way's smarter, H-Way got a better plan than him. He's going to be more successful, you know. And the bad thing about it is I've literally, I have no hate on any of them, but any of these people, because I think H-Way got a brighter future than me. I think Craig got a brighter future than me if he just stops being a hater and stop being, stop the hatred and stop being one with the devil, because all the hate is the devil. You know, I used to resent my mom because I felt like she ruined my teen years when she, got that money and she started, acting out of control. And I had to forgive my mom. And it made me a better person, made me feel better about myself. I felt like I had no negativity in me no more. I'm hoping that Craig understands. I think he resents somebody, which is why he has hate. Christine, do you have hate?
No, I don't have hate for anyone, but I do have a lot of haters. And H-Way is one of them. H-Way, Wordplay, and who else? There's one more. I don't
But do you
remember.
hate them?
I don't hate them. I don't hate anyone at all, ever.
There, there you go. Like if you hate somebody, then you literally are one with the devil, and more than likely somebody in your life you resent and they hurt you, and you got to forgive them. And that's what I tell Craig. Craig, either his mom or dad, he hates and he resents and he too soon, or maybe they said that he was ugly and they didn't love him enough. I don't know. Whatever it is, he resents them, which is why he has so much hate. And I think if he goes and tells his mom and dad, and I learned this from Jesse Lee Peterson, if he goes and tells his mom and dad, whoever he hates, that he loves them and he forgives them for, telling them he was an ugly kid, but they were just being honest. They were maybe being like me, being, truthful. Because that's the thing. I'm blunt. Like, I know I'm built like a freaking 6-year-old girl, okay? In reality, I keep it real. Craig is ugly. But I will say he does have a small little, like a Floyd Mayweather's frame. So, I know, that's one thing, white women love. They like a black guy that's ugly. You see Jonathan Majors, ugly as hell. But because he got that body, and he knows how to dress like a cornball, he gets all the white chicks. That's just how it works in black culture, black guys, they want, um, they want the white woman and she have a nice body. And then, I mean, you're white, Christina. What do you think about that? Do you think like when it comes to like white women dating black men, because you look at all the black men that are ugly as hell, but they got nice bodies usually, or they're like skinny, but they look like they dress like weirdos and they're like goofy. Usually they go, white girls go for those guys. I mean, is that the truth, or do you think I'm kind of overlooking that the wrong way?
Well, sometimes it happens because they're just attracted
That's
to
the
them.
wrong
Like,
way.
they talk to them a certain way, like they sweet talk, you know?
Yeah. Okay. And sweet talk. Yeah, that got to be, the way, because now what about you said 8 inches, but you're Hispanic technically. So don't white women settle for like black guys with small meat too? Like, don't they? Because I know my experience when I tried to date white chicks and like, you send the pictures back and forth. Yes, guys, we used to do that. I'm an adult. Usually they'd be like, oh hell, like I'm not. I don't want no part of that. Like immediately, I don't want no part of that. Like you're not putting. I don't know where you're putting that at, and then it's over. Like that's one of the reasons why I don't really date too many white chicks, because they just don't want that. And I know the stereotype, like a lot of white chicks assume that they're going to get their, organs destroyed with black guys. That's the nasty kid. So my question to you is, do you think that's the thing with white chicks? Like they don't really like the black guy with the big slung?
I'm not sure if that's the case, but I mean, for me, it'd be the 8 inches. It can't be too small. You know what I mean?
You never had anybody that was tiny and that you was like, you know what, maybe I can just let him pass.
Yeah, but it didn't work. I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it a second time.
Jeez, how does that feel? How does that? I mean, like as a woman, like, because I'm confused because I know you can only have so much. Like, you can get like Mr. Mark, actually Mr. Marcus, I think it's tiny, but okay, you can only have so much in you. So is it noticeable, like difference in like a 6 incher, or I mean an 8 incher and a 4 incher in regards to like the feeling? Is the feeling really that much different?
Oh, yeah, it matters.
Sheesh. I
It's
feel for those. I feel for those men.
kind of like you feel something in your stomach, like in a way, like the walls and
Like,
stuff.
okay. Oh, so you don't feel, so you don't feel numb. Like, so your walls don't get, so you want the walls to,
Oh, yeah.
as a woman. Makes sense. So if a dude can't hit your walls, that would be a reason for you to break up with him.
No, not necessarily, but I mean, you don't want like tiny.
Yeah. Oh my my AirPod battery just died. I forgot I forgot my freaking code. Crap. Hey Christina, give me 1 second. I don't know if you can hear me. Give me 1 second because my AirPods just died.
All the comments, you guys are so funny. I'm gonna ask DJ a question when he comes back.
I put your code. I forgot my code. I'm waiting for somebody to text me. Okay, we think about. Okay, listen. I've done this a couple times. And then you push. So what you do is you put the number in, and you push pound, and you push stop. Oh, there we go. Okay. You go ahead. Thank you. You go. Then you got to do it again on this one right here. Oh. That one on broke. You got to do it on here. So you got to put the code in, and then push pound, and put the floor. And then you put the floor. 20. Okay, so you got to put the code in again. You got to do it right away. What? Yeah, this elevator is at pound, and then 23, right? No, that code. Yeah. Uh-oh. What's the 7, 9, 5, 4, 0, 1 pound. What is that again? Let me see. Oops. All right, that's 7, 9, 5, 4, 0, 1 pound. Yeah, that's the wrong. Yeah, I have to reach out to the wrong code. Now I forgot my number. Let's see if it works. Nope. Yeah, you have to reach out to them to give you the code. Again, yeah,
Yes,
tell them that the
Nab.
code isn't
I'm a
working. All right,
mod
good luck. Yeah.
on Craig's channel, but I don't know if I can do that anymore because of the things that he said about DJ and Cali Girl.
Um, so, all right, so I'm back here. I'm trying to figure out my code. I forgot. Oh my God, and I parked my car in the front. I don't believe I would do this. All right, go ahead. I heard me get my T-shirt before I get a ticket. Ticket from hell.
Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why there's so many people. I don't know why there's so many people that can't like that are like can't understand. Yeah, yeah. That's just hate. Like in this chat right now. It's kind of crazy. I've never seen anything like this before.
You're creating more haters, and I'm creating
Yeah,
more haters.
just gonna say. Oh, still didn't get it. Oh yeah. Baby front desk. You're doing Amazon? Yeah, maybe after the front desk might be able to get you to the if you show them. Oh, they won't help you. Yes, just food. Oh, okay. No, I mean the front desk can put the code in for you. So you got it. I'll when I get. Yep. Yeah, I'll ask someone if you want to. All right, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, his elevator code. He's trying to drop off that order to that floor, but the code I tried it for him too. The code won't. The 23 isn't working on the elevator, so it should do it for you. All right. Um, I'm sorry, guys. Sorry, Christina. I'm here now.
It's okay.
Yeah, I had to come back and get my. And I dropped the T-shirt on the ground with the freaking. Good thing they. Good thing they just freaking rinsed it because it almost felt like it smelled like human urine.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I avoided the ticket from hell because. So okay. So I think we got out what we wanted to get out. Is that I think I said enough. I think when it comes down to it, um, with Brandon, what he's gonna do with the whole the topics. You know any of that stuff, Christina, they were talking about yesterday? Because I'm waiting for Callie girl to explain it to me. You know the whole science like UFOs. Like, do you believe in UFOs?
I don't know what to think about it.
Do you think there's other life?
I'm not sure, but everything
Would you
that
like
they're
it to be?
talking, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to think. Um, I was listening to some of it, and I was like, no, I can't. I can't watch this. It doesn't make sense to me.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think that is fascinating. Like time travel and all that stuff. Um, I think that we're headed in a path. Oh, Christine, I didn't know. We're going to talk about this on. I think Brandon talked about it a little bit. We're going to talk about it more once I get time on the live to do it. I got to see how many deliveries I got today. But you see that who you vote for matters. How people say it doesn't matter who you vote for; they can't change anything. Right now, we're actually voting for if the world is going to end because right now Ukraine is about 75% in NATO because they're going to actually present it at the summit, and then they're going to vote to bring in, look to vote to bring in Ukraine to the NATO. And if Joe Biden wins, he'll be the president at the time if they were to be put in. Um, we now will be allies to where if Russia continues and drops another bomb or whatever in Ukraine, it's an act of war against America at this point. So now we're going to war, and people don't understand because people still think we're the America, and like Russia is Iraq or whatever. That we're gonna just kick their butts, but no, it's gonna be brutal. Like we're probably gonna like end up becoming nuclear, and even if it doesn't become nuclear, it's gonna become more. We're gonna lose electricity, and internet and all of that stuff because they're gonna attack satellites. I mean, it's gonna be a lot of mess that's going on. That a lot of people, the things that we take for granted, are gonna now be, you know, prayed for, and we're gonna want them again. Like cell phones and stuff that we don't use properly. We're gonna lose it all. Computer, internet. So it's kind of like if we don't get Trump back in office, the Great White Hope. Because he's gonna stop that right in his tracks. Like, he's gonna say no, Ukraine is not coming into NATO. You know, we don't care that much. We can't care that much. It's too costly. I mean, what do you think about that? I mean, did you hear about that?
See, I didn't even know about this. Once again, you're the only
Yeah.
one telling me this. I don't know why, but um, when you say that, it scares me because I don't want that to happen.
Yep. And people don't want to hear, like I said before, I always say people don't want to hear the truth because people probably think that I'm capping. They probably think that I'm lying, I'm fibbing about this, but no, it's the truth. Like right now, America is with if Ukraine becomes part of NATO, we're screwed. And like you see what happened already with our with that bridge. You see all these things happening right now. A lot of that isn't from us. We're not. It ain't about us allowing it. It's just happening because we have lost the power we once had. Um, Now you got Jerome because Jerome has to disagree with everything I say. This is how dumb people be. I'm sorry, I got to call Jerome dumb because for him to say once again, or not dumb, misinformed, uneducated, ignorant to the point that it ain't about who army and military is stronger. It's about the fact that if we go and it gets to a point that it's a war to that magnitude, it's gonna be bombs dropped. It ain't gonna be no foot fight, like fight on the ground. It's gonna be bombs being dropped. And guess what? They got a lot of bombs over there. It ain't like the other countries that can't make it, can't get over here. Missiles can't. They got sonic missiles that can you can't stop. And they can reach us. I mean, we're literally to that point. Most likely disaster to happen is the next cyber attack, massive proportion, like power outages for at least a few weeks, because massive, causing massive effect on economy and all, and bills and crime. Yep.
What I don't understand, DJ, is what wasn't the US helping them out in some form, like trying to help them? Something about
So,
Ukraine.
yeah. So what happens is with Russia, okay? So Russia, every single time that I guess a country um, takes Ukraine, they beat Russia. It's through Ukraine. So they don't want nobody to have access to Ukraine to a point of that's a threat to their country. So if we take in Ukraine, that means we could put, missiles and all kinds of stuff in Ukraine, defense and all that stuff to where Russia would be their daddy because they would be helpless. And that's what they're trying to avoid, which is why they're, going to the point of threatening if Ukraine becomes part of NATO, war. They don't care. And you got to understand, like in America, because we've been so baby with 12 out of the past 16 years of presidency being Democrats, we've been weakened to where people don't realize this is real. Like we're playing with kid gloves, literally. Like our military is weak as hell right now because we have all these identity politics playing a part to where you don't even have to be as fast anymore. You don't have to be as strong anymore. You don't have to be capable. It's all about inclusivity and all that stupid crap, diversity, equity, and all that crap, instead of who's the best fighters, strongest men or women, smartest people. It's about trying to make everything even. And that's what you see happening now that like our FBI and our CIA and everything's just incompetent now because we have the most dumb people running them instead of back in the day we had cutthroat people. But guess what? It made our country stronger. Like I forgot the one dude's name. What was the dude that pretty much pushed the war to happen in Iraq for oil? Yes, it was bad for us for our economy, but in reality, it made America stronger because we ended up getting, and I would stronger because we wasted a lot of money, etc. And that, but at the same time, um, it was still better for us because it still made us a superpower. But now we're looked at as being weak, and nobody respects us to the point that nobody, cares enough to like ask permission first before doing anything. They're just doing it now.
So, DJ, I have two questions for you.
Yeah, go for it.
Actually, I have three.
Yep.
So, most of the chat is saying, "Why are you always talking about meat?" That's very sus, and they want the answer for that. And then I'll go ask you the other two questions.
Okay, so meat. The reason why is because I'm very confident as a man in regards to what I'm packing down there. So I've noticed, statistically speaking, okay, I look at the stats. I'm all about the stats. That majority of the men, I think it's like 80%, 90% of men in this country who got little meat. Normally, they got attitudes. They got hate in their heart, their soul. They're one with the devil. And I always ask that question: do you have little meat, just to know what I'm working with here? Because if you got little meat, there's no way to get that hate out of your body because you're just upset because of being inferior to other men because God did that to you. So that's the reason why I always start off with the little meat because I just want to know that because there's no way to convince a guy with a little meat to like be happy to just love life, you know, and it goes into the why I mentioned it 3 times today is because you have a guy that's in Vegas that's supposed to be enjoying, his birthday party for his, his family, whatever, his love, but he's focused on me. He's focused on talking about me. All the hate. You're in Vegas. Vegas is the most happy place. You got so much fun in Vegas. You can be trying to make money. You can be freaking going shopping. You can freaking be living life. Go to a good restaurant. But instead of doing all that, when you choose to talk about, you know, another man instead of focusing your time on your chick, that's when it gets weird for me. And that's the reason why, honestly, I was talking about it because I'm just confused. Because I thought that like when you're vacationing with you shouldn't be. And I've been there. Remember, I was with Cali girl a couple of times, and I was like, um, you know, allowing the haters to get to me, to get me to like act unusual. But um, I kept it moving because I'm pretty confident. I just like to go in on haters. So that's the reason why I always talk about the meat because it just helps me determine if it's even worth fighting to try to salvage the soul of that man. Because like I said, some men just can't be saved. Some men, I can't um, force a man to buy a pump to like try to get it to stretch out a little bit more. I can't force a man to do that. The only thing I can do is just try my best to show him love and try to ignore. But it gets to a point that gets old. So that's all it is. That's the only reason why I continue talking about the meat. That's the reason why. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, so the second question is, do we want to open up the panel, or do you want it to just be you and I?
Yeah, we can open the panel if you want to put the link up.
Okay, I'll post it right now if
I'm not
anyone
gonna.
wants
But
to
here's
join.
the thing: I'm gonna say in advance. I'm not allowing Craig to come on because he blew that. Because this is what I want him to understand. The reason why I call him boy, is because this is my channel. I created this channel, this platform, this community with the assistance of people like you, wordplay, HOA, all the people that were involved. You know, too many to name. J Media in the chat. So he got to understand his platform. He has 2 or 3 people watching. So of course I'm not gonna waste my time on his channel unless I just roast him in the chat. If he continues trying to disrespect me, I'd do that for fun, just to work on my comedy material. But um, if he jumps up, I can't let him on because he got to he's boy and he doesn't get that privilege. And I have the power. You never give the haters the power to control anything. And he would love to come on here and have his two minutes of fame because right now he's a nobody. He has nowhere to go that more than 5 people. Like earlier I went on and when I jumped on his live, we got it up to 9 people in the building. I don't know how. People just knew I was on his live cooking them. And then when I said I was gone, everybody left. He went back to his usual 2, 3 people. So I can't give him the power of having people actually digest or actually have a chance to digest and listen to his take in his ignorant message because he's too close to the devil. And I just can't have that because, um, I'll be a hypocrite because I hate um, that rhetoric because I don't want the devil to be pushed. But I love everybody. I still got love for Craig. I even gave him a game on how to get in the club for free because I know he's too cheap to um, you know, pay admission if you really want to go to the club. Like me and Calico, we don't like going to the club, so we just chill. But if he wants to go to the club, if he doesn't want to buy bottles or pay the admission, all you gotta do is go on Instagram and look and type in whatever performer you want to see, type in a performer name, the city, Las Vegas, and it's gonna pop up a bunch of numbers like Texas number to get on the free guest list. And that's how you do it. And you get in. You gotta wait in line though. You're gonna have to wait in line for like 2 hours, but you can get in for free. So I'm giving you game. I'm still showing you love, you know, because that's the difference from somebody having the devil in them and somebody just being a normal human being. Be one with God. But yeah, anybody wants to jump up, y'all can.
Okay, I put the link, but to my haters, H Way and What Is Life, if y'all are on here, can y'all click the link so we can address some things? And Wordplay, I can't really say he's a hater. He just had an opinion. So there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I think with wordplay, see, I think what it is wordplay has trauma. He has like, and I hope he's on here to listen to this. He has like baggage from me and his relationship is the past like year and a half. So it's kind of how I used to be with women. I used to just I used to like diss women and like have all this hurt for women because of the past, how women treated me. But I let that hate go. Cali girl helped me help that get that hate out of my soul. So the situation now is you know, wordplay. I hope he gets that hate, or not hate, but get that hurt that I've put on him out of his soul to understand I'm a good guy. I want the best for all of us. And I think he comes on with a thought that I'm gonna like disrespect him or somebody and just be brutal. So he's like cautious. So he doesn't like to really agree with it too much. Even if he does agree, he's gonna disagree just to like, you know, keep me at odds because he doesn't want to be. But when Brandon comes on, it's always a conversation that doesn't have to be divisive. But when me and him are on, it always becomes divisive, and I get tired of that because it's like wordplay. We both agree. Wordplay. Like for example, wordplay ain't freaking living off $25,000 a year. I mean, I'm sorry, he knows that. But he would say, no, a man should, So I'm not getting that 25,000 a year, but you get what I'm saying. But I don't have no, I love wordplay. It's cool. No issue with wordplay. Now, H way and what is life? Why do you have um um actually it's kind of anger? I think you need to forgive him, Christina, because I think you have. Why do you have anger with H way and what is life?
I've already talked about this. You know what I think about H-Way? I'm not going to repeat it. It's sensitive to some people, they can't handle it. But a fact is a fact. So, and what is life is always talking about me. He can't keep my name out his mouth. So, me and what is life, we need to talk about this. And he never comes on when I'm on. So,
Yeah, he runs. Why don't question it? Why don't don't you think he might just like you?
I don't know about that.
No, he
He's
might just
always
like you.
hating on me.
Doesn't matter. Could think about this, okay? If whenever you're on live, okay, like you see your picture. I mean, Christina, would you consider yourself a bad chick? Thinking about the 40 years old, because I know, man, keep it a buck, that's still that's a neg on a woman. It is what it is, Christina. It's life. But would you still call yourself a bad chick? Like, would you call yourself attractive right now? A baddie.
I have a lot of good traits. I love my eyes. Like I'm amazed on the color and everything. But um I like my lips. They're big. I
Oh
like
shoot, I say wordplay. What is life?
I like my hair, it's soft.
Yeah.
Like mainly when it's highlighted though. I like highlights in them in my hair. Um I love my body. I love being Hispanic. So
Okay.
there's a lot of good traits, but I will say that I am kind of naive on certain things. So I need to work on that because there's a lot that I need to learn and I haven't learned about yet.
Okay. What do you mean by learn? Like is it learn how to
Because,
dress,
okay,
that type of stuff, or
so like the things that you talk about, Dennis, like a
yeah?
lot of stuff that you talk about, this is all new to me. Like I'm not used to hearing the way that you're thinking, the way that you talk about men and how they think. I never knew this. I only
Okay.
saw it from my point of view as a woman. So I thought everything was cool, but it's not cool. It's totally opposite. Like it's deeper than that. Like you saying like men are more logical and women are emotional. I never really thought about that. I'm like, he's right. Like there's a lot of things that you teach me that I didn't know about. And I thank you for that. Here comes one of my haters, H Way. Here comes trouble.
What's good, man?
And he's ready because he's laughing. That's not a good sign. That's not good when he laughs like
Sorry
that.
about that. The good old iPhone lost connection. My bad.
What's going on, man?
I'm still. What's going on, man? All right. So okay. So Christina, you got a lot of good stuff. I think with what is life, I think he has a crush on you, and he's a lot of men or a lot of men, when they can't have somebody. they kind of have hate for that person. Like they'll, you know, feel kind of way when they can't have that person. So I think that might be one of his issues with you is that, you might be, in his eyes, the hot chick that he wants, they can't have. So, and he feels like with you, the way you treat me, like he feels like you want me or something, which you don't. You're married, but he feels like you should want him the same way. I think that might play a part in all of this. But go ahead, H-Way.
Good afternoon.
What's going on with you, H-Way?
No,
Back to the
she
panel.
asked me, so she wanted me to.
Thank you, H-Way, for being here.
Y'all got the floor.
But you laughing coming in, that's not a good sign. For when H-Way does that, that's when he's about to cook.
I'm not about to cook, man. I just want peace, man.
No,
I just want peace.
you're always in the chat talking about me. You can't keep my name
No,
out either. You're a hater, just like what it's like.
I'm not hating on you, Christina, man. I think sometimes I be having fun with it, but it's nothing crazy. I don't have no beef with you like that, dog. You just be funny. I don't know. You just be on one recently, so I just be like, I be antagonizing you a little bit, but I don't really have no beef like that, bro. Now
Okay.
you did say if you see me fall out the window, you wouldn't help me. That shit was crazy.
Nah.
That was crazy. Bro. I was like, damn.
I was mad at you at the time. But then we were
Damn,
good.
nah.
No, then we were good, and then you switched on me again.
What did I do?
You started talking about me again recently. You said like,
No.
yeah, you were saying like before we patched it up, you said that I was a married woman, a seeking attention from other men. You said that.
When?
You said that before we squashed it, and then you went back and hated on me again.
When did I say you was a married what?
Yeah, you
Married
said.
woman seeking attention from men.
Yep.
Maybe I look.
Hi, what is
I'll tell you exactly how I feel right now. Oh, what is life is in here? Okay, bro.
you're
But I'll
about
tell
to
you
get
exactly
it?
how I feel right
You're
now.
about to
Look,
get it. What is life?
I think you
Oh
are
boy, oh boy.
I think you are a solid woman. I think that you probably were misguided earlier in your past or whatever, but at the same time I don't know you personally, but I'm pretty sure you're a solid wife. I don't know what happens with your relationship, but I know you have strong opinions about things that are also reflective on what you've gone through. And so we all learn stuff. Like I'm learning stuff right now. I'm 26. I'm about to be 27. Like I'm learning stuff every day. So like sometimes that's why I got off the panel because I had to learn how to just like listen to people rather than just always having an opinion or always having something to say. Like I don't always have the answers, bro. I'm 26. Figure it out every day, bro.
Yeah, H-Way, like you have gone in on me on times where like I was going through some stuff, and it's like I know the truth. I know that that's not who I am, but you portrayed me in a way that wasn't me at all. Like you made me look bad, and I'm like that I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just here.
You
Like
made yourself look like that. Call a ambulance.
no, like I'm speaking. See what it's like. See, this is the thing. When I try to say, I people like haters make fun of me. Oh, who cares? Cry me a
You
river. But
don't
it's
have
like,
haters. You haven't done anything to create haters. What have you done in this world
what is life?
to where you would
You're a
have haters?
hater. You're a
I'm
hater.
not a hater, bro. Yo, look. And yo, first off, Dennis, you need to stop saying stuff that's not true, bro. You run your mouth a lot on this internet, bro. Like, I'm not saying I'm
Oh
gonna do
my
something
gosh.
to you, bro, but don't talk crazy on here. Like, don't say stuff that you wouldn't say to my face, bro. Like you don't know nothing about me, and I'm not into Christina. I don't think she's attractive at all. I don't go based off of pictures that people used from 10 years ago, bro. That's the
You
difference
don't
between me and you. I
you
got
don't think
discernment,
I
bro.
would tell you to your face that I think you got the hot
Nah,
for
you wouldn't.
Christina?
You wouldn't talk crazy like that to me. I promise you.
You
The
have
way you
the
said that,
hot
the way you said it, like you was talking down on me as if like I'm some type of buster ass dude. Like I
I
can't
didn't say
get her if I
buster. I
wanted
said
her.
you're just
If
a
she,
regular
nah,
guy
you
that's
didn't
just
say that.
attracted
But that's how
to
you.
a woman.
That's just how you talk. That's how you was talking about me. That's my opinion. I'm saying that's how I felt. Like you trying to portray me as some buster dude, bro. But
Well,
I don't
I
want
never
this
said you're a
busted ass
buster.
shit, bro. Fuck you
Never
talking
said you're a
about.
buster. But no, here's the thing. You got to understand that she does have haters because you guys literally in the chat immediately go to start talking about how she's riding my meat Johnson and this and
Because she
that. And
does. Does she not,
so that
bro?
means
She's
you're a
been
hater.
riding you for like
I got
she's been riding
the,
you
I
for
got
2 years.
the, turn it on.
She's been riding you for 2 years. No matter what
No,
she
she doesn't
do,
ride
everything
me.
you do
She
is right, bro.
freaking,
She will lick
she
the
has
dirt
a,
beneath your
she
fucking
agrees with
sneakers,
me.
bro.
She agrees with
Yeah,
me about some stuff.
whether you're right or wrong, she agrees with you, and that just blows up your ego even
I'm
more.
more
That's
right
the
than
issue.
wrong, though.
That's
I'm
the
more right
issue.
than
No, you're
wrong.
not. You're more wrong than right, bro. Because if you were more right than wrong, life would be different, bro. I'm not saying
You
my
know what,
life is
DJ?
better
You know
than
what,
yours or anything, but
DJ? This is
none of
out
us
of
are more right
this is
than
out
wrong.
of character,
As in
but
this.
you know what I really want to say to what is life? Like, shut your fucking ass up. That's what I want to
Oh,
say
shoot.
so bad.
Wow, I
But
feel so butthurt. You got me, Christina. Yeah, wow.
he
Damn,
he
I'm
just
hurt.
makes me mad sometimes because the shit that he says in the chat is crazy.
Cause
Like,
you be riding so
put a
hard, bro.
muzzle
It's
on
just like,
for real
bro,
because I don't know how
you're
to
so
shut you up.
opinionated. You're so opinionated and you really don't have, I mean, you got the right to have an opinion, but like you think your opinion is like the gold standard. Like
Thank you.
you
Thank
don't
you.
even know what you be talking about half the time. Honestly, you just talk the talk. And you just
I
cry
don't,
about shit that you don't
You're
agree with.
mad
Anytime like
because I'm a
somebody,
moderator and you're asking me
yeah,
why
you need a
am I here.
fork,
I'm here for DJ, obviously.
I think.
I'm not asking you. I never said why are you here. I
But
just
you're
I
said
don't.
saying like she's here for you no
you
matter what.
you just the
Yeah,
number
that's what
one
I'm
yes
supposed
man.
to do.
Like somebody said the other day, you're like the OG yes man. Like if we wanted to look up yes man in the encyclopedia, we would see your face, man.
Stout, you're the OG no man. All you do is you try to find a way to disagree at any single point. You
I
got to
don't, bro.
understand.
I just stand my ground, bro. I'm just not.
No, you.
I'm not one to ever like take information somebody gives me and take it as is. Like especially somebody like you who just sometimes, most of the time, lacks credibility, bro.
Okay, do you love white men?
What type of question is that, bro?
No, I'm saying, do you
I
love
don't.
white men?
What do you mean love?
Do you love white people? Do you love white people?
I love people.
I rest my case. I rest my case. Dude, you need to
Rest your
understand.
case.
You have to you need to go and apologize to whoever you've been hating for the past few years. I'm telling you, the devil is in the blacks and you blacks that act this way. And you're a good guy. I know you're a good guy. You texted me. I know you're a good guy. Just you're misguided with the devil. Um, as Anthony Peterson says, being your daddy. You need to
Bro,
understand if you apologize to whoever you've been hating because you feel like, they treated you the wrong way, I promise you, you feel a lot better to where you have your own opinion. You will
you
come
just
on
got
here,
done
talk,
hating on
talk to
Craig. You
me.
sound like a hypocrite.
Yeah, y'all the same. No, y'all ain't the same. You're not like Craig, but I'm saying you literally don't want to agree with anything, even if it makes sense.
I do
Like
agree with stuff,
right
bro. I do agree with stuff.
now, would you say
You
you should
just
love all
always have
people?
these crazy points, bro.
No, shouldn't you love all people?
Yeah, and I will agree with that.
So
I already
okay, so
said I do.
you love the whites too, right?
Bro, I don't look at color. Look at
Okay,
people.
now you don't look at color, okay? But
Nah, I don't. Yeah, because I have to look at color with you because that's all you look at.
no, because you always want to say how, you blacks aren't like, committing the most crime and, robbing, raping, stealing and all that. But now you don't want to see color when I see color, because I clearly see color because, the color that's coming to rob me usually are, it's usually black. So
Why do we
when
always
I
get to
tell
this
you I see color, now you don't see color now. Now
Bro, I
you wouldn't
didn't.
understand what I'm
Bro, the
saying then.
only reason why white came out of my mouth or black before is because you were making the argument. Like, what are you talking about? You want me to talk about rainbow colored people? Like, you're the one who said black and white.
I want you to just look up, open your eyes and look at what's happening in the world. And that, we're going, like, you got to understand what it's like. This is the problem. I'm just against what most of you blacks are, catering to, where the worst of society is being uplifted. The worst of people that act like they're musicians, they perform and they put on some music, with aka rappers, of nowadays. Y'all push them, you guys push these fake leaders, activist people like
that lawyer dude, you probably got respect for that man for jumping on any dead black man that he can make money off of. Like you guys literally push like these criminal policies that are being like diminished that we need more of. You guys push against that. Like everything that would help
Who's
the
you
good
guys,
black.
bro? Talking
I'm
about?
saying the good black, you guys are against. Like that's all.
Who's
That's
you
all I'm
guys?
talking about.
Hey, bro.
So
Why
you tell
you, bro? Like,
Christina, you call her a hate. I mean, you hate on Christina because she wants the best for. Like I had a Mexican dude that
no,
I went
she
to drop off
doesn't,
his
bro.
phone yesterday, and he literally said it made me cringe. He's like, "Yeah, you got a Mexican." We were talking like, "You got a Mexican girl, like man, she'll love you to death, whatever, because you're one of the good black guys." And I'm like, "That's some." I wanted to say that's some nasty work, but I couldn't get fired, and I couldn't debate him on it. But I'm like, dude, you know what's bad when I'm just a normal guy, human being. I'm considered a good black because you're so used to when you look outside and you look on TV, you look on all the platforms that black people have control of not showing the worst of us. You only see the worst of us. I'm like, dude, there's a lot of good black folks, good everybody in every community. It's just, I know you don't see it a lot of times, but we're out here. It shouldn't be that way.
Yo, you definitely know how to talk, bro. You definitely know how to talk. You do a good job of like rambling to the point where I almost forget what the fuck I'm saying. But bro, um, the issue with you is like the stuff you say, it just doesn't have any backing. Like notice how when Brandon was doing a live yesterday, notice how like he was saying like factual stuff, like people in the chat were agreeing with it because it was like factual, like no one even went against anything he said. I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I saw the beginning part when he was talking about Stalin and like Germany and Russia, how Russia never lost the war and all that. Like all the stuff he says is like factual, and he's like clearly educated on the topics he speaks on. But when you say something, it's like more of like for like entertainment purposes. That's what it feels like because it's like so outlandish. It's like trying to get the headlines type shit. So that's why I always have something to say about your arguments, because whether it's the entire argument as a whole or if it's just part of the argument that's flawed, like I'm gonna fight it because I'm not gonna let you sit here and like talk some bullshit that you don't even know what you're talking about.
Let me
Like you might have the stats on like the murders and whatnot, but of course you're not looking at, you're not telling people, yeah, but these murders are because of like in
let's say
the
poverty.
low income
Let's say
neighborhoods.
poverty.
Yeah, that is true.
Yep. But then I
You
talk
even
about
admitted
man, I
it
talk
yesterday.
about black men making $25,000 because of Kelly. Oh no, black men, you're picking on black men for making twenty five
Nah,
thousand dollars.
it's
But
because
then you
she
want to
said
say poverty. Then you want to
nah.
say poverty is the reason why. See,
She
you see
said
how
no.
you see
It's
how
because
you black act.
she said black men don't make money. Period. That's what she said.
No, no, no.
Period.
The debate yesterday was
Nah,
all
nah, nah,
about nope.
nah.
It was about
No, that's
twenty
what you
five
turned it
thousand
into.
dollars.
That's what you turned it
Christina, you
into.
don't have to agree with me. Was the debate or was the debate not with Rory and all the men that came over here trying to like go off? Wasn't it the fact that I'm saying that as any man making $25,000 a year is weak and you should not do that because of the fact in the black community, because
Bro,
of
let her
you blacks
answer.
talking about
Yeah,
violence
let her
because of
answer, bro.
poverty,
Stop going on
that's
that
causing
tangent,
more
man.
black.
No,
That's
us
causing more
blacks
black
are
on black
not doing
crime.
nothing, man. You whites are
Okay.
doing it.
Yes, that
So
was
like, like you whites. I'm gonna start saying you whites every time you
okay,
say you blacks. I'm gonna
you
say
gave
you
Brandon, you
whites.
actually gave Brandon
Like,
credit for something that I
fuck out of
proposed. You
here,
do
bro.
realize yesterday when he talked about the history or he talked about the whole war situation and all of that, I came up with the topic. I told him that we need to talk about. I'm like, hey, how about we talk about how the freaking NATO is about to freaking let Ukraine in. That's going to cause a war with Russia. Let's talk about that. Then guess what I did when I came on? I saw the engagement. I turned it over to the UFOs and the supernatural conversation. But of course, let's give Brandon the credit because you know
I
why
was just
he gets
I was just using that as an example,
no,
like
no, no,
in
no.
terms
But
of
you
his
know why we give
credibility.
Brandon credit is because what is life? I told you this before. I told you I'm black and slow. So I don't know nothing about history. I don't know nothing about science and all of that. So when
Me either.
I have an asset in Brandon that's willing to come on and enlighten me and teach me something. I'm gonna revert to his strong strength with this, which is science and all that. But when we talk about race and things that need to be changed in the community, that's my asset. That's what I do. So that's the reason why I'm not gonna talk about that with Brandon no more because I do better talking about, you know, his science and all that.
See, but
Now,
he's talking about facts. Like when you talk about this race stuff, like it's all like
what are you
opinions.
talking about? The UFOs ain't facts. Everything he said was
I'm not
allegedly
talking about
situation.
I'm talking about when I was watching. Like I watched like the first 30
Yeah,
minutes.
because
It's
you only
all about
watch
like
the
war.
first like, yeah, you only
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
watch the
But that's what
first
I'm
part.
talking about. That's what I'm talking
But
about.
here's the
But
thing:
like,
you would understand that it doesn't matter about. He doesn't. Everything he says isn't fact because guess what? Sometimes he gets it wrong, but he gets it
all I'm
right
saying
way
is you
more than
don't say
wrong.
outlandish opinions like
No,
you
it
just
ain't
say stuff that's
outlandish.
not. You just say
Outlandish is
stuff that's not backed in
it's
fact
holding you
a lot.
blacks is holding you blacks accountable. Just
No,
like
we
if
gotta
I was
hold
out
you. We
robbing,
gotta hold you blacks accountable.
no, because if I was out robbing, stealing, and doing all bad, then I would want somebody to hold me accountable, and that's all I'm doing. And if Stout, you're not a robbing, stealing, raping women and all that, then guess what? I'm not talking about you. So you don't even need to
I
be
don't know
talking.
why
You
you
don't even need
keep.
to be
I don't
listening.
even know why you keep.
You should go listen
Yo,
to another channel because you don't need to hear my message. But I'm sorry, there's a lot of bad freaking homies that need to be freaking educated on how you can make it in life without robbing your fellow man, killing your fellow man because he's black, because you see a black man and you're like, I can
you're
kill him,
not even
nobody's gonna
teaching
care,
that.
and I can hit a lick.
You're not even teaching that.
I am
Let's
teaching that. What do you think I talk
No,
about?
you're
But go ahead,
not.
Christina.
You're just talking about it. You're not teaching people how to not do it.
Did
You're just
Stout, did you
shaming people.
know every
You're just shaming
single
people for doing it.
statistical Stout, did you know every single statistical category other than fucking animals, we outnumber every single group of
That's not
people? Like,
true. That's not
dude,
true.
okay, dude, every single statistical category per capita, we do way more than
That's not true.
86% of the country, dude. When it comes to raping, we do more compared to the rest of the country. When it comes to assault, we do more. When it comes to freaking every single murder, homicide, we do
I'm gonna
more
look.
than
I
86% of the country.
don't
What are you
believe that.
talking about? That's the
I don't
facts.
believe it.
And I'm sharing it
what
with
is
you, but you
what
don't want to put it in your head. The numbers are there. But go ahead, Christina.
Look at this. Like
You
look
can
at
look at
this.
the
Like
numbers.
what
look at
is
the ratio. No, wait, hold on. Before you ask me a question, I'm a fucking rebut what he said, right? So we look at rape from 2000 and 2019 table, right? Out of 4.7 million whites, 11,588 white people raped somebody. Out of 1.8 million blacks, 4,427 raped somebody.
Hold on. Say that again.
11.5K whites rape somebody, and 4.4K blacks rape somebody.
I rest my case. If you don't know how to do math, then you need to just go away. Okay? I
Bro,
rest my
the
case.
ratio the
You have
ratio is similar.
4,000 compared to 11,000. You gotta pay,
The
you gotta
whites are
make the
still ahead.
you gotta make the
The whites are still
14
ahead.
70%.
It doesn't matter
No,
by
it
how
does
much.
matter because there's 70% of the country is white.
You're
Dude,
not understanding. I
there's over
understand the
200
ratio.
million
I
white people in
understand the
this
ratio.
country compared to like
I
80
understand.
million blacks, I think.
Bro, I
Dude,
understand. It's 4.7 versus 1.8, and it was 11.5 versus 4.4. If you do the math, the ratio
dude,
for whites is
yes,
still
there's
higher.
more total.
No, I know. I'm taking that into
Look
account.
at
I'm not stupid. I understand that. We could look at
You're
another
not.
thing.
How would you?
Aggravated assault.
You got times the number by
Aggravated
five.
assault. Aggravated assault.
South, you got to times the
169,000
number
white
by
people,
five. Okay.
91,000 blacks.
Whatever number you reach, second stop. Whatever
It's
you
not by
reach,
5.
times that number by five, and that's the
It's
number
not
that
by
blacks would
5.
be at
It's
if
not
we
by
were
5.
70% of the country. So
It's
take
not by
whatever number you
5.
say right
It's
now
not by
and
5. It's
multiply
not by
what
5.
blacks are times five.
Bro.
How isn't it? It's 14% of the country. It's black. 70% of the country is freaking white. That's five freaking times the amount of people. What are you talking about? This
Then
is
we
what
go to
frustrates
property
me because you
crimes.
don't
Then
know
we go to
math
property
and
crimes.
statistics.
775,000 whites did property crimes. 517,000 blacks did property crimes. Other assaults,
Okay, so
703,000 whites did other assaults.
multiply. Can
455,000
you
blacks did
stop?
other
And
assaults.
we're gonna even have a conversation. You can just talk to Christina. We're not doing rambling. I'm literally trying to break it down to you. You
We
don't
don't
want to
want
do it.
rambling.
Stop rambling and just the black number times that by five and compare that to the white number and let me know one number in that table that whites outnumber blacks and it's gonna be fucking animals. That's the only thing.
Bro, I
Like
could
do the
literally
math.
I could use my eyes and my brain and look at the table and like look at something like where you have 208,000 versus 132,000. Even though there's more whites than blacks, that's almost 100,000 difference. I know the
Okay.
ratios, that's still a higher ratio.
There's no point because anybody, you blacks, y'all gonna continue doing that, but the normal blacks that actually
Nah, you
get
whites are gonna
you
keep
get
doing that
math and
too.
everything, they're gonna say
Nah,
like
you
they're
whites
gonna
are gonna
say
keep
that,
doing
oh
that
hell
too.
no, I don't want 70% of the country to be black because we're gonna have five times the amount of rape, murder, and everything that's happening
All
right
right,
now.
bro.
We're gonna have five times more.
Honestly,
Okay,
don't
so I
even
need
want
to
to
keep
talk.
it
I honestly
70%
don't even
white.
want to talk about this with you, bro, because it's just like It's, you know what I mean?
No,
It's
because
a
it's
circle.
pointless
Like
because you don't
it's
want
a
to freaking
circle because
face facts.
it's a circle because
It's
all you
true.
do is look at surface level shit. You're looking at the fucking crimes, but you're not taking into account the factors that go into the crime. You're fucking like, yo, you
Yes,
make no
yes,
sense.
I did. I
You
talked
make
about
no
that
fucking
yesterday.
sense. You make no fucking sense at all.
Stop
If somebody's
encouraging. Stop
if
encouraging men.
if somebody's more susceptible to committing a crime by default, that means that it's fucking skewed in their favor. Clearly.
Okay, well, stop telling people to make $25,000 and be happy.
I never
No.
said that. You sound dumb,
No.
bro. I
Okay,
never
you weren't
said
on it.
that.
Okay, so you're telling me the past 2 days you never came on the chat and you never came on the
Never
panel
came
and
on it.
said
Never
that I need
came
to
on it.
stop bashing men for not making
I
$25,000
said
a
you could
year.
survive. I said you could survive on that if you needed to.
You can't survive because you're gonna be suitable to.
Person. Yes,
You're
you
gonna be
can.
susceptible
Yes, you can. Yes,
susceptible
you
to doing
can.
crime.
No, you won't.
Poverty.
It's
You
called
said
low income
poverty is
housing.
crime.
It's
You
called,
said
bro.
poverty
You
causes crime.
realize there's people out there that are single on low income housing. They live by themselves in an apartment that's paid for by the
Oh my
government.
God.
What is life?
It's based off their income,
What
and they
is life?
literally play video games all day, bro.
Isn't
They
there
don't do anything.
isn't there a lot of crime in low income housing?
Definitely.
Okay, so you're saying
Depending on the neighborhood. There's low income housing in very nice neighborhoods, and it's just like an apartment building. And like the people who move into there, they kind of bring the
And
neighborhood
they
down
fuck
a
it
little
up.
bit, but they have
And they fuck
cops.
it
But
up.
like,
We all know
nah,
those
but I've lived,
apartment
bro.
complexes.
I've lived in areas in New Jersey. Like New Jersey cops don't fucking play, bro. And I've lived in areas where there was low income apartment buildings, like within the condominium complex, and it wasn't bad at all, bro.
Bro,
Like
you guys are encouraging
there's
men
never
not to
people
make more than
hanging out.
$25,000, but then you want to say poverty
That's
is the
besides the
reason why.
point.
This is why the
Nobody's
black
saying that.
culture is
See
trash.
how
Black
you just try
culture
to
is
twist it,
done.
bro. You try to
Black
twist
culture is
it for
done.
the
I'm not
audience, bro. Like
twisting
no,
it.
everybody
Like,
knows you're
encourage
twisting it.
more
I
black
never
men to
said
make
that.
more than
I never said
$25,000.
that. Everybody who was
hold
here on
on.
that day knows I never said that.
Y'all, I think there's two separate things going on here. One is it possible to live on 25K? And the second one is, should a man be okay with living on 25K?
And the second one is something that Kelly and Dennis came up with after they got roasted on the first point when everybody proved that you could survive off of 25K. Brandon backed
Jesus
it up
Christ.
Brandon backed it up with the Section 8 talk.
Okay,
Roy
well,
backed it up with all
stop
Roy
talking
backed it
about
up.
poverty is
Roy
why people
backed
do
it up with
crime.
all the different locations,
Okay,
and then y'all came up,
well, stop talking about
and then y'all tried to
poverty is
exaggerate it
crime.
and come up with is it
Nab,
acceptable for
can we
men to
have a
do?
rule on this channel? Can we
But
have a rule on
clearly
this channel
nobody said
until
that.
the black men stop talking about $25,000 it's freaking okay to make? Can live off of? Can we stop talking about poverty is the reason why people commit crime? If I'm telling
Nobody
people
said
the
that.
reason
See how
why
you're
we need to
copping out,
make
bro. You're
our
copping
men
out.
make more
Cop out.
money again. Our men needs to
Cop
make
out.
money.
Yeah.
Cop
That's
out.
simple.
You're copping out.
I'm not copping out.
Nobody's saying that. Name one person who said that. Nobody said that.
Everybody ripped me
No,
yesterday
that's
and
just
I
what
just tapped out and
you
said,
made it
okay,
into.
y'all
So you
men
could
go make
defend Kelly because you're a
$25,000 a
simp,
year.
bro. That's what you
Go make
turned it into
$25,000
because
a
you're
year.
a simp, bro. That's what you turned it into because you're a simp. You just wanted to defend Kelly, so you made up some bullshit and you tried to turn it into that. Nobody fucking said that to begin with.
And you still are not following the point that we should not be
You're
making
not,
$25,000 a year. If you
I
want to
really
cry
need
about
to smack
poverty
some
being the
shit. Yo,
reason
I
why
really
people
need
are
to smack some
murdering.
sense into you, though, bro. You really need some sense smacked into you. Like, no disrespect, but like something is really wrong with you. Like, you literally say shit, and then 10 minutes later, it's like a whole different thing. Like, we're all watching this shit every fucking day. You have the recordings. Go back and watch it.
No, I've been on the same train track. I've been running down the same train track. I'm sorry. You need to understand, Stout, that you have a situation that you guys want to make excuses for us, for our culture being trash. I've literally said you need to make $25,000 or more, and everybody fought me on that and said, "Oh, men don't need to do that," and I'm bashing
Nobody
men,
fought you
and
on
blah
that.
blah
If
blah.
you actually were
Yes, they
looking at the
did.
chat,
Yesterday they
you weren't
did do
even
that.
number one,
Yesterday,
you weren't even looking at the chat because you were driving. Number two, if you were actually looking at the
I
chat,
was
everybody was
listening. I
trying to
had
tell you
4
what
men
I'm
yelling at me about
everybody was trying
$25,000.
to tell you what I'm telling you. Nobody was fucking
Roy went
talking
in
about
on me. Roy went in on me. That other black guy, the mixed guy, went in on me. Freaking, there was the 2 other people that went in on me about making 25,000
it. It was
is
about
okay for a
surviving. It
man.
was about surviving on 25K. I bet
Who
if
would
Roy
want to
came in here,
survive? Survivors are the ones
it doesn't
robbing us.
matter. That's not
It
the
does
question.
matter.
The point is you can survive. That was the question.
Okay,
Can you
well, stop
survive?
talking about poverty is
It's
the
not
reason
should
why
you
people
want to
commit
survive.
crime.
It's not whether it's cool. It's not whether it feels good. You fucking can, bro.
Well, stop talking about poverty is the reason why
Stop trying to
crime
move the
What is
happens.
goalposts all the
life?
time.
What is
You
life?
always trying to move the goalposts. And
What
then
is
this is where
life?
Christina goes and agrees with you, and that's why she gets fucking that's why we go in on her.
What is
Dumb
life?
shit.
What do you get out of coming on DJ's channel all the time, every time, and hating? What do you
I'm
get?
not
What
hating, bro.
satisfaction?
What I do get when it's actually good is I get good conversations. But like he just started this little dumbass like black people need to blah 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 like a couple months ago. So I mean, to be honest, it just gets me through work
No,
type
it's
shit
been
for
no.
the
I've
most
been doing
part.
the same thing for years. Go look at my
No, you
Facebook.
haven't been.
But I
All
got
right, anyway,
canceled on my Facebook, and my
bro.
people canceled
All
me,
right,
so I just came to
bro. When I
YouTube.
subscribed to you on YouTube, you were doing rideshare content. So anyway, you started doing
Yes,
this
I was
shit a
doing
couple months
rideshare
ago.
content because I was pulling
Can I
myself
answer
up
her
by the
question?
bootstraps. I've always believed in it.
Can I answer her question, bro?
Go for it. Go for it. Y'all got
So
the
like,
floor.
so this shit, like I said, this shit gets me through work too, and I do enjoy the good conversations, like especially when people like Brandon are on, when the panels are on, because it's like a lot of educated people who come in with different perspectives. But other than that, like in situations where like you and Dennis are on here spreading bullshit, what I get out of it is clearing up misinformation. I'm not gonna let y'all sit here online and like breed the next generation of people, have them believe in some stupid ass shit that y'all came up with. Like it just sounds ignorant. So that's what I get out of it in these types of situations. So I get a lot of stuff out of it. I'm not saying I agree with it, but why would I want to view a channel that I agree with everything? Like that shit would be boring as hell.
What
Beta,
Controversy is
misinformation? Like
beta
you
now.
controversy is like
you say that I only like talk about women and I put men down. I've never once put a man down. So explain to me when I put a man down.
you have, bro.
When?
Every time we
When?
talk about something to do with men and women,
What
and
have
we
I
start
said?
defending and we start defending, bro, you want me to like tell you verbatim what you said? I don't write
Yeah,
down. I
because
don't have
I
a
don't because
journal.
it
I don't
happened.
have a journal of what
Yeah,
you said. I promise.
Christina, you take the
Christina, I'm
woman's
not.
side. You take the
No,
Yeah,
woman's
and
side.
it's
you
okay to
do.
take the women's side, but did I ever bring a man down? Did I ever put
You
a man?
yes, you do. You do because the
Hey,
things that we talk about, we fight for men. Like we fight for certain things for men. We talk about like things that are important to us. And what you do in return is you say, oh, but women X, Y, and Z. That's
that
not what
does,
it's about.
that's not
And it's
putting.
I'm not trying to bring race into it, but it's the same thing with Black Lives Matter. Like people say, oh, Black Lives Matter, and then people are like, oh no, all lives matter. You're one of those people.
No,
All
Black
lives
Lives
matter.
Matter is her
Now
organization.
listen. And the thing about it is, you're right. All lives do matter, but Black lives fucking matter, man. And the reason why that matters is because cops are disproportionately killing black men. Despite the statistics and all that bullshit, it's the same thing, bro.
Let me add something on that. I would just say no one needs to be reminded white lives matter. We know, but it was,
Exactly.
you know what I mean?
And we don't need to be reminded that women, deserve X, Y. Like, bro, we're talking about
Nobody
this is a men's channel. This ain't no
about
woman's
her.
channel.
No, it shouldn't be said like
It's
certain
for everyone. It's
lives
for
matter.
everyone.
Every
Every channel.
It's
life
for
matter.
everyone. It's for everyone, but we're the primary people on the channel, aka Dennis and like surrounding cast are men. So I
But
mean,
I
we're
can
talking about
talk. I'm a woman. I can talk about these situations.
you can, but like when you give your input on men topics and try to like insert the woman's perspective is
That's
kind of disrespectful, especially the way you do it. Like you're bringing men
all.
down, the shit that you say in the chat,
I'm not bringing anyone down. That's the point.
bro. Like from here on out, do you want me to start screenshotting it? Like I
I
can't tell you verbatim, but
do
everybody knows you
do
be in
it
the chat whiling.
proof because it never happened. You're just making
Okay,
shit.
I'm
You
definitely
are
not.
making that
How
up.
would I make shit up,
You
man?
are. I can go back a long
Dennis be
time.
agreeing with you. He'd be like, yeah, you're right, Christina. Like it could be the dumbest shit that you said all day, and he'll agree with
There's a lot of stuff I disagree with Christina on. I
you. Man,
freaking
y'all
went
be
like the
electing
other
a
day. The
system,
other day, me and Christina went to war for a second, and I'm like, Christina, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. You forget about that? Like we don't
nah,
agree with
yeah, you
everything.
do, yeah, you do, but yeah, you finally, but it's like it takes
It
like
ain't finally. I stand for myself. I don't
stupid,
stand for Christina or nobody. I believe in
it
what
takes
I
her to
believe
say
in.
50 stupid things before you like correct her on the one thing.
No, correct her whenever she's wrong. Anybody wrong, unless it has nothing to do with me. If it has something to do with me, I check them right away. And she checks me sometimes. She says, Dennis, that's not right. And I know it's about to be a problem after, and I got to start fixing it. I don't know
You,
why that's hard to understand.
I've told him like, hey, the way that you're talking is wrong. And yeah, I probably don't even have a place to be saying that because he's talking about the black community and I'm upset about something that he said specifically. I don't have any right to do that. He should be able to speak his mind. But I still tell him, "Hey, I don't think that's right." But nobody knows that because I do it behind the scenes. I don't do it on the live. Not all
Yeah,
the
you
time.
do. You always be like,
Not all
stop it. Like
the time.
you always
Not
be like, stop it and shit like that. Like
Not
Anytime
every.
he says something you don't agree with, like DJ, stop it. Like you stop it. Fuck you
I
talking about
agree.
stop it.
I agree with DJ most of the time, so that's why it's not. There's not a lot, but I do it when it happens.
All right, so next topic. What else you gotta ask me since you want me to be on here so badly?
You didn't answer my question. You just said like this passes the time for you. This is just fun games for you.
I mean, like, isn't that what YouTube is? It's like entertainment.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're just mad about everything that we talk about.
I'm not, bro. Like, yo, you can go back to like all the videos from the past. Like, I would always be cheering DJ on, and like, I still come with positive energy too. It's just when he starts talking the dumb shit, that's when I get offended, bro. And I do come at him.
It's
And I
dumb
don't
because
come
you
at
don't
him. I never
agree.
come at him disrespectfully. I just disagree, and he calls me a hater. Like if I
No, what
disagree
what
too
makes
much,
it dumb though?
there's like a level. There's like levels to it. If I disagree too much, then he'll call me a hater. But if I disagree like
I
here
don't
and
call you
there,
a
like
hater.
yeah, I mean, you start trying to group me into
What
that.
makes it okay? This is a serious question I got for you. Okay, what makes it dumb that the only thing that I'm doing on this channel, and I'm brave and I'm actually a hero to the blacks because I'm literally the voice to the blacks that don't like the bullshit going on. You literally have media only sharing news for blacks to just be submissive to everything being okay. But it's not okay. Like we literally have more murders in 2019. You saw the number 2019. The 2022 is up. Go look that up. Okay. 2022, we almost doubled murder and homicides. Okay. That's
Why
something
do
that
you
happened in
even
three
go back
years.
into
So what you
that,
guys say
bro?
about that? Hold on. What is like? What you guys say about that? We doubled murder and homicides. Black people being murder victims and homicide victims in 3 years. What do you guys say about that?
I would before I said anything, I would look at like, I would ask myself, why is that? Like, why would there be an increase? Like, what was going on
It's
in
a
the world
culture issue.
over the last 3 years? I mean,
Culture.
it's deeper than that, but there's
Hold on, what is
probably
like? Why wasn't it with the whites though? Whites didn't go up at all, really. So why was it blacks went up almost 50, almost actually it was what 5,000 and it went up to 9,200 in 3 years.
I
So
mean,
what
you see how bad the hoods are. They're not improving. So like, what do you expect?
bro? It's the culture. Like who wakes up thinking I'm
Of
gonna
course
murder
it
somebody
is.
because I'm
Like,
poor? White people
of
don't wake
course
up
it
thinking
is.
I'm poor, I'm gonna murder people. There will be more murder people.
So it's been like that for like how long? Like, our culture's been like that. So how do you expect us to like pull everybody out of that, bro? It's not gonna happen overnight.
Bro,
It's gonna get
bro,
way worse before it gets better.
you have 200, what is it? 200 million white people compared to what? Like 80 million black people. So why aren't the poor white people killing at the same level as the poor black people? It's culture, simple. But you
Or
answer that if it
listen,
ain't culture.
have you ever seen projects where there's all white people in it?
Bro, I
I
saw
have.
yeah, trailer trash.
There's
Yes,
one in
Nah,
trailer
bro,
trash.
Raleigh.
those are not projects. Those are not projects.
Yes, they
There's
did the same thing.
No,
what
it's
is
There's
not
they
the
life?
same
literally
thing. No,
What
it's
is
not the
life?
same.
There's one in Raleigh, North Carolina. There's a projects. It's all white people.
Okay. All right. So that's one. Is there one anywhere else? Or,
That's the only one I've seen.
but
okay. I mean,
trailer
so that's
parks.
that's an anomaly then. Bro,
Bro,
trailer parks are
trailer
set up.
parks.
Trailer parks are different. Like they're obviously some of them. Like there's good trailer parks and then there's bad trailer parks. And trailer parks are different than projects because projects are like it's one tall ass apartment building. It's more dangerous than living in your own trailer in a trailer park, bro.
Bro, it's the
Trust me.
culture. It's the
Trust me.
culture. We got the devil in our soul. We encourage
Imagine that big ass
stout.
building you live in, and people were pissing in the elevators,
Stout, it ain't
gangbangers
that.
outside,
But whose fault
yo,
is
Stout.
that?
crackheads in the
What is
hallways
life?
and shit.
Whose fault is that they're destroying their own home?
Bro, that's besides the point. I'm just saying
See, here we go. I
our
rest my
culture.
case. Thanks,
I'm
Matt.
trying to make a point, bro. Like I'm trying to make a point. Our culture's already in this hole. Like right, we've been in this hole for a while.
No, we weren't in this
Our,
hole 60 years ago.
Oh,
It
I'm
became
not
trash
talking about
now.
60 years ago, bro. We have a bunch of ghettos, right? Like
We had
people
ghettos
are
back in the 60 years ago. We
oh
had
my, bro,
ghettos.
you're not even
People,
letting me make my point, bro. I'm not
because
trying to
you're
say
lying and
I'm
you're,
not making
dude,
excuses.
you
I'm
had
not making
outhouses. People had to
excuses. I'm
piss and
not
shit in
making
outhouses.
excuses.
Go
All I'm
for it.
saying is that because our culture has been so fucked up for so long, like what do you expect to happen? Like
When
the
did it
white
start getting
culture
fucked up? Stop. When did it start getting fucked up?
probably
Because it was great in the 50s.
Probably like the 90s and probably like or 80s, like the crack, not the crack epidemic in the 80s. Yeah, probably
Okay,
back
Yeah,
so
then.
that's true.
don't you think it was the rappers
Nah,
rapping about
it was the
crack
crack
and all that?
epidemic. Yeah,
Bro,
but
it was
bro,
people making it
why do
cool
you
to
yo
do.
listen, why do you before they started rapping about crack, what had to happen? They had to people had to like start using crack. So the
What
reason
about
why they started rapping about crack is
I'm gonna
because the
say this.
community got
What is
infested with
life?
crack.
No. What is life is bringing up a good point because I mean the government put it there, did they not?
what they say? Yes, but what about meth? Meth is bad in the white community. Why aren't the murders going up with meth destroying the white community?
They are going up. It's just at a
No,
it's
they
a
didn't go
different
up.
Nah,
it's
it's
just
not like that. Not
They
yeah,
went
like
up
yeah.
that.
500. They went up 500
Bro,
points
when
in
did
3
meth
years.
start? When did meth get introduced into the white neighborhoods? When?
It's been hard for like 15 years now.
Exactly. And crack, we're talking about the 80s. So you see how many years difference that is? They still got to catch up, bro. And they don't live the same. Like they might have meth in their neighborhoods, but there's no projects, bro. Projects breed a different level of violence. I'm telling you.
Is the projects really that different than a trailer
It's
park?
really that difference, bro. Bro,
No.
go to some projects in Brooklyn. Let's see what happens to you.
Yeah,
I'm
but
telling
okay,
you.
let me ask you this. If I walk through a trailer park or walk through the projects in Brooklyn that you're talking about, would the same outcome happen?
I
Nope.
mean, it
Nope. The
depends.
culture. Whites are gonna live. They're gonna leave you alone.
If you escape both safely, then we'll say yes to that. But I mean, you're probably obviously I'm sure if you had to pick, you'd go through the trailer park.
I
You
mean, I'm
probably
not gonna
would be
lie.
Of
safer.
course.
I'm not scared to walk through the projects. I'm just trying to I'm just trying to see what your opinion was. I mean, it should be the same outcome or what?
Probably. I mean, probably not unless you get lucky in both places and nobody talks to you at all. But I'm
Yeah.
saying, and when I say walk through the projects, I'm saying people are actually outside, like gangs of people are outside
Okay,
just
and
chilling.
let's say everybody's outside trailer park. Everybody's outside projects. Any difference?
Man, hell yeah, there's a difference. I'm going through the trailer park.
Okay, that's the
Being
problem
honest, I'm
right
going through
there.
the
That's
trailer
a
park.
problem, ain't it?
I
Yeah,
hope we can
what's
get
your point though?
I hope we can get
Uh,
Hannibal is hungry. Hannibal hungry. Hopefully one of these days you can come on here because he be going in and he covers a lot of blacks. I'm not as many as me, but he's not conservative. I'm assuming, but they're at his neck because he's been doing his research, on his channel with what we be doing when we run stuff, political offices, and you know he gets that smoke, and he's actually like showing love to the black folks, and they hate him. I mean, I think he gets more love than the negativity. Whole point is understanding that the the music, the culture, our culture is just trash, and it's what majority of us engage in. And the problem is, I'm speaking out against it, and I'm trying to help people understand that telling. I'm a truth teller in regards to, like, if I see you stealing out of somebody's car, I'm calling the cops. If I see you with a head walking down the street, I'm calling the cops. Like if I see my son, he murdered 5 people, I'm calling the cops. We need all of us to be like that because any other person in any other community is going to do that unless they're despicable. And if they are caught to have let that go, then they're going to be called despicable. They're not going to be, oh, you know what, you're doing the best for your baby. You didn't want to lock them up. You stood on 10 toes down. No.
Dennis,
Like, how hard is this to
let me
understand? My bad.
let
Go
me.
ahead now.
I'm gonna read this comment by TC. He said, "Who runs the rap industry? This is what's so mind-numbingly stupid. Blame blacks all day, but not the ones spearheading the entire operation and strategy. Won't
Mm,
mention the untouchable group."
Why
got
do you,
him.
why do you,
That's
no, you didn't get
Dennis's
nothing.
issue. That's
Hold on, you
Dennis's
didn't get
issue. You
nothing.
always look
You didn't get
surface level
nothing. You know
instead of
why?
deeper
Because
in the roots.
now, this is why you don't get nothing. They don't get nothing. Once again, I said black culture is trash, not black people. Once again, you have a right as a black person, if you want to be, I'm black and proud, to not put out the music, to not go in a booth and talk about killing your fellow black man,
See how you
talking about women
disagree
or
with
bitches and
everything?
hoes.
But this,
See how you disagree with everything? I could flip it on you.
It
Dennis,
See
ain't
how
a
you disagree
disagreement,
with
it's the
everything?
truth.
Dennis, this is
You
the
just can't
problem.
agree with.
This is the problem, though. They don't promote anything unless a black man is like, "Oh, shoot a dude, kill a dude, rob a dude." They're not going to put his album out, right?
Yeah. unless you're talented.
Or if it doesn't have like a trap beat that
Jordan
gets you turned up
Lucas,
and want
Jordan
to drink
Lucas
and
is
smoke, it's not gonna get you
Jordan
concealed.
Lucas is talented, and he gets put out
I think
because he's
maybe
Not on
good.
the radio.
maybe
But the
Not on.
problem is
20%.
we're just lazy with everything. So instead of us actually going in and trying to be good at your craft, no, we take the easy way out, which is a beat and talking about I'm gonna kill this bitch, I'm gonna kill this nigga, I'm gonna freaking sell drugs so I can live the best life ever. That's what we do instead of being
You always
talented.
disagreeing with stuff, man.
It ain't a disagreement, it's the truth. It's right there in front of you. You
Nah.
don't have to go into the booth and rap this stuff. I'm sorry.
You're not
You
but
need
you're
to
not acknowledged. But they're making money. Why
what
would
is
they
life?
not, bro? If somebody's gonna pay you thousands or millions of dollars to do something, why would you not
No,
do
let
it?
me
If you
answer
make your
that. Let
family
me
off
answer
of
that.
it?
What is life? You couldn't pay a Jewish or Spanish or Asian enough money to talk bad about their own people.
Yep. Boom.
Bro, they're telling stories. They're not everybody's talking bad. Most
Bro,
people are telling a story.
oh, do I need to play a song and just make this live get
Yeah,
demonic? I mean,
you're
this
gonna
live
just
get
you're gonna find a song that
no,
supports your
no. I'm
point.
gonna put hip hop. I'm gonna literally type in hip hop. First song pops up. I'm gonna put rap.
Okay,
I'm gonna put
okay,
rap song. Look, I put rap song.
okay.
Search. It's probably gonna be Drake. I never even heard of this person. First song to
Who
pop
is
up
it?
on the algorithm. Evil. I never heard of this person. Let's see what he's talking about.
What's his
And it
name?
looks like it's a white guy. Lil Maba.
The fuck?
Evil
This is not
Empire.
a you got to do somebody more like who's a real representation of our
No,
community.
that's the first one that popped up.
Uba and Didi Asama.
Amazing.
Bro, like
Our culture is trash.
this dude does not represent our culture. I've
Flippity
No,
never heard
Didi
flip
of him.
flip.
Asama. I think
Brickety
Didi
brick brick.
Asama. What's our culture? Once again, our culture is trash.
You're right. You're right. I'm
You
not
just said it. Our
disputing that.
culture is
You're right.
trash. You said our culture.
See how I can agree with
I
that?
rest my
You're
case.
right. You're right. But you
Okay,
got
so
to look
now
at
I
the
get to talk
reasons.
about it.
The issue is you never look at the reasons why, and you're not helping anybody.
Bro, once
You're not telling.
again,
You just said earlier you're telling people how to like get past and how to live differently. You're not teaching anybody how to do that. You're
okay,
just
stop. How
talking
about
about it.
this? How about I do this? How about I do this? How about for 1 week, starting on Monday? I'll do this just for you. How about I sell my soul and I sell my soul? How about I pander and I tell you guys the lie? I lie to you guys, just make it seem like everything's good, everything's sweet, everything's good and rainbow in the black community, everything's good. And watch how my numbers grow and I get more likes on all my videos and it helps nobody. Watch what happens. I'm
Nah,
gonna do that
that's
next
not
week.
gonna happen. People like controversy.
No,
Your
no,
numbers are
people
not
like
gonna go.
blacks. Y'all like to either be babied how you do. You are doing great, even though we're fucked up, or you like drama. One
Is
or the
that a
other. You
lie?
don't
What is
like the
life?
truth.
Don't black, especially black women. If you tell them everything's fine, y'all are the mother of the earth, all that stuff.
Were you asking me a question?
Yeah, is that true? Would you say black people like to be pandered to like that?
Everything is fine. Like I don't know. Like what the type of question is
Uh,
that? I don't know. Like I
okay.
don't know. I don't have an opinion on that. I've never like tried to like notice that. Like
Now, murders increased in 3 years by 80% for the black community. But you know what? No big deal. It'll go down. It'll go down
it
next
is a
month.
big
We
deal.
can't be letting.
So
Hold on.
what
We can't be letting the FBI. We can't be letting the whites. We can't be letting these
so
people tell us that
let's have a
we're
conversation,
murdering
bro.
more of us than ever. Nope, we can't do that. We got to literally like push the message that we're doing great because we are doing great. We're good,
All
black
right,
and
Dennis.
proud.
All right, Mr. Superhero. So what do you suggest we do about it, Dennis? How do we lower that 80% number, sir?
Okay, easy, easy, easy. We have people like you, the blacks, like the blacks that are out here taking away the voice of Candace Owens, Brandon Tatum, people like that, who like y'all think are hating the black community, but we're trying to share news to you guys on what we need to fix. We need to emphasize and push those people. Secondly, we need to go and talk to as many of us as possible to encourage better behavior, which is going to trickle into other people engaging in training and teaching people better behavior, such as the guy that came on earlier. Actually, it was you, What Is Life? I had to talk you into telling on your son if he was a serial killer. It took me 10 minutes. And finally, you said, you
That
know
was
what?
it, bro.
I'll turn
You
my
got that
son in.
mixed up.
I rest my case there. I literally
You got that
convinced you to
mixed up.
turn your son in. So now you have a son. you're going to turn your son in and save the rest of the community from getting murdered. If he became a murderer, which he won't because you got to raise a good son, but you never know what happened. He might have a chemical imbalance. Like a lot of kids, it happens. They just become killers when they become adults. It got happened to my son. It got happened to anybody's son. But now you're going to turn them in. We'll start with that. I changed your mind. Now you're going to go and talk to the next black person that says that stupid thing that you're not going to turn your son in for killing 10 people, like,
I
or
didn't
6
say
people.
serial killer, by the way. I said I wouldn't turn him in for murder. I said I would
Okay,
turn
there
him
you
in for
go.
serial
Now
killer.
you're going to turn them in.
Of
You're going to
one
turn them
murder?
in.
One murder, I probably wouldn't. You know, it's my son.
No,
I'm gonna do everything to
turn
protect
them
him.
in. No, I'm
But a
sorry, turn them in.
serial killer though, like, yeah, I'm turning him in. And it also depends on who he killed, I guess. Like if he killed somebody in self-defense and like he just doesn't want to like go through that trouble of like, let's not say self-defense, but somebody was threatening to kill him and he had to do what he had to do. I'll support that.
No,
But
no, actually, we
if
got
he
the
kills
one.
like
We
his
got the facts
girlfriend or
right here.
something,
No, you said, this is what you said. Cop's Eye View was on it. You said, he said you would beat your kid each time he was a murderer. Tell that part of the story. Yep, you said if he killed
exactly,
somebody one time, you would beat his ass.
exactly,
And if he did it again,
exactly,
you would beat him again. And then if he did it
right.
again, you would beat him again. You would never turn him in. Then I talked you into turning him
Nah,
in
that's not how it
eventually.
happened. That's not how it happened.
It did. I rest
I
my
said
case.
that. I said that I don't know if I said that about the murder part about beating his ass, but I definitely did say I would beat his ass. But I said I would do it a certain number of times before I'd like. I don't want to say
Six
the wrong
times.
thing, but I don't want to say the wrong thing. But I believe I said I would do it like 3 times before I turned him in for
No, you
something.
said
I don't
six.
know if it
You
was
said
murder.
6 times. You said 6 times. Then you turn him in.
That sounds a little high. I don't know about that. I'd have to rewatch it. Honestly, I can't speak on it.
But you see what I'm saying? That's the mentality of black folks. Like that's the mentality of
You funny.
you.
Chew with your mouth closed, man.
I mean, I feel like most races, they wouldn't say, it wouldn't even be a question for most races.
They're just turn them in.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, I like to mind my business, bro. I don't know. I'm just that type of person.
Just
If
like,
it's
just
not
like. Go ahead.
if it's not affecting me or if it's not affecting
I
like
mean,
the greater
it,
or if it's
it
not
could,
affecting the greater community, I'm gonna mind my business, bro.
it could affect you though, if one day they're like, oh, you knew, but you didn't tell us or something.
Prove it.
Mm.
Prove
That's
I knew.
the problem. That's the problem, Dennis. As long as it doesn't affect them, it's okay.
Yep.
That's why at the
I said not me or the greater community.
you're never going to have a change then because it's nobody's going to speak up. Nobody's going to be aware of the situations that are happening around them. Instead of hiding it, you should be like, okay, you know what? Yeah, we should make a change. We shouldn't do that anymore. We should raise our kids better. But no, it's like, oh, you're talking shit. Like you're just making me look bad. It's the opposite. And that's why DJ has all these haters. It's because nobody can handle the truth.
He doesn't have haters. He just has
He has
people
a lot of haters.
he has people that disagree with him and then he goes in on them and then they start going in on him in the comments and he labels them as haters.
I
That's
don't
all.
go in on them.
Well,
Today, like,
you're
look at
very
the chat.
disrespectful sometimes. Yeah, bro,
Okay.
it's all about the past. You're very disrespectful
Okay.
sometimes,
So
bro.
let me answer your question real quick. Let me answer your question though. What we need to do? This is what I'm doing. Okay. This is what I'm doing. I'm trying to teach. I'm trying to build this platform up so that way I can get to the point of having a big enough voice like Brandon Tatum, Kenneth Owens, all the other blacks that's doing it, conservative mindset. I got to start from here. Then I work my way up to where I'm a big enough voice to where I can actually start showing up to schools, showing up to freaking, juvenile justice system, correction systems or whatever, or institutions, jails. I can start actually encouraging people and telling them that I was in your situation at one point. I was at a crossroads and I actually was blessed with money, blew through it all. And then guess what I did? I made this choice and it made my life better. A lot of people are defeated. I've been there, but I never was able to. I remember I was sitting there, broke in my car in July, thinking, man, it'd be easy if I just robbed somebody. And that thought came in my mind. And I laughed out loud and said, what the fuck am I thinking about? And I went back to work as usual. You
That's
know
great,
why?
man.
But
That's
you know
great.
why? Because that mentality is desperation. We are desperate. When you're making 25,000 a year and you got kids and you got a wife or a girlfriend you're trying to cater to because she's not working as she can't work as hard because she got to take care of the kids. Like it makes you thirsty, and you know the thirst. But the difference from being thirsty with nobody to turn to, nobody that's been in your shoes, and somebody that been freaking or somebody that like got somebody on their side, they're gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna reach out to this person. And they're gonna learn how to do something better. They're gonna be encouraged to work 80 hours, 70 hours a week. My grandfather, he worked 60 hours a week, every single week for freaking 30 years. Okay. And he lived till he was 89. He didn't die. He didn't have bad health, nothing. He actually ended up dying, I think, because of cancer. But everybody gets that for the most part, like normally. But the whole point of the matter is, if he can do it, anybody can do it. In the same way I told y'all that meth head that was caught, my grandfather and the neighbor caught him. And I remember I saw it from the window. They literally, the neighbor had a gun. My grandfather just had his freaking socks up high with his little bat that he used to have on his hip. And freaking they held that dude down till the cops came. That's what we need more of. We need more of cleaning up our communities, more of men being the leaders. Next thing, I'll tell you, this next thing. I'm going to go in a couple minutes, come out to go on work. We need more of, we got to get our women to stop thinking that men are not the leaders and that they can be the leaders, because they can't. Any city, any place that women run, it goes to hell like overnight. Literally. No offense, Christina, but that's just what it is. And black women are the only group of women that are out here pushing that they are the leaders of their household. No, they don't need no man for nothing. Yes, other women say that, but the men laugh and the community laugh at that.
It's because they're getting rewarded for that.
Yeah, they get rewarded with welfare, but you see what happened in Chicago with what Hannibal's Hungry is doing with that freaking lady. And then it's like 3 different cities, black cities, that women run, black women. And instead of stealing a little bit, but like giving to the community too, they're just stealing out in the open, doing it in the most nastiest way and getting away with it. So I'm just saying, like, with that, what it's like, we got to get our women to get back to believing the men are the leaders in our community. Stout, you are a leader. You are enough to take care of a woman and a kid. We need more of women thinking that you are the leader and a woman wanting you, Stout. That way, we can have more good men raising kids, raising the community. Because I bet you any money, if you have a kid, okay, and then you probably going to put your kid in sports, I'm pretty sure you're going to be the coach of that program. You're going to work with those kids outside of the time with the program, okay? And you're going to work with your nieces and nephews probably now, and you're probably trying to get them to do the right thing, okay? But that's what we need more of. And until you, as an individual, what it's like, understand, we need more of Candace Owens. You had a dude that chose Sexy Red over freaking Candace Owens. That's the level of ignorance we at. What is the reflection that women are looking at, or women looking at, to where you're going to choose a woman with freaking nasty ass body, okay? But because she got some big titties and ass, because she just eats processed food all day, she's better than Candace Owens, supposedly. But not really, because Candace Owens got the intelligence, got the heart, wisdom, respect, class, all of those things, which is what black men used to look for in a woman. Last point I'm going to make. Good old times. In the 90s and 80s, before it went to shit with our culture turning into shit, which, yes, the Jews have a little bit to do with it, but a lot to do with it, okay? We had all of our women on those shows, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, all of those shows, they were all slim, classy, respectable, elegant women. Now, all of our shows, they're all thick women built like hippos, freaking with hair hats, fake nails, eyelashes. That needs to change. That basketball team that people are like clapping around, LSU, that literally those chicks act like straight hood chicks, like literally to the point of putting on makeup, eyelashes, and a hair hat for a basketball game. That ain't the representation our kids need to have. South Carolina, those black chicks, that's the black team with the black coach that hold them to a standard that you're not going to be disrespectful on my court. You're not going to be disrespectful to the other team. You're not going to disrespect your school, not standing for the national anthem. You're not going to be disrespectful to yourself by putting on eyelashes at every freaking couple of minutes. You got to flick them up because they're getting into your eye. No, you're going to focus on the sport that's going to give you opportunity in the future, because you're getting this full ride scholarship, and you're going to freaking go and be able to possibly go to WNBA or go play overseas, and or just be a career person with that degree you get. That's what we need more. But instead, we got a white woman that's pandering to these chicks, allowing these chicks to act out of control. But Don Staley, she's not having that. She's not having that. If you dared did some, you can't see me. Even if you're Caitlin Clark, who did it first, you're freaking on that bench, no matter how good of a player you are. Okay? So I'm saying those are just a few things. We need real leaders back in our community. And Dawn, she's actually a leader. Like, fuck a man when it comes to her. But there's not a lot of women like her that hold it down and don't let women run amok. But I got to go on this conference call. Y'all got the floor. My bad. My little rant. And what it's like, I got love for you no matter what. It's all love. It's all good. I'm going to be listening though.
Respect, bro. I ain't got nothing bad to say about that. So, Christina,
Yes.
where you want to go from here?
I don't know. I feel like this isn't gonna change anything. Like you're still gonna be in the chat no matter what, doing the same thing. Like, this did nothing. This did nothing for us.
I mean, it's all for you, really. But I don't know. I mean, you got any other questions or anything? I mean,
Um. So everything that you said in the chat before, you mean every word, or sometimes you're just really mad.
remind me what I said. That's what's the most
Like,
pressing thing that's sticking in your brain.
um, the only one I can think about is me putting men down, which you said you're gonna look. You might look, or you might not. It doesn't matter. But I I I'm telling you, like I would remember if I said anything bad about men, like if I said men are pieces of shit or men are trash, then yes, you would be able to say, okay, she said that, but I never said that. But I'm more speaking about like all the things you said to DJ, like in the chat. Not really me. Like so everything you said to DJ is that really how you feel?
Like about how you're just a yes man and stuff like that.
Like how he talks, like the things that you like disagree with and everything.
Yeah, I definitely disagree with like yeah, if I say I disagree with something, I'm not just playing around. Yeah, dead serious. Of
So that's
course.
so that's all you. Cause you really like every time we say something, you're in the chat saying something right back. It's like we're having conversation in the chat.
Yeah, it's just like I just can't stand for it. It just sounds ignorant to me, so I have to say something.
Okay. Well, at
You
least
know
you're
what I mean?
yourself. I give you that.
Yeah, always gonna be. But it's I mean, it's no disrespect to you. Ultimately, I gotta call you out too. You I don't know, you just yeah, I don't even know what to say about you, honestly.
Well, why do you always have my name in your mouth?
Oh,
Because you're always defending Dennis and saying something dumb. Like it's just
What's
bro,
wrong?
people I know someone in the chat can back me up right now. I know someone here experiences the same thing.
Okay, call me out.
I have to call you out like just on the spot type thing, you know what I mean? Definitely can't go back and tell you, but
Okay, well from here on out, just continue doing what you're doing anyway. Call me out. Nab thinks he can call me out too, but he doesn't have anything on me. He says the same exact thing that you do. He gets all worked up for no reason. And
I got it. No, I got to like how what is life is saying. I got to catch you in the act because yeah, you stick up for women always. You just jump on the woman's side.
yeah.
that's what I'm supposed
And
to do.
and
No, not
that's where
necessarily.
it's like disrespectful and like it's like, you know, you're not saying like men are trash or anything like directly like that, but by inserting a woman into the topic or like you know you're always like lifting a woman up for like kind of like no reason like we're not putting a woman down, we're just talking about issues, and it's the way you do it, it's like you just have to like you have to see the context, it's hard to explain.
I mean, it's like women are equal to men in every way as long as y'all understand y'all are number two.
No, we're not equal. We're never going to be equal.
Okay, that was the joke. Sorry. I
We're not.
mean, no, we're equal in different ways, right?
No,
Yeah.
we're opposite.
Men and women or you guys?
Men.
No, men and women are equal, but in different ways.
No, we're not. We're not ever equal. We're never going to be equal.
Okay, who do you think?
Who's
We
yeah,
have different gender roles. We have we're different sizes. I know there's women that think they're stronger than men physically. There's no way a man's always going to be more physical than the woman. We're different on we're like we think with our emotions and men think with logic. I get it. It's two separate genders.
Yeah, it's
that
like.
shows
Sorry,
my
go ahead.
bad.
What is life?
Nah, my bad, bro. I was just gonna say that shows a lot in the chat, like with her, like the whole emotion thing, because you'll just you'll just be like stop or like disagree with something just because it's rubbing you the wrong way,
Oh
even if it's
Lord.
What? What did you just say? Are you saying that I speak with my emotions and not
yeah,
fact?
you come to your conclusions based off your emotions in the chat for sure.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
You just wanna like go against me.
not at all. Otherwise, I would do that to like, to everybody, and it has nothing to do with you. Trust me, I'm being honest when I say I'm not crushing off you based off of a picture on YouTube.
Christina.
I never thought that. What?
Christina, who should lead the relationship, the man or the woman?
The man's the leader.
Oh,
Always.
all right.
Mm.
I never said the woman is the leader.
See, I feel like when Christina's on here, it's a little different than the woman in the chat.
What do you mean? Are you saying I'm very different in the chat versus on the panel?
Yeah, you just you're more logical and sensible on the panel.
Because I am. I'm in the chat. I'm usually mad in the chat. Because all the shit you guys say. Like I hear you talking, y'all talking bad about women. I don't know about you, what is life, but Nab
Me, I would never.
saying stuff about women. But then he turns around and says, never mind, just kidding. So I don't know if he's telling the truth or not, or joking.
No comment.
I think he's half telling the truth. Hi, Conqueef.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I'm not going to probably be on for too long. I don't know if Dennis is still listening or not, but this is towards what he was saying about changing stuff, and it's a hard thing to swallow. But until you get rid of the drugs and the gangs, I don't really think you're going to see a whole lot of cultural change in certain communities, because a lot of those communities, those gangs are so ingrained that they indoctrinate kids as early as elementary school.
I think that's a fair point.
I mean, and there's been people who have tried doing that, trying to change the culture in those communities, and a lot of them it doesn't work. It doesn't work out too well for them.
What do you think? What is life?
Nah, I agree. That's kind of like basically what I was saying too. I wholeheartedly agree. Got to look at all the other factors. White people don't gang bang, bro. There's like the gang wars are not happening in those areas. I
But
mean, I guess there are. I
it
guess
does.
there are like some.
It does. It's a lot. It's a lot quieter.
Their
Lot
gangs
quiet.
are the police, the ATF.
No, our gangs are mostly bikers,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
and
hell cases.
they're a lot quieter about how they do stuff
Yeah, that has to do with
because of
school.
what happened in the 90s. Because if you look back in time in the 90s, 80s, and 90s with the Hells Angels, and the Pagans, and all that stuff, they were making hell of a lot of noise. And then the FBI and everybody started actually cracking down on them heavily. So that's why you don't see a whole lot of them repping their uh, patches and stuff as much. They're still around. They still kill and all that stuff. It's just they do it a lot more low key now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I wish Dennis was here to rebut that because I don't
Hey,
disagree
Troy.
with it.
What's good, man?
Hey, what up?
What's up, bro? Just to let y'all know, I got to get off of here in like 10 minutes.
All right.
So what were y'all talking about at the beginning of the stream, Christina?
We were talking about haters, but we
Oh, right,
were
right.
mainly talking about Craig because he just did some lives about DJ and he said some bad things about DJ and Cali Girl that were
And
out
he
of
was
line.
in Vegas shopping with his girl on live
Yeah.
and couldn't afford a purse or something like that.
Well, he bought purse. It was $80, but it was normally $200. So he got on sale, and it's really nice. But he talked on his previous live about DJ and Cali Girl. I don't know if you saw it.
Nah.
This is just my take, but I think for Dennis's sake, he should just ignore these petty dramas and just focus on what he's actually trying to do with it.
You know how many times people told him that? It's like the Twilight Zone. This shit just keeps going on.
I understand that it's disrespectful, and it's all right to call him out for talking about his girl, but no offense to you, Christina, but you and him went at just talked about the petty drama for like an hour and a half. I just don't see how that's benefiting anybody. That's I forget the actual terminology, but that's not good for your mental health. And actually,
That was some real slumber
what you
party
want to do.
bullshit.
It's very good.
It's not
That's
so.
what women do, man.
It's good to talk about things, to let it all air out, so that
Yeah,
way
maybe in private.
they know not to do it again. This is not in private though. This is something that he did on his as well. So it's
I mean,
not.
I'm really
Well,
surprised.
be the bigger person then.
Mm-hmm.
Is all
He
I'm
did-
saying.
He did a
I
whole
mean,
live.
people are going to be nasty and say horrible things. I've dealt with that my entire life. It took me a while to get used to how fucking fucked up people are, but you can't let every person bring you down just because they don't like you or something.
Welcome, Roy.
What's up, gentlemen and ladies?
Yo.
Hi,
What's up, Roy?
How y'all doing today?
Doing good.
I'm doing good. I'm just trying to give a little perspective on just not taking the negativity, just full blown running towards it. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but people love the negative, man. That's what pulls in the
Yeah,
people.
I know. But with Dennis saying that he wants to, I guess, start a conversation, diving into petty drama, that it takes away from his message that he's trying to say.
I know. He gets off on the meat thing a lot. I feel like
I like Dennis. I'm just so. This is one of the reasons I got rid of social media. It's sad to see people constantly get into petty stuff that just at the end of the day doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but then if
People
you take the job, what's the point of him even having a channel anymore?
What?
What's the point of him having a channel if he can't talk about what he wants to talk about and drama?
Well, he already said that this was about spreading a message. How are you going to spread a message if you keep diverting to petty stuff that shouldn't
It's an
affect your message?
entertainment channel, bro. It's an entertainment channel. Period.
He's talking about another message that he's passionate about, which he wants to spread.
Welcome, wordplay.
Wordplay.
Hey, what's good? I'm not gonna be on too long. Just wanted to actually finally show my face.
Shout out, wordplay.
I wish DJ was here to see you.
Hi,
Right? What's good with you? I bet y'all thought I was ugly, huh?
No, we saw your video, your music video.
Okay.
Oh, pause.
Man, I wanted to make a joke to wordplay, but I don't want him to.
Nah, bro, I'm all for the fun and games.
I was just thinking, it was the first thing that popped up in my head, and I was like, man, I used to have a mop that looked just like that.
Let's see you, Conquistador. Let's see you.
Yeah, I got thinking about cut.
I'm as white as you can be.
Hey, shout out to you. All right.
Queefador, huh? What does that
Yes,
mean?
sir. You know conquistadors?
No, I have no idea what that is.
The
History, man.
Spanish Inquisition,
Oh, okay.
conquistadors,
Okay,
when they
yeah, I
came
know.
over to America.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. There's a play on words. Conquistador. I thought it was funny.
Wordplay, Dennis. He
Say
would
that
freak
again.
out you.
What'd you say?
He would freak out seeing you like on your face because he's always talking shit about it. Like he doesn't show his face, he doesn't show his face, and you're right here.
I know, right? It's crazy.
Yo,
Probably.
David in with the 199 super chat. Says shout out
At least he
Wordplay.
doesn't. At least he doesn't ask to see his meat.
Yeah, that'd be.
Dude.
We would probably have to fight over that.
What did you say,
He
Roy?
might if you go to that hot tub.
I said at least he doesn't ask to see his meat. What the fuck? Wanted to see his meat. Hey, Wordplay, how big is your meat?
For the
Pause, bro.
Pause.
We're seeing the true side of Roy right now.
No, it's not me. Dennis is the one talking about all these dudes' meat, not me.
Facts,
fuck?
yo.
You know, whenever somebody asks me that question, I always like to say that it looks like a gerbil trying to dig its way out of a bush.
No.
what in the world?
Hey, y'all, I gotta be out, man. Good talking to y'all. Probably catch y'all tomorrow.
Okay, see you. What is life?
All right, bro. Easy.
So Wordplay, why did we were bullying Kelly?
If you were talking to me, I had to step away real quick. What did you say?
Why did you say we were bullying Kelly?
I was asking, are you guys bullying Kelly? But it did come off like you guys were bullying her.
No, you
Especially
said
especially like she's not around like that. It's different from doing it in somebody's face versus doing it behind their back.
she don't have to be around every.
I mean, wouldn't you rather somebody say it to your face than behind your back?
No, don't matter.
What? So you rather people talk behind your back? That's crazy.
Wordplay. We weren't even like talking behind her back. We were saying the same exact things that she says. How's that bullying?
I mean, would you consider teasing bullying?
No.
I would.
Well, then I'm sorry to say, but then you've been bullied many times, maybe, because that's nothing.
No, I used to be the bully. That's why I know. People told me about my actions.
You must have missed that live, Christina.
What life?
They talked about that back in the day, some stuff in high school or whatever.
Oh, I
Let's
didn't
see what. Did Christine agree with you on your live yesterday? Hell no, she won't agree with that. They don't believe in the facts, Tony. Come on, man.
See, it's
feelings
different.
over facts. Feelings
See,
over facts will win.
Not a fact.
See, it's different.
It is a fact.
What Roy did when he and Kelly, when him and Kelly did it, that's a little bit different versus, talking and teasing somebody behind their back. When they're not present, they can't defend themselves.
I didn't watch your guys' live yesterday, and that's solely because that topic, for me personally, I feel like that topic just goes in circles because it's all that's based around personal biases and experiences. Neither side is ever going to win that argument because both sides always think they're right.
Yeah, it's
Well,
hard.
I go by the facts and statistics, and the facts and statistics way outweigh my bias or anybody else's bias. So I
Well,
don't.
if you're talking about marriage and the financial incentives, then yeah, you got some points there. But overall, I wouldn't say that's true.
Okay, then answer me this: when a girl ends up getting pregnant and ends up being a single mother, whose fault is that?
Oh Lord.
It depends. Is there
So
government assistance involved? Is there
no,
any motives?
whose fault is it when a girl gets pregnant?
Both.
But who's a majority at fault?
Both equal.
Now, how's it equal?
You both decided to fuck.
Okay,
No.
but who has to be more responsible in that situation?
It's not about both decide. Only one person decided. The one it comes down to the woman.
Exactly.
Well, true. I understand that.
Yeah.
The women
Yes,
pick who they
yes,
sleep with.
guess what
True.
Royce, he said the woman opened her leg for responsibility because she decided to let him go in her and have the baby. So that's her fault, all her fault.
It's not that cut and dry, but
No,
you know.
that's literally what he said.
It's absolutely true. If
Yeah,
the
but
woman
when you
does not,
start diving into the single motherhood, that gets more complicated because a lot of times there's money incentives for
well, it
women.
was exactly. But she doesn't believe that either, bro. Because we brought that up too. She doesn't
Oh
believe
Lord.
that.
Hold on. Orange Moon is in the comments. If you want to come up here, Orange Moon. All right, go ahead, Roy.
Well, people can disagree with me all they want, but I grew up in that household with my mother. So
No,
it's true. It happens.
They don't believe that the welfare system incentivizes women to not have men in the house. They don't agree with that, which that's a proven fact. So.
Well, I didn't grow up in that situation. I grew up in the situation where my mom got $1,000 per kid. There's 3 of us.
But at the end of the day,
So
if the woman does not spread her legs and allow the guy to bust nut in her, she wouldn't get pregnant. Number 2, if she does decide to spread her legs, she needs to make sure that he's taking the precautions, wrap his dick up, or she needs to take it upon herself to have some type of birth control. So again, she does not get pregnant. But they don't seem to understand that.
Well, there's also responsibility on the guy's part too.
Okay, what is the guy's responsibility?
This is the problem. No, conquistador. The problem
A guy
is
could easily. What I'm saying is, yes, women choose who they have sex with, but men still have responsibility to not be fucking dumb too.
conquistador. Men are always going to say yes. That unfortunately.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
and that's where the responsibility of either wear a condom or make sure for a fact that she's on birth control. But that one's hard to determine. So just be safe and not fall for any traps because there's a lot of women out there that like to trap men. So just wear a condom, stop being fucking stupid, and then you don't have a little mini me running around that you don't want.
Christina, put the link in the chat.
Okay, I'll be back. I gotta go take care of some shit real quick.
Okay.
Does that make sense to anybody else?
Of course, yeah.
Both parties have responsibilities. It takes, regardless of who initiates the allowance of it happening, it still takes 2.
But you see that it's like, even if it takes 2, I mean, it's still more onus on the woman. Do you see that or no?
Yes, and no. I mean, yes, in the fact that she chose to let the guy, but once the act gets started, I feel like it's equal. I mean, the guy should take common sense and use a condom, especially if he doesn't want to have kids with that woman. Why? Might as well be safe than sorry. I mean, if you don't want to have a kid with a woman, put a wrapper on.
That's true.
Stop raw dogging it, you know?
Christina?
You already know how I feel, but nobody agrees with me.
Okay.
Everyone's delusional and says that it's the woman's fault. She shouldn't have opened her legs, and
Well,
it's her.
that's not exactly true, Christina. I took the middle ground.
It's her responsibility to make him work. I don't know when that happened. I always thought the man does it on his own.
Okay, Christina, what's your stance on it again?
I said it's not all on the woman. It's the man's responsibility to have protection. I'm not gonna stand there and say, put it on. I'm gonna watch you put it on, and then it has to be done. And he's talking about women that are having unprotected sex. He himself said, I'm not gonna have unprotected sex. But yet he's talking about other women. So it makes no sense. He just wants to make women bad. And this is and everyone's okay for speaking up. So my opinion doesn't matter.
It matters.
I didn't hear a single thing that she said. Can someone summon it up for me?
It's okay. There was some feedback there. That's all. But go ahead, Christina.
I already repeated it. This is my third time repeating it.
Okay. Well, she was saying that both parties are responsible.
Okay, that's exactly what I said. At the end of the day, it's both responsibility.
Yeah, but see, then again, but then again, we know both parties are responsible. But the question is, who is more responsible at the end of the day? That is, I love how everybody fucking avoids the actual questions.
Well, no, I fully answered it, Roy. You just didn't like my answer.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Christine. She's disingenuous with her bullshit sometimes.
Whoa.
Okay, you
because
just
my stance is as soon as the sex starts. My stance is plain and simple. As soon as the sex starts, it's the responsibilities on both parties. I mean, the guy should be smart enough not to wrap, or the guy should be smart enough to wrap it up if he's not trying to get the girl pregnant.
So what you're saying is, if he don't want to have a baby, he should pull out.
Yeah, well,
or be safer,
stick it in her ass or her mouth, either one.
Okay, but I mean, what if
safer and wrap it, because a lot of pregnancies actually happen from pre-cum. So
yeah, but if females are going to know they're going to be promiscuous and just lay down with every fucking dick out there, then it should be more of their responsibility to have some type of birth control if they're just going to be pumping and getting pumped and dumped. And with whoever they choose to do that.
Roy, that's the extreme. That's the women that are getting.
That's not the fucking extreme, bro. Body counts on females right now are out the roof, bro. So it's not the extreme. Come on, bro.
1 second, real quick. We're gonna have Orange Moon come on.
Oh Lord.
So guys, just please.
Oh God.
I'm gonna put girls when he comes in, because I have a feeling this is not going to go very well. So,
oh God! All right.
Orange Moon, before you say anything, can I just say real fast? It won't take too long.
Yeah. Hello. Happy Friday.
Hi.
What's
Orange
up?
Moon.
What's up?
Okay, so before we start this, I know this is probably going to not go very well because this didn't go very well last time. But if you guys can be respectful, like not talk over each other and do one at a time, that would be great. That's all I ask.
Mm-hmm.
Try to keep it to a minimal for each person, so that way the other person has time to talk. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Yeah, I think it'll go well, actually. I have faith.
Orange Moon.
Hey.
Hi there, Orange Moon. So, what's your opinion on this?
What was the question again?
So, who is more responsible when it comes to the child being born?
So the girl gets no. That's not the question. Who is majority responsible when it comes to a girl getting pregnant?
All right, there you go.
I would say for me, it is 50-50. And the only reason why is because you need both people in order to make it happen. So, a man, he can't produce a child without a woman can't produce a child without a man. And so
Is
really it
the
just depends.
okay? Is the consent 50-50?
The consent,
Is it 50-50?
no, for me, consent has to be 100% on both sides. So, she's got to want to do it, he's got to want to do it.
Okay, so then what's going to happen if he wants to do it and she doesn't? It's not going to happen, right?
And when I say it, I do mean sex too, by the way. But you said, what if he doesn't want to have sex?
Usually, if she wants to do it and he doesn't, it's
Yeah.
going to happen, right? I mean, but if she doesn't want to do it and he does, then it's not going to happen, right?
I think if any person doesn't want to have sex, then they shouldn't have sex. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like,
well, men always want to.
yeah, just as long as both people want to have sex, then go ahead and do it. You know what I mean? But if one person doesn't want to have sex, then for me it's a no.
Okay, but the ultimate goal, if you don't want to get pregnant, falls on the female, because if the female, oh, I don't want to say that word because you lose your shit. A woman, it's up to a woman because
I
she's the
got
one.
it.
She's the one that gives the access to the fucking man to stick his dick inside her. She should be responsible enough that if she doesn't want to have kids, that she makes sure that he's using some type of protection, or she is protecting herself. If she's allowing herself to be ran through, then she needs to also take that responsibility to make sure she's on some kind of birth control.
Right.
So at the end of the day, it's ultimately she's going to be more responsible then a guy's going to be responsible.
I agree with everything you said. My only addition to that is just that all of that applies to the man as well. So if he also is not looking to have a child, then he needs to take precautions that he can to ensure that he's not going to have a
Okay,
child.
but
So
what about when it
But
comes? Exactly.
but if she doesn't give him access to it, he's not going to have to worry about that.
Every single time there's a sexual encounter, it's because the woman said yes.
and the man too, I'm assuming, right? Both people have to say
Men
yes.
never say no. We it's kind of like it's like ad nauseum. Men always say yes, but I'm saying every time, But women, it's because the woman said yes.
For me, even if you're saying that men always say yes, which I don't, I'm sure there's probably one man in history that probably was like, oh, I don't feel like it. But even
Yeah,
if,
he
like,
had the
for me,
bubonic plague.
maybe, yeah. But what I'm saying is that for me, it has to be both people that want to do it, period. You know what I mean? Sex, it has to be like, I want to do it, you want to do it. Okay, let's do it. Like,
No,
you
come
can't
on, no,
really.
because it comes down to her. She has to say yes. If she says no, then it's not going to happen.
Of course, but say a crazy situation where a guy is sick or whatever, and he is saying no, then it shouldn't happen either. So that's what I'm saying is you need both people to
This
say
is the
yes.
okay, but what about when it comes to terminating, right? What if the man wants to get rid of it and the woman doesn't? Then
Hmm.
it's not going to happen. But if the woman wants to get rid of it and the man doesn't,
Hmm.
it's up to her, right?
And that's what I mean. If a man, if he knows that, listen, I'm not looking to have kids right now, then yes, I do. Why I do agree with you guys that the woman, she has that responsibility too, right? And also, I feel like if a man, if he doesn't want to have a kid, then he needs to do what he needs to do to make sure that that doesn't happen. So that means he needs to be picky about, first of all, if he doesn't want to have kids, he should never be leaving his seed anywhere, anywhere. You know what I mean? Because once you leave your seed somewhere, then you have to know that that can lead to a baby. So if you don't want a baby, don't leave your seed at random places. You know what I mean?
See, I'm very much against abortion. Like, me and my wife have already talked about this. If she went behind my back, got an abortion against my will,
Can't say that
that's
word.
divorce.
See, it's kind of
I
messed up that
respect that. I
they
actually respect that though, like because If you're saying, hey, listen, I want to have a kid, and she doesn't want to have a kid, and that's a deal breaker for you, I respect that. If if you're like, listen, I can't move forward with this relationship. Like, I think at the end of the day, we all have a right to like what type of relationship that we want to have. You know what I mean? All I'm saying is that this is kind
Wait a
of like,
minute, Orange Moon. You respect what he said? His girl got an abortion behind his back.
I'm
No,
saying
I'm
if he
saying if
decided,
it was
Oh,
right, I'm
hypothetical.
saying,
oh,
right,
my
I'm
bad.
saying in that situation, if he decided, you know what, that's a deal breaker for me, I respect that. Because we all, like, you know what I mean? We all have a right to decide what's a deal breaker for us. You know what I mean? So I can only respect that.
Okay, I just got home. I'll try to jump on. I'm gonna grab something to eat because I just got home, and then I'll try to jump on see if you guys are still on here.
You're not allowed to eat, Roy.
Okay.
Good. Oh, and I didn't say it, but good afternoon, Orange Moon. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing well. Happiest Friday.
Excellent.
I would say happy Friday, but I'm at work.
Oh, damn.
So yeah. All right.
But
Yeah.
on the plus side, next Thursday I
I'll be
leave
back.
for vacation.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So for
Can't.
me, I think that the debate about who has more responsibility for me is kind of a silly debate because at the end of the day, there's responsibility on both sides. Period. You're like one person's responsibility doesn't take away from the other person's responsibility. So if you don't want kids, whether you're a woman or a man, you need to be doing things that will prevent you from having a child.
Okay, but why is
I
it?
agree.
Why is it in our society, right, when they see a single mom, they put like the blame on her? Why do they do that?
Because it's so easy to blame women. People blame women for every problem in the world. You know what I mean?
I'm
I
not
feel like
sure
women.
about that.
I think women are an easy target for sure, especially on the internet. Women are a very easy target to just be like, it's the women's fault. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I think that if we're going to come to a better place of understanding on both sides, we can all take accountability where it's due. So if whether you're a woman or you're a man, take responsibility for your situation and what you want it to be. If you don't want kids, do what you need to do to make sure you don't have kids, period. You know what I mean? Like I'm not really into the blame game because for me it doesn't really get to the point of the issue, you know?
I'd like to push back on what Nab said a little bit though.
Yeah.
Like in recent times, maybe like 15 years ago, could have said that most people judge women for being single mothers. But here recently, it's been a lot of hate towards men, and a lot of those men they don't get the chance to even see their kids. I mean, you only hear about the deadbeat ones. The majority of them you don't hear about.
Orange Moon. What you think about that?
Yeah, I feel like if there's a man out there who is being he's unable to see his kids, like the mother is preventing him from doing that, I think that that's wrong. The only time that I would say that would be acceptable is if that parent is unsafe for the child, and so that
I
goes
agree.
for any gender. Yeah, that goes for any gender. Like even if the mother, if she's deemed to be unsafe for that child, then no, I'm not gonna put my child in harm's way. You know what I mean? Like I don't care who you are. Like but yeah, if he's not if he is safe for them, and I think that he should have that right to be able to see his kids. Now, the other thing too is that
If he is
sometimes,
safe,
yes,
it's almost like you have like a premise there, like you might not be.
I'm saying in the event that he may not be, then
Okay.
yeah, but if he's perfectly safe, he's good, then yeah, he should be able to see his kid. And also, for me, it's like I think that especially with the internet, you do a lot of the most negative parts of things are highlighted the most. So
Oh
of
yeah,
course,
big time.
yeah, so when we hear about the deadbeat dads, which is an issue, right? It is a real issue. I think that gets more attention. But no, I think that we should have. I think these conversations are really important to realize that no, there are also dads who want to be in their kids' life, and they should
And
have the
there's
chance.
also deadbeat mothers too. That doesn't get
This is
talked
true. Facts.
Don't
Facts.
nobody talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's just some people who should have never been parents to begin with. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Oh
And
yeah.
sometimes I think, honestly, I blame a lack of education. A lot of times people don't know how to keep themselves, like how to really prevent birth, how to keep themselves safe sexually. There's a lot of people that don't even get tested
In this day
regularly.
and age in America, I'm going to have to push back on that one. I mean, everybody has the internet now.
Leaf is always pushing back. I don't get it.
Yeah. Well, I
On
mean,
here.
in reality, the internet is not necessarily accessible to everyone, right? Like it
Christina,
does.
I'm pushing back, but I'm making logical conversations.
Yeah, I get what you mean by that. I think, it depends, like your level of accessibility to
Are
the
you talking
internet.
about in
It
America
does
or in the
change.
world? Internet accessibility.
I think
America. That's what I was
It-
referring to.
It's accessible, right, to everyone.
I'm saying the amount of accessibility. That's what I mean. The amount of accessibility varies. But yeah, I mean, I think also there should be a level of information taught in the schools. And I know they have like sex ed and stuff. I just wish that there was more time devoted to it, because I feel like especially teenagers, they are
Well,
out here having
that's
sex
see, one of the
and they
other
don't really
issues
know.
is, and that's where the parents are supposed to step in.
Right,
Like, I
exactly.
had sex ed, but then I had my father telling me stuff while I was growing up, all throughout childhood.
Yeah, that's really important, that in addition to the education, like education at school and at home, I totally agree with
Yeah.
that. Like you have to have both. Um, and so that leads to a lot of people having kids before they even understand the weight of it, what they're gonna have to sacrifice, like all of that shit. You know what I mean? The financial burden of it. Yeah, it's a lot to think about. And people just don't really do that. They just kind of just fall into, or you're not fall into it. You know what I mean? Like they get themselves into it before they realize how like crazy it can be raising
They
kids.
just don't. They just don't think. A lot of people also just probably don't think about the future. They're just in the moment.
Yeah. There's a
That's a
lot of
fact.
Now,
folks that
I've heard a lot of people say, "Well, if it happens, it happens."
right. Yeah.
Even as a teenager, I heard people saying that.
Yeah. And I think for me, I always just watching like the other people's situations, I knew what I wanted for myself and what I didn't want for myself. And one of the biggest things that I did not want for myself was to be somebody's baby's mother. I didn't want that. I know that if I'm going to be willing to have a baby with somebody, I need to know that I'm locked in, that we are committed to each other. You know what I mean? And if that's not the case, I'm not opening myself up to get pregnant. You know what I mean? Because I don't want those problems.
So
It's
marriage first.
very respectable too.
Thank you. Yeah. So I think just if we just encourage more people to have that type of mindset, and then for the guys, if you don't want a kid, okay, use those condoms. If a condom breaks, be ready for a plan B or whatever, like do what you can do, and then two, even like procedures like vasectomies, right? There's a lot of like lack of information about it, and there's maybe a little like fear around it, that people don't even realize that a vasectomy is actually a much easier procedure than like a woman getting her tubes
Heck
tied.
nah.
Oh
You want
yeah.
men to
It
get
is.
neutered?
No, it
No,
is.
I'm saying
It's a
medically
lot less
it is an
invasive.
easy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a very less invasive.
yeah, it's like, I think it's like a weekend, like you go on Friday, and I know it's the same day, procedure, but
It's the same day, but it's a 6-month healing
no,
process, in the
and
mhm,
sense that
this
within those 6 months, you're still the man. The man is still has a chance to be infertile.
Right. And I know there's options to where it's not permanent. It may be like semi-permanent, but it can there's situations where it can be reversed too. You know what I mean? So, it's just
Now
like
there is, yeah.
yeah, now there is, and so if you're a guy and you're really like, you know what, I really, I got some stuff going on in my life, or I'm trying to get to a certain point and I really don't want to have a kid, then go ahead and consider that. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah,
there's
once
more
once a
things.
woman once a woman gets her tubes tied, or well, actually, I think they burn them mostly now.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's
That's done.
yeah. Yeah, and so yeah, just like consider those things. And then now there's more and more things coming out. Like I think they're coming out with a male birth control pill. So I think that if we all just commit to being more responsible with sex, like our sexual health and all that, that like the world will be better. Period. You know what I mean? If we just all take the accountability that we can for
Now,
it.
Orange, you might not like. I don't know what your full stance is. I don't know if you'll like this take or not, but I think we also need to look into financial incentives, whether it be from government assistance or even the family courts,
Mm-hmm.
because the majority of women, they win the court battles, and there's a lot of women out there. And I'm speaking from experience here because I grew up in a family like that,
Mm-hmm.
where the mother goes for everything that they could possibly get from the father, even if
Mm.
the father is a good dude.
Yeah. Now, for me, I don't agree with that. Like a woman trying to take all of the man's money and all that. I don't agree with that. But I do believe that if you make a child with somebody, then you need to be responsible for 50% of that child's expenses.
Oh,
If
I
that,
agree.
yeah, if that means rent, if that means school supplies, uniforms, like however y'all want to break it down, but at the end of the day, you need to be giving 50% of that expense. Like I don't agree with
I mean, that sounds good, but they usually want more than 50% though.
I mean,
See,
there's definitely some women like that, but there's a lot of women
I'm
who
not saying the
who
woman, I'm
just
saying what the court is going to say.
I
yeah,
mean,
the court is not nice to men.
yeah, and maybe if it's, if women can take initiative of like, okay, this guy, he is a good guy, he's a good dad. Okay, let me just ask for 50% or whatever. You know what I mean? Or let's just work something out outside of court and let's commit to a 50-50 break. Or, you know what I mean? Like I think
But see, with me and my wife, I don't think it's ever going to happen, and I don't want it to ever happen. But let's say once we have kids, something doesn't work out in the marriage and we get divorced.
It's not
We
going to happen.
already we already have an agreement that we're not going to court. We're going to do
mhm,
exactly what her parents did, and what her parents did was whenever her mother needed help, dad would just
mhm,
give her money, and then. Uh, but the main point is when the kids were with her mother provided everything, and then
mhm,
when they were with their father provided everything because they would
yeah,
stay there both places at that time. Very
mhm,
good co-parenting. It's very
yeah,
healthy.
yeah. Like honestly, I'm the type of person that I think where there's a will, there's a way. So I feel like in most situations, a compromise can be found, but the problem is getting past the egos. A lot of people, for whatever reason, maybe had a bad breakup with with that person, and you just
Yeah,
don't want to give them what they want. You know what I mean? You're like, people want to be petty on both sides. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I just think if both people like put their egos aside, put their pride aside, and just be like, what is going to be the best for our child,
yeah.
there
Actually,
can be a
start
compromise.
thinking about the child instead of themselves. I agree 100%.
Exactly. Yeah, because that's what being a parent is like putting your child's needs above your own sometimes. You know what I mean?
And to be
Um,
honest, court battles affect children a lot more than people realize. Too.
yeah, yeah. I mean, people think kids don't realize or like, they're not paying attention. Kids pay a lot of attention. They soak everything up. Like I work with kids and the things that they will repeat because and the mom would be embarrassed or the dad would be embarrassed because they didn't think that they were listening, and the kids would just repeat all the parents' secrets. You know what I mean? So yeah, like I think all of that should be taken into account. And think about that shit before you have a kid. Just think about,
I
is this
agree.
the type of person
Absolutely.
who is compromising
Well,
and you know what I mean, is willing to work with me, like that should be considered too.
welcome, Jerry.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yep.
I
Yeah, I gotta
definitely
say,
agree.
I agree with a lot, pretty much everything that you're saying, Orange.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Jerry.
Oh, yeah, no, I just wanted to say I definitely believe that the responsibility is equal. And, and
Hmm.
Wow.
and sometimes we get caught up in in what certain things should be as opposed to what they are. So just like with the court systems, the court system doesn't look at women as more responsible. And I just think common sense would tell us whoever is going it's going to affect is responsible. It'll affect the man's life just as much as it affects the woman's life in
So you're
different ways.
telling me the court system is not skewed to just give custody to the woman?
Absolutely, it is. I'm not
Oh,
saying
okay.
that. I'm just saying that we have to learn to deal with life as it is, and sometimes being idealistic doesn't serve any purpose. Knowing that saying that a woman is more responsible, you could kind of figure it out and make it sound logical, but at the end of the day, it's really 50-50. It's
I agree. That's why I was saying a lot of these conversations are based around past trauma or biases.
Yeah, and I come from a single parent household, and I actually raised my son, because his mother wasn't in his life until he was 8 years old. But I knew that if she didn't take care of him, somebody had to take care of him. And I think it's the same way with when you have it, somebody's gonna care out of those two people. It's best when it's both of them, but
Well said.
I don't like when these men come on the panel and act delusional and pretend like, oh, well, it's the woman's fault. She's such a slut. Like, she shouldn't have never let him go inside her. It's like, are you out of your mind?
Yeah, Christine, I hate when men do that.
Nab, you're included in this.
yeah.
Cut it out.
And it
Gary,
well,
why is this acceptable behavior?
but
Mm.
now
Yeah.
let's not get lost in the fact that okay, it might not be nice to call somebody a slut and something like that, but 50-50 means 50-50. So don't shirk the woman's responsibility. She is letting a man inside her. Don't It's
Mhm.
not casual. It's not something casual that you say that a woman can behave like how a man behaves sexually.
Mm.
No, but
You
it's
know, I
but
I'm
then
sorry.
we're pointed at like we're the problem though. That's the difference. We're not saying it's all the man's fault either.
But Christina or Orange Moon, the last part, what he said, can women behave as casually as men do?
I believe that women can. Some women can. And the reason why is because women, we're not all the same. We just don't have the same thoughts. We don't have the same
No,
values. Like,
but this is the part that me and you got hung up on last time. Can you make general statements like for a majority?
what I'm saying is that I know that women as a group are diverse.
Yeah, but
Diverse
is
in
there a
our values.
majority? Is there a majority or no?
It depends. It just depends on what we're
Everything depends on everything. There's no such thing as majority.
I'm saying
Yeah.
context matters. Context matters
All right,
when we're
you're
talking about
just talking
majority.
around the point, I think.
Yeah, that sounds like an
No,
out.
I'm answering your question. What I'm saying is that are you saying could there be a majority of something that all women believe? Sure, but it depends on what that is. That's what I'm saying. So
It
if
doesn't.
you're saying
That's irrelevant. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm saying, is it possible that certain things can be attributed to majority of women?
yes, yeah,
Okay, thank you.
that's the case for any group, right? But
Of course, yes.
yeah, but it depends on what that is, right? And so for me, if that thing is that all women can't have casual sex or they can't have sex without emotion. For me, that's not true for the majority of women. I think that
Oh, shit.
a lot of women, I'm sorry, I was saying, for me, that's not true that's not true for the majority. I would say that there's a lot of women who that is true for, and there's a lot of women who that's not true for, and they don't mind having casual sex. You know what I mean?
Which one is the
So
majority?
what's the
Casual?
answer?
Yeah.
Honestly, that is something that I can't tell you because I haven't done the statistics on that, or I haven't taken
Right.
a
Once
survey
this is
of
it's
all
always
women.
the same thing with you. You need statistics for the entire planet. Like we're just
What
look
I'm
around.
saying
What
is,
do you see? What do you see
what,
on a daily?
but that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you're gonna make a blanket statement about something, you better be able to back it up.
No,
And the only
but
way you
what
can
do
back
you
it
see?
up,
What statistics could I possibly prove for that? I mean, what do you see on a daily basis?
what do I see on the database when it comes to women and their sexual tendencies? Nothing. I'm not having sex with women. So what I'm saying is
So
that
you don't know nothing about it, right? You don't see anything.
well, this is what I'll say. I'll just say that I have met many women who they participate in casual sex. They enjoy it. They don't have any issues with catching feelings or getting too attached or anything. Yes, I've met a lot of women like that. So that's all I
Have
can
you
say.
met more women like that or not like that?
I don't honestly, I couldn't tell you because I don't have that type of conversation with every woman that I meet, but I'll say the women that I have, that I would have information on that I've met both. I've met women on both sides. That's all I'm saying.
Everything's 50-50 with you.
But
No, I
now,
don't honestly, I couldn't tell you. Like it could honestly
Everything's
maybe
50-50.
no
now with me,
with
when I
that, I
said
can't
that,
say it's 50-50, but
when I said that a woman can't behave as a man casually, maybe I should have been clearer. They shouldn't.
I
So,
think that it's not necessarily a man's place to tell a woman what she should or shouldn't. You know what I mean?
Y'all
I
don't
think
even
that
want to do that. What do you say?
see, but wait.
no, hear me
You're
out. This is
saying,
what I'm saying.
wait. It's not a man's place to lead. You're saying basically.
What I'm saying is that say there's a woman that lives in Arizona, right?
Right.
Oh shit.
Based off of her personality, what she's been through, whatever, she may decide, you know what? I like casual sex. I'm gonna do casual sex. I have no issues
Right.
with it.
Okay, we're
Just
not
because
talking.
in your opinion you feel like she shouldn't be doing that,
It's
at the
not
end of the
opinion.
day,
It's
Yeah.
no,
not.
hear me out. Let me finish. What I'm saying is just because you feel strongly that she shouldn't be doing that, it doesn't change the fact that that's a grown woman and she can do
It's
whatever she
not
wants with
about
it.
that. You're missing the
Yeah.
point. It's not opinion. What
Yeah.
we're saying is, what is the nature? Are y'all interested
Yeah.
in doing that in your
Some
nature?
Yeah.
I'm saying for some women's nature, yes, they are interested
For
in that.
some, okay, but for not for most, right?
I can't tell you that. All I can
You
say
need
is that
statistics for everything.
yeah,
But
that's
let
how
me
you
say something
prove
about
You're
that.
things.
delusional. You are
But
Well, baby
delusional.
boy,
let me say
statistics
something about
and
that.
data. Hold, let me just say this: statistics and data. That's how you prove a point. That's how
You
you
are
prove
delusional.
points.
These
Okay.
they don't exist. What
Okay.
you're asking for.
If
Two
you saying
things.
that
Two
statistics don't
things.
exist,
The
I don't know what that
statistics
means.
that you want to be proven right or wrong, they don't exist.
It can be
But
created if
anyway,
you do a
you know
survey.
what?
And, oh,
Just
please.
everything you're saying, like what they can be created,
Yeah,
they don't exist and they exist. First of all, statistics are numbers. Statistics can be used. The same statistics can be used to prove a point. That's what statistics are more for than anything is proving a point.
yes.
Actual practical application and life is the real thing. Statistics can be skewed. Numbers can be skewed in any direction. So just saying that you need the statistics, that's kind of like just kicking the can down the road.
I
Like
would
the
say I would say
It's
for
an
me,
out.
yeah,
statistics
it's an
and
out
data.
exactly.
For me, statistics and concrete data is more reliable than personal anecdotes or a
Okay, so
personal truth.
let me give you some concrete data. Woman's physiology is not even designed for casual sex.
What do you mean?
I mean, Orange Moon, you're fighting for something that even you
Yeah.
yourself you don't
Well,
want.
what do you mean by what you were saying that's not designed for casual
Okay.
sex?
Well,
So,
first of all, when a woman has sex, she's letting someone enter her body.
hmm
That's first.
yeah.
That's all kinds of things. You're letting a man into your body, into the womb, the place where you give birth from. So it's actually, women are more susceptible to diseases than men, just by the nature of physiology.
I'm trying to see the point you guys
Then,
about
but my point is that women weren't designed for casual sex. Then even if you look at the whole reproductive thing, a man can make children up until his 80s. A woman is born with every egg that she's ever gonna have, and when she uses them all, they're gone.
I just don't see how any of this is proving your point that women aren't
Okay,
designed.
so Orange Moon, there's two women here, right? So, all right, Christine, are you there?
Well, hold on. I want him to answer. If you're going to say women are not designed physiologically, they're not designed for casual sex. What is your proof for that, or
Okay, I'll prove it.
what is your
I'll prove it.
explanation for that?
Thank
Hold
you.
on, I'll prove it, Jerry. Orange Moon, is that what you do?
What
Do you do that?
do I do? What?
Do you have casual sex with a lot of, random men?
I have casual sex sometimes.
No, do you do that, like with a whole bunch of random men? Do you do that?
No, I'm not doing it with a whole bunch of random men. No.
Of course you're not, because you ain't built for that. You ain't interested in that.
But what I'm saying is, ask another woman. She may say yes. That's what
I'm
I'm saying.
willing to
But
bet Christine is going to say no.
back to the point that you guys are making, though. You're saying that women are physiologically not built for casual sex. Okay, explain that. What you mean by that?
Their emotions.
Okay,
Women usually get more attached and love with their heart more than a man can have sex with multiple women and love one and not love the rest of them.
So let me ask you this: Do you guys think that it's impossible for a woman to not catch feelings while she's having casual sex with somebody? Do you think that that's impossible for her to not catch feelings?
No, not impossible, but
Okay,
less
so let
likely.
me
But wait, but less likely.
Okay, so
That's one thing that women do. Women take the outliers and possibilities
The
and look at
extreme.
No.
the
This is
extreme.
what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If you're saying it's less likely, that is something that I'm not going to refute, because like I said, the only way that I would be able to refute that is if I have the statistics, right? So I'm gonna let you have that one, right? But what I'm saying is
Orange
that
Moon,
when you make
I'm sorry.
hold on, let me just finish my point. What I'm saying is that if we're saying that, right? If we're saying that we know that it's not impossible, it may be less likely, but it's not impossible, then we can't make blanket statements and just say, well, women aren't capable of having casual. No, some women are capable, right? It may be less likely or whatever, but they're still capable.
Okay,
And so,
Orange Moon. So if I brought you a piece of paper that said this percentage of women statistics, you'll just believe it instantly?
no, I'm going to need to see, okay,
What are you going to need to see?
let's create a survey.
That proves it.
Yes, let's create a survey, right? Let's create a survey that's trying to get information about women's sexual tendencies. I want to know, how many women are you going to survey, right? Because the more women that you have, the more credible the numbers are going to be, right? The bigger pool that you have that you're getting the data from, the more
there are other variables,
right? So then, yeah, of course, and so that's what I'm saying, though. Of course,
location,
there's other variables. Of course, that you're going to need a control. But what I'm saying is that work needs to be done in order to say with your chest, oh, it's this or it's that. You can't just because you think it's something.
I'm pretty sure you're agreeing with us, Orange Moon. I'm pretty sure you're agreeing with us.
What I'm saying is that if you're going to make a statement, make sure you can back it up with proof. That's what
okay. Are you not agreeing with us though? You said some women are into it, most women are not. That's the same thing we're saying.
That's what we're saying.
What I'm saying is that can be our belief, right? But the only way to be able to verify that belief, to say, you know what, okay, is this just something that am I tripping, or is this actually like
Orange? Welcome back, Dennis.
Up, right? You got to do the
Welcome back, Dennis.
But you know what? You know what really happens? what happens, Orange Moon, is
Hey, what's going on, guys?
there is no real way to prove that unless you go and poll everybody yourself.
It's
So there's
impossible.
so there's a degree. But wait, let me finish. So there's a degree in trust of the source of where you're getting these statistics from, and then there's a degree of trust in your own personal experience, and the combination of those two
Orange
is
Moon.
what. But like for example, we still don't know if for sure if it's one way or the other unless we talk to everybody in the world. We can't do that. So you got to use your discernment.
You can try. That's all. My thing is, I know it's not going to be perfect, but you can try. Just because it's not going to be perfect doesn't mean you just don't do any of it.
Orange Moon.
That doesn't make sense.
Back in the 50s, sometimes they would pay scientists to write up fake statistics, so you can't always trust those.
I get what you mean, and that's why I would want to see the data behind it. I would want to read the experiment, and you know what I mean, and everything that they did to try to account for every variable. And you know what I mean. I want to see the proof. That's what I'm saying. Like,
but do you need that for? Do you need that for everything?
I would say I need it to be able to say like a blanket statement or like a definite statement where I'm
okay, so if I said to you, if I said most women like men that are tall, do you need statistics for that?
Yeah.
You don't. That's not a true statement.
You don't have enough already.
I would say you can like what Jerry was saying. You're taking the data that you can get.
Oh my God! You need statistics. You don't think most women?
Hold on, let me finish. What I'm saying
Most
is
women like ass whoopers.
What I'm saying is,
oh, that's what Orange Moon wants, probably.
Jerry was saying, you're taking your personal experience and you're taking the data and you're considering all of it. That's what. Yeah, that's
Orange Moon. What are we talking about here? Do most women like tall men?
Yep.
Yes.
Orange Moon, yes or no?
You said, do most women like tall men?
Yeah, this is so simple. This is painfully simple.
Okay, so let me say it like this, right? Like you said, right? We've never met all the women, right?
Yes or no?
Bro, why do you
From
want
what you know?
Let me ask you this,
okay,
right? Why do you want me to pretend like I'm 100% sure about something?
Oh my God! All right,
it's
I think you're
simple question though.
Christina, am I tripping, Christina?
No, bro. I answer your question.
Am I tripping?
No, you're not tripping. It's a simple question, yes or no.
But that's what I'm saying. When he asked me, do you think, what would you need? Would you need to have the data on that? And I told him, yes, I would need to have the data on that.
You need data to know women like tall men?
No, what I'm saying is I would need to have the data if I'm going to say that 100%. Like if I'm going to say that out of my mouth that, yes, this is the way it is 100%, I would need the data to back it up.
So you can't answer that question without data.
No, this is what I'm saying. If you don't need data to back up your blanket statements, that's fine.
How do you have conversations every day without data?
I'm just saying, I speak on what I know for sure. That's what I do. I don't
so
speak.
You must read a lot of data then.
So you know what? I can say that the sky ain't really blue.
I speak on what I know.
I can say that I don't believe that color that we're looking at in the sky is blue, and I need
Show
data.
me statistics that it's blue.
Show me something that proves it's blue.
Okay, so now the proof.
Well, technically, the sky isn't really blue. It's just a reflection.
The reflection from the ocean, yeah. But no, what I'm saying is, listen, if you guys are, if you want to make blanket statements about stuff and you don't really care about the data, whatever, you just feel like, you know what? If I feel that it's true, then it's true.
Orange Moon, you're being antagonizing.
This is what I say to you. This is what I say to you, Orange Moon. My statement of that most women like tall men without going to get data will be just as true as any statement you make if you take a year to collect data.
Well, that's the thing though, because
real quick, guys. Hey guys, hold on, real quick. Can we unwind this? Because right now, first off, shout out to Gary, you're new. Shout out to Orange, first time having you on here with me. Gary, you might need to go in and out because your audio is like cracking every time, and it's gonna hurt people's ears. I'm assuming it's been like that the whole time. But yeah, just go in and out, and if that doesn't work, when you come back on, we'll have you just set your phone, 'cause it might be your phone. But Orange Moon, what's the topic? What are y'all talking about right now?
Mhm. Well, I think they were talking
No,
about,
yeah,
I
right.
guess. Go ahead now.
Go ahead. No,
Well,
I was
Dennis,
gonna say yeah.
Dennis, the original topic was who bears more responsibility when it comes to sleeping together and conceiving a child? Is it more on the woman or more on the man?
Okay, so um, like so Orange Moon, this is what I'll tell you. There's no statistics that you can put around that. All I would say is that freaking men, because we're supposed to be the leaders and we have the option to pull out or put a condom on. Women, you guys are kind of clueless. It's always been like that. Not all women, but most women, to where men are supposed to lead y'all the right way because y'all usually go with whatever the man say. So I got to say the man, because of the fact we got to, protect ourselves. Now, what is the basis of what you guys are saying? Are you saying like it's the man fault or the woman fault?
Let me explain, DJ.
Yeah,
Roy, this is word for word with what Roy said, okay? He said that if a woman opens her legs, and she
yeah.
lets him in there and he finishes in her, it's all her fault. It's nobody else's fault but her. She's to blame.
That's what he
He
said. Yeah.
takes responsibility, and it's not his fault at all.
This
Mind
is
you,
this
he
is.
doesn't have
Go ahead.
unprotected. He doesn't have
He said
unprotected
more.
himself.
He didn't say not his fault at all. He said more her fault.
No, he said he said all her fault. He said this many
I
times.
just want to ask you something though, Christina. This is a different topic now, but I want to ask you something.
Go ahead.
Okay, Christina, do most women like tall men?
Yes.
Okay, do you need statistics to know that?
No, you don't need statistics. That doesn't even make sense.
How do you, Christina? How do you know that without statistics?
Because I can ask like 5, 10 women, they'll say all the same. Nobody wants a short man.
Thank
They
you.
want tall men. It's
Thank you.
obvious.
Boom. All
For
right.
me, if you were to say from my experience or from the women that I talk to that they all prefer tall men, I can respect that because you're speaking on what you know, the people that you personally talk to, or the people that you've seen.
Oh my
But
God.
what
Hey,
I don't
Christina.
understand the issue of that.
You're
But for me, this is
Yeah.
my question to you guys. This is just my question for you guys. When you're making statements like most women are this or most men are that, right? If you're a woman, if you're wrong, how do you know?
The same
You're
way
not
you know
supposed to
if you're
put
right. The
you're not
same way
supposed to
you
put out
know if you're
misinformation.
right.
But tell
I
me,
got.
specifically in that situation, you're saying most men are this. How do you know when you're wrong? In
It's
that
Hold
mostly anecdotal from who you've encountered, and then beyond the anecdotal personal experiences, then I'm sure people consume media and they hear things in media, and media is run by people and it
Mhm,
represents people. So
mhm.
it's telling you things that people do, feel, and say. So
Yeah.
you can gather that information. So you're actually collecting data just by living and breathing.
And I
Everything
just
Now
is
I
say,
just
now
wanted to
let's
say
say
to
you.
Christina real fast that Christina,
Yes.
you're with your comment there, you probably just made all the short men in the chat cry.
Well, I'm just telling the truth. I
it's
don't.
the truth, and
I'm
I'm
not going to
5'5".
sugarcoat it.
Oh, I
It's
know.
like conquistador.
I'm just making a joke.
I don't
And I'm
feel
Conquistador.
bad
crying. I'm
about
crying
it.
a
If
little
I
I
bit.
bet you you're tall, Concrete.
I got a
Huh?
tear in my eye.
I bet you're tall.
I think he is. Yeah.
I'm 5'10", so some people would consider me
Oh,
short.
no, you're
on.
tall to me.
Well, I got a question for Orange Moon. Orange Moon,
Mhm.
and it's up to you because I respect, black women more than anybody. No offense, Christina, but you know how I'm trying to, pander here. People want me to do that, but I respect all women though.
Oh yeah, don't do that.
Are you liberal or conservative?
Neither.
She needs
I
So you're
don't.
independent.
statistics.
You're an independent thinker.
Yes.
So is
Always.
Trump the great? So is Trump the great white hope?
Not to me.
Okay, is he a good president?
Not to me.
Is President Obama a great president for black people?
Not to me.
Okay, so my question to you is this: can we agree that most men, we just say without statistics and all that, most men want a hot chick if they had their choice?
Absolutely.
I'm at the Orange Moon. Orange Moon? Can you agree that most men want the hot chick
She can't
without
answer questions
statistics?
like that.
See, that's the point.
She
I'm,
don't answer. She don't
but
answer
that's
Tell
the
her to
point.
answer
People are
questions.
trying
questions.
to.
What I'm
You're
saying,
you sound
Yes
this
like
is
or
a
what I'm
no?
saying. This is
you
what
sound
I'm
like a
saying.
comment. You sound like a Democratic commentator. Not saying you're
She's
Democrat,
talking
Okay,
but
circles.
so this is what I'm
you
saying,
won't
guys. This is
you
what
won't
I'm saying.
answer a straight question.
What I'm
Go
saying
ahead.
is, right?
See now,
Okay, let's
yo,
say, hold on. Let me just do this right. Okay, if I say yes, right? Yes, I agree. Most men want a hot woman, right?
Yeah.
There can be, okay, now let's say, out of the men that we're talking about, right? If I had a snapshot into their dating life and I got to see the women that they're actually, having chances with or whatever, maybe to me they're not hot, right?
You're
But to
overthinking it.
them,
No, it's called
hold on,
it's
let
called
me
no
finish my point.
Look, okay, hold on.
Let me
Look
just
at it like
finish
this.
my point here.
Because this is
If
kind of
I
boring to
just want to,
people. The people Orange Moon, this is boring to people because you're not answering the questions right. Like you're just being like you're trying to say PC answer. If you got 100 men,
no, I'm
100
just
men.
not answering the question the way you guys want me to, and
No,
and
what I'm
You
saying,
don't
consider.
answer it at all.
you're not
No,
Orange
no,
Moon,
no.
if you
answering
got
it.
I literally did. I just did.
But
I'm
Orange
just
Moon, if you got 100 men, you got 100 men. Okay, what do you say? At least 80% of those, 80 of those men would want a hot chick, even though they might not get a hot chick, they might not qualify for a hot chick. But most of those dudes want a hot chick. Like they want a chick when they're, especially when they're young, hottie. So I'm saying, wouldn't that make a chick try to be as hot as she can be? Because she knows that most dudes want a hot chick.
sure.
Okay, so that's what they're trying to get you to understand. Like
There we go.
when a guy can't be tall. Okay, unless God made you tall, whatever. Whoever created you made you tall. Okay, but what you can do is if you're short, you got to offset it with other things such as making more money than a tall guy. Most got tall guys. Trying to be buff. Attractive in regards to that.
Or finding
Being
or
So let me
finding the
ask you
right
this.
person.
Let me ask
Or
you this.
wait, wait,
Let me
wait.
ask you this,
Or
right?
you can
yep,
In
finding the
also
right
offset
person.
it by
right,
finding the right
finding the right
person.
person.
Yep,
But
finding
let
the
me
right
ask you
person.
this, right? Okay, I'm sure in the world there may be some women who are okay with dating a short man, right?
Yeah, there's a
Or
lot of
maybe,
women.
or maybe, or maybe, maybe she doesn't need him to be super, super tall, but maybe she just wants him to be the same height as she is. So let's say she's 5'4". She's like, I just want a guy who's 5'4" or taller. Or yeah, 5'4" or taller.
Okay.
For so that's not a 5'4" man isn't necessarily tall. And there's women out there that would accept that.
Yeah, it's a
My
small
question
few.
is, okay, so let me ask you, what percentage of women like that do you think exist in the world?
If you had 100 chicks in a room, then if
Uh-huh.
you say if you had 100 chicks that are 5'8", 5'6", whatever, it's gonna
Uh-huh.
probably be 75 to 80% of them are gonna want a dude that's taller than them at least.
Okay.
So they're gonna want
So about
to,
25%
yeah, put it like this. It ain't about the height. It's about the being taller than them. Because if you 5 foot,
taller.
you'd be happy with a 5'6", 5'7" dude. You don't care about a 6 foot dude. It's just most
Yeah.
women are 5'6" on average. I think average is 5'4" to 5'6", I believe.
Mhm. Yeah.
And you got to remember, if that's the case, then they want a man that's at least 3 inches taller than them. So that means
Right.
that they want an average height man, which is like 5'10", I believe is the average height of a man. So that's
Mhm.
all Christina's saying. So instead of like trying to beat around the bush and act like that ain't in reality, and you sound like you're probably like probably 5'9", 5'10".
No, I'm 5'5".
Yeah.
Oh shoot, yeah,
So
you,
so
you got you got a
Dennis, can I
tall voice.
Dennis,
So okay,
I
let me
just
ask you
noticed
this though.
something.
So did you say that majority, you feel that a majority of women really just want somebody as tall as them, at
Yeah,
least?
yeah, 'cause you don't want to be looking
Okay.
down. That's
Okay,
like
okay. Fair enough, right? Okay.
nasty
So
work.
let's say that's the case, right? If that's the case, and you're saying that the average woman is between 5'4" and 5'6", and all she's asking for is just somebody at the same height, right? At least.
No, not same height.
Then
At least a couple inches taller.
okay,
Because we're
at
supposed to be leaders. You
least
want
her
to
height.
look up to your man. Yep.
Okay. So that's not so if she meets a guy who's the same height as she is, at least, maybe he's 5'7" or 5'6", that's not considered tall for a man, right?
So, but you know what? You just skirted around the whole thing. We not the argument isn't even what a man wants or what a woman wants. The argument is that some you can answer a question without getting the data. Some data is already in. Some data is floating in the air already.
I'm
For
just saying
for
that's not
so
how I move. If that's
right,
how you
right, but
move, that's fine, bro.
that's
Like,
fine.
I'm just
That
saying for me, if I'm gonna
that
say this is the case 100%, I want to be able to back it up. That's all
right,
I'm
right.
saying.
But for certain things, like if somebody say, "Yo, is water wet?" and you say, "Wait, well, wait, I gotta go find a
No,
body
no,
of
no.
water
That
and
can
put
be
my
backed
hand
up
in it."
though. That can be backed
Okay,
up,
so I'm
right?
just saying some things deserve an answer. And Dennis,
Yep.
that's it. I just
Yep,
wanted to.
Dennis.
I observed two things, right?
Yep.
One was the um all negative qualities that you could attribute to something don't avoiding to answer a question is not a Democratic or Republican thing,
Mm.
right?
No, it
So
is. It
no,
is.
no, wait,
But
wait, 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 wait,
honestly,
wait, wait. No, stop. Because Republicans avoid the questions that they don't want to answer either. Human beings in general avoid questions that they don't want to answer. Don't be a fanboy for either side. It's about right or wrong. Like that's the one thing I have a problem with some Republicans, and I said some, is they get to the Republican thing and they just use that as good
hmm
and Democrat as bad. And any bad quality in a person they attribute it, oh, that's something a Democrat would do.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
it ain't. No, it
And
ain't.
I just want to say this,
Republicans
guys.
and Democrats is both just as crooked. They
Right.
both
I
got
agree with you
No,
on
they
this.
no,
both
I,
no.
they
but
both
let
play
me
the
just say this,
same
y'all,
games. They
too.
just got a different playbook.
Right, but let me just say this.
They yeah.
Me giving a nuanced answer is not me avoiding the question, and me not giving you the answer that you want is also not avoiding the question. That's all I'm saying. So
Okay.
listen to understand instead of listening to respond. That's
Okay,
all.
Baruch, I got you on that, but I got to respond to who's that? Gary. Gary, here's the situation. Okay, um, this is gonna sound kind of funny, but it's actually kind of true. Most liberals, statistically speaking, most liberals are betas, like men. Liberal men are betas. Let me tell you
Right.
why. Because when you have, if I ask you a question like that's generally like just out there, like you have more crime in the black community, for example, I'll talk about that, like that the fact is true, but instead of us engaging and understanding that it's true, what can we do to try to get more people to understand so we can
How does
fix
that make
it?
somebody
No, let me tell you when I say
liberals
that,
beta?
instead of no, let me tell you, because when I say that, instead of us talking about facts and talking about the truth, betas, which are liberal men for the most part, majority of them, they'll go and say, oh no, it ain't no violence in the black community, it's violence everywhere, it happens everywhere, it's equal. No, it's literally like you're 10 times likely to be murdered or become a homicide victim being black in this country
But
right now than any
yeah,
other race.
I'm not one
But
of
I
those.
can't
I'm not
say
one of
that.
those. I'm not one of those because check
So
this
that's
out.
that's
That
the
don't make
yeah.
somebody
Go ahead.
beta. That don't make
No, it
somebody
does
beta.
because
That
you can't answer a
how?
question without because most
How
liberal
does
people
that make
can't answer because most liberal people can't answer a question without their feelings being intact. She could have
that
answered
just
the question about the
that
height
doesn't
with
but that
she could have
doesn't
said,
mean
oh, she wasn't. She could,
that doesn't mean the liberal. That means they're
no, it does
emotional.
mean
And
because usually, yeah,
yo,
liberals are
yo,
emotional. They're like liberal men are
Republicans,
emotional betas.
Republicans ain't emotional. January 6th.
No, we get straight
January
to the
6th.
point.
Wait. That was a peaceful protest, right?
Yes. Nothing happened. They let us in. They not us, not me, but they let
See,
people in. It was a few people that
that's the
acted up.
delusion. That's the
Okay,
delusion.
okay.
That's
If
DJ,
the
that's the
delusion.
DJ,
case,
DJ.
if
I
that
know.
yeah, but
How the
I
fuck was
know a
that a
liberal
peaceful
when I
protest?
see one
Mhm.
yeah,
But
he's
you know what?
literally
for a
I just want to say
fact.
this, y'all. I just want to say
okay.
this.
Black
That
Lives Matter is a terrorist organization. Can we agree? Orange Moon. Can we agree? Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization.
So
Like
are the
honestly, I
Jews.
don't know.
black
So are the
people were murdered.
Jews.
Black
Okay,
people
so
were murdered,
let me answer
raped,
your question.
robbed. While you have every single one of those protesters going around on a tour in every city, it was damage and
So
carnage to black
Okay,
community.
yo.
hold on.
So
Let me
Let's
that's
let
the
me
become
answer
that's
this
the third
question.
organization.
Let me
No,
answer
I
this
mean it's a
question.
so
simple.
Hold on,
and
y'all.
It's a
terrorists
simple. It's a simple
terrorists
yes
ran
or
on the
no. But I'm
hold
saying
on.
it's a
terrorists
simple
ran on
yes
the
or
White
no.
House.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I want to answer
Terrorist
Dennis's
Orange
organization.
Moon.
question because
Orange Moon is a
What's
simple
that
yes or
for
terrorist?
no.
me,
Terrorist organization or not.
No. Fucking no.
this is
You
what I'm
hear
gonna
that?
say. Honestly,
See,
I don't know
beta.
enough. I don't know enough
Your
about the
mother's a beta.
organization to give a.
I,
Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
my mom is
No,
my
And
mom
you
is
and
the
you
beta.
use
no.
My
and
mom is the
you use
beta.
And you
Gentlemen,
My
sound
mom is a
gentlemen,
beta. She's a
gentlemen.
Democrat.
gay as a motherfucker, and you
You're
out here
you're a
Gary,
trying to
homophobe.
claim that
You're a
you're a man.
homophobic black man, so you're definitely a liberal.
Hey,
Because most of
okay,
hey,
the black
DJ.
okay.
liberals are homophobic.
Gary, please. I just want to say this, y'all.
Gary's
As far
emotional.
as
That's
the
the point. You realize
okay,
when you see a
You too,
beta when
Dennis.
I can see
You
a
too,
beta when you
Dennis.
see he's so emotional.
Hold on, Dennis. Hold on, you too. I'm just saying. Honestly, I don't know enough about the organization of Black Lives Matter to give an opinion on it. Honestly, but I will say this: when it comes to how emotional somebody is or how reactive they are, for me, it has nothing to do with their political stance. It has to do with have they mastered how to manage their emotions. That means anger, all of that. Do they know how to control themselves and calm themselves down when they're upset? That's how you
Yeah,
determine
and
how.
yes, and liberals. What I'm trying to get you to understand, liberal champ. But hold on, let me tell you what Black Lives Matter is. KKK. They were out. They were literally working with the police that were at one point were supposed to be out here to rally up the blacks and get us put back to the slave owner who will probably kill you for running away from the plantation. That's what KKK was doing. They were killing black folks, hanging them, keeping black folks in what they thought was in line. So Black Lives Matter, what they're doing is any black person that disagrees with the fact that a criminal being murdered because he chooses to like fight the cops or resist arrest, pull out a gun, do something stupid, those are the only people that they champion and the only people that they protest for. Criminals. They didn't protest for nobody that's innocent other than those two men that were shot unjustly, and black men. But other than those two, the other 20 or 40 of them were all criminals that got what they were supposed to get because they acted in a way that made the action of the cop justified. But here's the point. Every single city that they went to, they didn't go to white communities. They didn't go to freaking Asian communities. They went straight to the black communities, to the downtowns, to the mom and pop businesses of the blacks, and they freaking destroyed. And then you have more rapes and during the protest than ever. Like you could look up the stats, and then you have more murders than ever during. Like you had literally people getting murdered during these peaceful protests. People getting murdered. January 6th, nobody got murdered other than the white lady who was stupidly going through the window, but she was freaking not going to hurt nobody. But the
Didn't
black
they
cop
kill a
shot her
security
because,
officer?
well, hold on, let me finish the point. The black cop thought that she was a freaking terrorist, which he was just overreacting because he was an emotional beta liberal. He shot her. But other than her, nobody died because of the January 6th. And then the people who were in those offices that were putting their foot on the desk of those politicians, they all should be in jail. I'm happy they're in jail. But the other 1,000+ people that are in jail for no reason other than being Republican and a conservative, they shouldn't be in jail. They're political prisoners because they didn't hurt nobody. They were allowed in the White House. There's video that anybody can look up. There's video showing the cops waving the people in, letting them come in. And then last thing I'll say about it is that Nancy Pelosi, she was in charge of allowing National Guard to come in. Trump asked for National Guard. The head of the police department in DC asked for National Guard, and they declined, and they would not allow the National Guard to be there that day, even though in reality nobody got hurt. It was literally, it got crazy because you tell people they can come into a building, now you push them out and you start trying to arrest some people when you let them come in. So once again,
DJ.
like when I'm gonna wrap it up with this. Let me just say this last point. When you talk to a liberal, and I just gave you points on why Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization because they destroyed downtown areas for black people. There's violence and chaos. Elderly women are trying to like restore their homes from getting destroyed, their cars from getting destroyed because of this group that never gave a dollar to no black person, never created an organization to help black people, and they took all those millions of dollars. Two black lesbians took the millions of dollars and bought freaking homes. It was literally LGBT making black people emotional. They did more damage than KKK. I'm sorry. That's just what it is. I'm talking about it in the past 10 years. But y'all gonna tell me how you feel.
Well, let me ask you this, Dennis. Do you feel like, yeah, because I don't know, was there any body who was a part of the organization, were they responsible for a death?
Yes, because they said we want dead police. Like fry them like
Right, but
bacon,
I'm
wherever that
saying,
stupid quote was. They created that. And
but
then
I'm
guess what
saying,
happened? Cops were dying like no other.
I'm saying, was there somebody directly tied to the organization that killed somebody?
Yes. Yes, no, they're not. If you insinuate, if you
Name it.
the fat black lesbian, you know her name, the fat one. I forgot her name. It's
Mhm.
two of them. They both
And
literally
she's not.
came
She
out
killed
and
somebody.
said,
She killed
"Death."
somebody, and she's not in
No,
jail.
they said death. They said death to the police. They said death to the police. We're
Okay.
gonna burn this
Now.
down.
Okay.
Well,
And
Now.
the
Now.
same
Listen. Now.
day
Okay.
of that message, two cops were slaughtered. Two cops were slaughtered the
Okay. All
same
right.
day
All
of
right.
that
So now,
speech that she
can I
gave.
give somebody else talk? All right. So now, check this
Go
out.
for it.
First of all, everything you're saying, a lot of it is propaganda because I saw it. I heard audio that so you can't explain past some rednecks standing there poking the security guard with the sign. I saw them fighting. That was not peaceful. It's
Okay.
one thing, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. There's everything is nuanced.
Hey,
If
what's
you
up,
behave
B-Baz?
sane, if
Hello,
you behave
hello.
sanely
What's
and
going
you
on, Brandon?
say
Yo.
Real,
that the
real quick,
Republicans
Brandon, do your thing. But Christina, this is Christina's live, so she's gonna run it the way she wants to run it.
I
So,
understand.
like, I'm just saying, she's the head of Ezra, making sure. 'Cause I know everybody's saying, Brandon, come on and clean this up. It doesn't need to be cleaned up. If Christina wants it to be like this, then so be it. But if she wants to
yeah,
give you the
now
power to
now
help her, then
so
so be it. Okay, so make that clear.
All
But go
good.
ahead.
I do
so
want to
so
make a
now
comment whenever Gary's
okay,
done.
hey, but y'all, I was talking.
Let's let Gary
I was
finish. Go
Sorry
ahead,
talking.
Gary,
about that.
finish.
Go ahead, Gary. Go ahead, Gary. Sorry about that.
Yo, everybody saw what went on January 6th. But what you doing, right, is you gaslighting and saying it was peaceful to move past it and not deal. There's no way you could say that thing went off without a hitch and everything was great and they were well-behaved patriots. That shit was crazy. And they were up
They
there, they
were.
were behaving crazy. They were talking about killing the vice president. How could you're so disingenuous? Like that's one thing. I'm not a Democrat fanboy. I'm not a Republican fanboy. They're both fucked up. They both do
Bro,
the same
nobody
thing.
died. Nobody died. Tell me who died during January 6th. But I can tell you
That's the thing.
50,
That's the
50
thing
names
right
of people
there.
died during the Black
What
Lives
do you
Matter
mean nobody
protest here.
died? Five people
Who
died.
died?
5 people died.
No,
That's the
one,
thing.
nope,
So
one lady
that
died. Nope,
extends
one
more
lady
life.
died. Nope, one
One
lady
lady
died.
died.
Name it.
2 police officers died.
Nope, nope,
What are you
nope. That's
talking
fake
about?
news.
Okay.
Nope,
No,
that
that's
one
not
officer
true.
had, nope,
See that's
nope,
that's the
not
that's
true.
the thing with that's the thing with some
Look
Republicans.
it
They
up.
when they can't
Like Gary, go
explain
look it
something,
up.
That
it's
Gary,
when they
go
can't
look
Gary,
it
that's
explain
up.
not
something,
true.
it's fake news.
The only person that died was that woman. That
The Air
officer
Force
had
veteran.
the medical issues.
The Air Force veteran was the only one who got shot in the neck. No one else died that day. Everybody else who
Mhm.
So
died
Yeah.
died after.
nobody else died that day. Only
Nope.
one person.
No,
No,
Wait,
no.
no.
Nobody else died that day.
Only
That's
that
crazy.
woman, that
honestly, I think
officer
the
that's been
best.
That
pushed around, he died from some kind
no,
of
only
medical
one person
problem.
was shot that day. Another
So
Mm,
one
person
Yes.
person,
was
one
was
person
bludgeoned.
No, nobody
Another person,
died.
a security guard was bludgeoned and went
No,
home and
that's
died.
fake news. That's fake news. He
No.
had a heart attack
What makes
days
it fake
later.
news? What makes it fake
Because it's a
news?
lie. Because his family came out and said
How
he
you
didn't
know?
die because
How
of the
you know it's a
protest.
lie?
His wife came out and said he died because of a
How you know
heart
that's his
attack, not
wife?
because she freaking is his wife. What are you talking about? They're not gonna put the wife on the news and say that it ain't freaking that. No, like look it up, do your research, dude. You understand you being lied to? Like I'm wrong about a lot of stuff, yes, but I get it right, and
So
I
wait,
come on
wait.
here and tell you guys
So
I
the
was wrong.
Republicans is telling us the truth about everything, and the
No,
Democrats is lying.
CNN. Go on CNN and look it up. They would tell you the only one that died was the lady.
It's true. They announced it on every single media platform out there.
Okay, if that's the case, someone died though. How's that
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
normal?
just
Yes,
the woman
How's
climbing through
that
the
One
normal?
window.
of them
She
got
was the
shot.
only one.
because of the black
She was shot.
cowardly bait. Yes, because of the cowardly beta male cop, the black guy. He was a emotional freaking lesbian that day, and he shot her. Talking about he felt his life was in
You
danger. She
believe
didn't even
that
have a gun.
Antifa? You believe the government planted Antifa there too, right? And those
Oh,
really
hell
weren't
yeah, they
patriots.
did.
Yeah, they
Hell yeah, they
did.
did.
Yo,
It's already
your
come
guys is
out,
nuts. Your guys is
bro. It
nuts.
already came out that Antifa is freaking
You
literally
guys are
ran
They
by.
had
nuts.
undercover
You guys are
agents.
nuts. I'm sorry.
They had
Whatever.
FBI, CIA,
God
NSA,
bless.
all in there.
You see,
God
he's
bless.
about to run away from the truth. He's about to run away. You know, Black Lives Matter gave Joe Biden and their campaign over $10 million. Look it
Yes,
up.
I
they
don't
did.
trust Joe Biden. I don't trust
Of
Black
course, I
Lives Matter.
know,
They're
but the point
criminals.
is
They
that's
stole the
illegal,
money.
though. No,
They
I'm saying that's
stole the
illegal.
money. I don't trust Black Lives Matter. They stole the money.
Okay, so they're a terrorist organization, which is why I
That
say
and
they're a terrorist
My
organization.
thing is this: you guys
that
are
and
being
Black
lied
Lives
to just
Matter
as
only
much.
comes around every 4
You
years.
guys are being lied.
Yep.
Know what it is?
Yeah,
You
but you
guys,
know what? I'm sorry,
it's
Jerry.
like, you know what it is? It's like y'all went from the field niggas, now y'all want to be house niggas.
Right. But you know
Field
what? Let me just say this, Jerry. Let me just say this. Because honestly, I'm just speaking on my perspective because I don't know a lot about the Black Lives Matter organization. So my thing is that I do want to make a distinction though between the organization and the actual ideology, like the original ideology of it, right? So,
Right.
I want to hear you guys' perspective on this.
It's
Hold on.
Well, for
ignorant.
Yeah.
me,
Like
for
when
me
hold on,
personally,
well, hold on. Let me just finish this. So with the organization, if you guys are saying they did a lot of shady shit, they need to be held
yeah,
responsible for that. For whatever they did, whatever crimes they did, they need to be held accountable for that. And also, I still support the ideology of the original meaning of it, that, there was a lot of police brutality, a lot of killings of innocent Black people, right? And so the original meaning behind it was that, you know what? We need to wake up to this issue because Black lives do matter, regardless of how people were treating
No,
it.
it was
Like,
all a scam. It was a
no, hold
scam.
Yep.
on. This
All
is,
this
It was
I'm
scam.
not,
a scam
hold
for
on, hold
money.
on,
yeah,
hold
that
on.
No,
I'm
it
not
wasn't
talking
for
about the
shit.
Gary,
It wasn't
organization.
for
Gary,
Hold
nothing.
on, Christina,
Call it
Christina,
like
I just
it
want to be,
is.
hold on, Christina.
Gary, we just
First of,
gave you
first of
5
all, the
minutes.
people who
Hold on, you
weren't part
guys.
of
Hold on,
the
because I let you
meeting.
Gary,
guys
we
talk.
just gave you
Hold
5
on.
minutes. Can
Right,
other people
Gary, hold on.
talk?
I'm
I
not
just want to
talking.
say my
She's
piece.
talking.
I know, I just want to say my piece. I get what you're saying, Christina. I'm not talking about the organization because if they did some shady shit, then they need to be called out for it. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the ideology of it. That was valid. That there were people treating Black lives like they did not matter, and so it was important to make it clear that our lives do matter. That's my
No,
only thing. So
no.
when it
Okay.
comes to
It
the
was all
organization,
Hey,
hold on, hold
hey,
on.
money.
Orange,
When it
Orange,
comes
I
to
have
the
a
What are you not
organization,
question.
understanding?
hold on. What I'm saying is when it comes
Orange,
to the
can I ask
It has
organization,
Orange a
nothing to
question
do
real
with.
fast?
go ahead.
Wait, guys, real quick. Christina, this is what I need you. Let's take game from Brandon. We'll take game from Brandon. Christina, this is what you do. She asked a question. I think it's a good one about the whole Black Lives Matter and the organization and the message being different. So here's the question. That's the question, Christina. Why don't you go down the line and you can start with whoever you want. You make me last. Give everybody like a minute or two to like answer that question, and then just cut them off, and then I say start doing the question, and then do like Brandon do, and then and then we can learn how to do. I think what he does is better for the audience based on what you told me, Christina, the other day. So why don't you do that? Like take the question and then give everybody a minute or two to answer. You can do me last.
Ooh, hey, that
Is
hotel
that is
phone
that
gonna
is that
come in
cool,
handy now.
Christina?
Oh no, I was just listening to her talk and waiting.
No, but I'm saying, is that cool? Like, how about we do that so that way everybody can talk and we don't cut everybody off. So we'll start with Orange Moon's question. So Christina, why don't you go down the line and give everybody like a minute and a half to answer that question, and then after that, keep it moving and do me last, and then you, Christina, you determine the next question. I say instead of doing what I always do and just throw you out in the fire, like I'm gonna try to help you and help myself too. Let's get some structure here. So go ahead and ask the question, Christina, again, and then start with the first person. Is that cool? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I didn't have a question. I was telling her that Black Lives Matter was a scam, and she's saying no. There was a reason
No,
for
I
it.
didn't say it wasn't a scam.
Yeah,
No,
you
I'm
said I'm not
saying
saying that, but you're saying the whole reason is Black Lives Matter. But that's
what
not
I'm
the point. That
what I'm saying
the
is
reason
that
for the
Hold on,
organization
Orange
being
Moon, just
made,
let her finish
the
real
reason
quick.
for the organization being made is to get a lot of money. It's a scam. It's not real. It's was never like for like Black Lives really matter. It's not. It wasn't because of that.
right.
So
Okay,
I don't
Orange Moon,
disagree with
Orange
you.
Moon, if you're gonna respond to that, Orange Moon is you got a minute and a half. Okay, you got a minute and a half, and then after that,
Okay.
we're gonna go to the next person so everybody can get it out. So go ahead. I'm gonna do the timer. So go ahead,
Okay.
Orange Moon.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying that with there should it's important to understand there's a distinction between the organization and what the ideology behind it and what it should have been. That's all I'm saying, that there's a difference between those two things.
Okay, so who else want to respond to that? Are they different? Is Black Lives Matter and Black Lives Matter group and Black Lives Matter the message? Are they different or one and the same? As Christina
The
feels,
original
and I
message.
feel.
All right,
Yep.
I can go.
Who's next? Okay, go
I'll
ahead.
go.
You got a minute and a half.
Um, I align with Christina, but I'd also like to add that not only was it a money scam, it was also a political scam to get more black votes using emotion and fear. And then when it comes to the ideology, I'm not so sure it did very good. I mean, you can look back and see people storming up to people just having a meal and demanding that they get on their feet and kiss or get on their knees and kiss their feet. So
Huh?
yeah,
And
I
going
wouldn't
to
say
their
it was
house.
necessarily a terrorist organization, but it definitely was not a good movement, and it also only comes around every 4 years. That's all I
Okay,
gotta say about it.
okay, so who want to go next, Brandon or Gary?
I'll go next.
All right.
Um, I think Black Lives Matter was in good intentions when it was initially started. Like back when the uprising was happening, it reminded me back in the '90s when LA was having the riots due to the Rodney King situation. So it was almost like a full circle moment again. But what happened is you had those two founders of the Black Lives Matter that actually were corrupt, and they used the platform for their own benefit, which diluted the message. And then the message got even more out of whack when they were looting and pillaging every single place that was, it had nothing to do with Black Lives Matter at all. They just wanted to steal it. And they're still doing it to this day, stealing TVs because reparations now. It makes absolutely no sense. Then I say for all of it, all lives matter, because if you're just saying one group matters more than the other, it's kind of unnecessary. But if you say all of them matter because we should treat all life with the respect that it deserves, that's where my stance is on it. And I'm done.
Okay, Gary, you going to go? You got a minute and a half.
Okay, I believe what Brandon believes for the most part is that it was born from a true intentions of our plight here in this country, and some some fat black lesbians took advantage of people's sentiment and did a money grab. And I'm it was co-opted, but this time it was co-opted by them. But I believe the intentions and the it was real. It wasn't fake. Why we feel like there's something wrong, it was wrong, and we shouldn't have named it Black Lives Matter. I would have named it Black Lives Matter also, or something like that. But like I do agree, everybody's life matters, but it's not. It wasn't as bad. People are making it evil when the people that took advantage and took that money are the ones that were evil. There was a lot of good people, as Trump said. There's a lot of good people on both sides, and that's all I got to say.
Okay, so Kai guy, you
I
want to add?
can I
Or
just say
Chris?
something real quick?
Go for it, Christina.
If you
Your
were to
show.
look up, if you looked up Black Lives Matter, right? Tell me why it went straight to the Biden website.
Oh, I didn't know that. So they changed it.
When it first came out, you put it in the search bar, it goes straight to the Biden website. Why? I don't know. I'm just saying.
Okay. Let's be honest. I'm on Google and I just put in Black Lives Matter. The top search is not the Biden website. Are
No,
you telling? Are you
no.
being honest?
I'm saying when I put it in Black Lives Matter to go
See,
right,
this is the kind of stuff
it
Hold
I.
went
on. Gary,
straight to the
Gary,
Biden
Gary,
site.
Gary, just relax. Let her
This
tell you
was
why. Just relax.
this was a long time ago. This is when it first came out. This is not right now. Of course they changed it by now, I'm sure. I don't know.
Why would you talk about then
It
instead of now?
literally, because I'm trying
That
to tell you, connect the two.
no,
Think, use
no.
your head.
If I wouldn't have stopped you, you wouldn't have told us that it was back then. You would have had everybody
She
believing.
said that right away. She said it was back then. She literally said that it was back. She said back.
Okay.
But here's the thing, Kai guy, you want to go? Because I want to make my point, and then we'll have Christina move it on. Kai guy, you want to add to it?
I'm still, not yet. I'm still checking on my mic real quick.
What in the chipmunk is this?
You got a modulator on.
All right, I can't play that game because I think I know who that is. I got to boot it. Okay, look, this is the reason why I'll end it by saying this. The reason why I don't like Black Lives Matter, the organization or the message, is because of the fact that the people that are actually putting the flag up and putting that message on their Facebook and all that, these are the same people that if you see a 6-year-old kid being slaughtered by a drug dealer, by a drive-by shooting, that murder, that body, that victim their life don't matter then after the next day. But when you got a criminal, majority of these people, overwhelmingly, most of these people were all criminal people that were fighting the cops or doing something bad that caused their death. They get talked about for freaking weeks, and Black Lives Matter act like they actually care. The group act like they care, and they don't give any money, don't do nothing other than pander. So that's the reason why when people say Black Lives Matter, it seems like it's only people that wouldn't care about that kid that got shot because it was a black person that shot them. And there's way more. There's 99.9999% of murders in this country of black people is happening by black people. If we're talking about the ones that are like put on the news. But that's the reason why I don't like either or, because I think we should if Black lives really matter, we should care about all the life, not just the black people that are criminals that get shot by cops. That's the reason why I don't like either of the messages. But Christina, you can go ahead if you want to move on to something else, or if anybody want to rebuttal,
Wait,
we can do that too.
DJ, we still haven't heard your answer about is it the woman's responsibility that she opened her legs and it's only her responsibility, not the man?
No, that's a simple one. It's literally the man, because we used to be leaders, and as you saw from 2 days ago, with the blacks that I was talking to that were upset, talking about, the reason why we're killing and slaughtering each other is because of poverty. But then I tell them we got to stop encouraging and telling black men, because we're the ones that are putting, poverty. That's the reason why slaughtering are happening. To stop earning, we got to tell them stop earning $22,000 or $25,000 a year. And making babies, because it's all irresponsible things we're doing. We're earning under, 25,000. We're making babies because we're not putting on condoms and practicing safe sex, and it's causing more crime. And it's ultimately causing us to not be leaders, and it's causing our black women to not look at us as leaders because we're copping out, talking about it's their fault that, and I know some white guys that say it too, but when it comes down to it, with other groups of people, when they get a woman pregnant, they're going to say, oh my God, I effed up. And they're going to cry to their mom and dad like, I messed up, mom. But with us, we're like, oh, it's her fault. She said she's on birth control. She should have not let me come at me. Are we freaking 6 years old? Or are we grown men who can pull out or put on a condom or just not have sex and make babies? So that's my thought on that. I think it's the man completely. Back in the day, we were leaders. Now we're freaking chumps that want to blame, the women when we are the ones with the sperm that would get the woman pregnant.
Mhm.
That's my thought.
I
But y'all want to go around? Everybody want to go and we can go around the line again with that. Everybody get a minute and a half that we can keep it moving. Orange, you want to go first, I guess?
Hey,
Sure,
DJ,
yeah, something you said
I actually wanted to
Yep.
say
made me
something
think of
earlier.
a hot take that I have. Yeah, and so
Okay.
the hot take that I have is
Quick Fedora, you can go next,
I
okay?
don't
All right.
I don't think that all men are natural born leaders. What do you guys think about that?
Hold on. Before we move to
What did she
questions.
just say?
Yeah.
What did
No,
she just
before we
say?
hold up. I don't think most men are natural born leaders, which I agree with, but let's not change subjects. Let's stay on the point of what Christina just said with the whole, men, it's the man or women fault. You want to answer that, Orange Moon, or we're going to keep it moving? You still got a minute left.
Oh, about the responsibility.
Yeah, if somebody gets pregnant.
Yeah, I think we talked about this a little bit earlier, but I think it's both people have responsibility.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you think both? Okay. So Queefador, you want to go ahead? You got a minute and a half.
This was actually towards what you were shedding light on earlier. It's not from the sexes issue. It was when you were talking about the culture earlier.
Yeah.
I made a comment earlier. You weren't on the live for it, but I personally feel that it's going to be hard for you to change the culture until somebody starts tackling the drug and the gang problems in those areas, because they're super ingrained. They're getting these kids at elementary school. Sometimes they're born into it. And there have been people who have gone to those areas to try to change stuff, and it did not end well for them.
I agree. So that's how you. Okay. So anything else you want to add?
No, I just wanted to. I've been
Okay.
waiting to say that for a while, so I just wanted to get that in there.
Okay. Who wants to go next? If you want to respond to that, then we can nip that in the bud. Brandon, you want to go?
I'll go for the initial part of the stream. That was the initial question. Whose responsibility? As someone who's had 2 children, both while I was married, it was the responsibility of both of us to make that decision. These are not things that I take lightly, so it's the only reason I only have 2 children. You know, I take it very seriously. I didn't even want my second child, so that tells you how much I wanted to stay only with one. You can share responsibility, or you could take this responsibility away from the other side based on, you know, disagreements, but pull-out method is 100% for this guy. And I would be more willing to not do it and say no than to risk my future with the child that I didn't want.
Okay. Okay. All right. Go by. I can see where you're coming from with the whole both parties. Remember, guys, when we're talking about responsible sex, I'm talking about like planning your parenthood, which, you know, Planned Parenthood was supposed to be about planning your parenthood, but it seems like it's used for like not planning and just being a degenerate and like wanting to, you know, end the life. But when it comes to planning, then it's both people. But I'm talking about the degenerates that are out here blaming each other for who made the baby or not. I'm just saying, when it comes down to it, with me, men, because we're supposed to be the leaders and it's always been us. That's the leaders. We're the ones that got the bigger responsibility because we're the ones on the hook, and everybody's going to blame, society's going to blame us no matter what. But I see where you're coming from in regards to like if it's planned. I mean, it's both parties. Do you want to add, Gary, to that?
Yeah, I would say it's both, because as a human being, you're responsible to take care of anything that might mess you up, anything that might affect you adversely that you have a hand in. You're responsible for it. You're responsible for your life. So whether you're a man or a woman, if you're a woman, you know that this guy might cut out. You know this guy might not be around. So you're just as responsible as him to make sure you're not left in that situation.
Facts.
Okay, I got you. No, that's a good point there. Who anybody else want to address that before Christina, I guess, moves it on to another topic, unless she wants to elaborate more on this. All right, Christina, you want to change topics, or you want to?
Okay, next topic is wait, hold on. I think K Guy wants to come on. He said he fixed his microphone.
Okay. You can jump back in just as long as it ain't that chipmunk crap.
Okay, he's back on.
Hi, is my
Okay.
mic working?
Wow.
No, it's chipmunk again.
How about
Yeah, I think I'm not gonna say the name of the person, but we know who it is trolling.
Okay, so next topic is why it's so hard to be accountable, like have responsibility.
Can you say that again, Christina? I think your mic cut out.
Why is it so hard to be accountable? Like hold yourself accountable.
Okay, we can do two. We'll do 2 minutes this time. 2 minutes each. All right. So who wants to go? Aren't you gonna go first? Go for it.
Sure. I think because accountability requires action, and sometimes it's hard for humans to want to do that. You know what I mean? To do additional action or to break old habits. So yeah, I think that's why a lot of people struggle with that. Or it makes them feel guilty, you know, taking accountability makes them feel guilty about their part and they don't want to face those negative emotions, so they just avoid it altogether.
Okay. I agree with that. Who wants to go next? Garrett,
I'll go.
is that? Yeah, Gary, you got it.
Yep. I think fear and ignorance. You kind of fear how you're going to be seen if you admit to being wrong or doing wrong, and then the ignorance of not knowing. I guess that you have to, make mistakes and own up to your mistakes to not do it again.
Okay. Queefador, you want to touch on it, or Brandon? One or two.
I'd say a large part. Now, I'm not really sure exactly what you mean by accountable, but in a general statement, I'd say ego probably has a big hand to play in that.
Wow, that's the biggest one.
Okay. What about you, Brandon? You want to add to it?
Can I go first?
Oh, go for it,
Save
Christine.
the best for last.
Yep. I'm gonna go last, or
So
unless you want to go last.
I'm gonna make it quick, but
Okay,
I
go
think
for it.
it's hard to hold yourself accountable because sometimes you're naive. You don't see anything wrong, or you don't take that
Mm.
and self-reflect. And also, it's like an ego thing. Like, no, I'm not gonna change the way I think. This is what it is. So I
Yep.
think we need to do a lot of self-reflecting for that to change.
Okay. Okay. Well, Brandon, you want to go, and then I'm gonna go after.
Sure. So after Dennis goes, I want um Christina for you to give an example of what you mean in a sense for the context, so people get more involved as far as what they could think about in your question. So I would say dive a little deeper, give a specific scenario. So for me, accountability is a must coming from the Marine Corps. If you don't be accountable for your actions, it can actually end up with someone dying. So you have to make sure that you're always on top of your game. That in that sense, military side. Now, personal side, I didn't take accountability for any of my actions when I was young. That's usually the thing is immaturity. As you get older, especially when you become a parent and you have to be responsible for someone else's life, you become accountable for your own actions because what you do reflects on them and vice versa.
So
Oh, okay.
accountability, just in general, like as a person, just being accountable. Like, so if you mess up, say, yeah, I messed up. I need to change the way I am. In that sense.
What? Well. Here's the thing. I'll say it now. I'm gonna put my timer on that way. I respect the time here. This is straight to for Gary. I'm gonna use my 2 minutes to go directly at Gary. Okay. So Gary, um, we got emotional. Oh, I wouldn't say I got emotional, but it was an emotional conversation. Okay. Um,
Yeah.
Here's the situation. I asked you, when I tell you that on this channel, all I'm doing is talking about the people that lack accountability, the people that are out here slaughtering, murdering, killing, raping, hurting people. That's the only people I talk about. I don't talk about people like I'm hoping you are, like a good, upstanding citizen, somebody that would tell on a murderer or serial killer if that was your son or if that was your neighbor. It doesn't matter. You're telling on them. You're trying to keep your community safe. So my question to you is, why is it that it seems like the black who are liberals, because it's only them that are upset, because the conservatives usually are the middle of the aisle people, don't care about the Candace Owens, the Brennan Tatum's, the people that are calling out the bad that we're doing to hopefully enlighten other blacks to be better. Why is it that people get so emotional when they hear that and get triggered? I got a minute left. You got my minute.
Okay. For one, I don't think it's only liberals. I think that's a false narrative. Like once you, because just in life with anything, you can't paint anything to be a particular group of people for the most part. You can't say that somebody does that because they're that. You can't
Okay.
say because somebody votes for this that they're, you know what I mean? That doesn't go to the root of it. But what I can say is why I can tell you why I now, and I'm not a liberal because I don't believe in Biden. I don't believe in government for the like as strong as government is. I'm a person that believes that two things could be true. I don't think that if I'm a Democrat, I have to follow all the tenets of being a Democrat, and vice versa. But the main reason why I got upset is because I felt labeled. I
Okay.
felt like somebody says that they know me because of something that they don't even know about me. Now I could see if I did something like you saw me digging up my nose and you say, I wouldn't want him to make my food because you see a direct link to something. You understand? You see me do something
Yep.
disgusting, you wouldn't want me to make your food. But now if you say I wouldn't want him to make my food because he's a beta, because he's a liberal, because he's a Democrat, I would say that that's insane. And
Yep.
Candace Owens says things like that. Like if she got on a plane and she saw a black pilot, she would be worried that he was an adverse, not what do you call it?
Diversity hire.
Uh, yeah. So, and she said so many more things. She said Trayvon Martin deserved to die. Nobody knows if Trayvon Martin deserved to die because nobody was there. But what we do know is he didn't have a gun. What we do know is he wasn't out trying to rob that guy. So I'm saying those people, you might not have heard the particular thing that was said that set one of us off, but people don't get angry for no reason for the most part. Would you agree that most people are, I won't say logical, but most people are somewhat logical. And most people do the right thing more than
Yeah.
not. Okay,
Yeah, I say that.
so then I would say that the reason the people that, and I don't get mad at everybody that's a conservative at all, but it's kind of the in your face name calling conservatism that I really don't like.
Long day.
Okay. So go ahead, Christina, if
Like,
you want to. We'll Gary, we'll wrap it up. Look, Gary, if you my number and all that is on my profile. If you reach out, email, we can do a one on one and actually get into this. I think you would be a good person to debate with because we think differently. Maybe you teach me something. Maybe you change the way I think. But I'm just telling you, like what you're saying, I get it. But I'm just telling you, like if you look around, we're causing the bad image, negative image that people see in us, and we're causing people to not want to be around us because all we do is make up excuses on why it's everybody else's fault instead of our own for what we're putting out there. So we could talk about this one on one, but I just wanted to ask you that, Christina, if you want to go ahead, I want to hijack your situation. So if you want to go ahead and ask something else, go for it.
Could I
could I
speak
just say
to
one
what you
thing?
were saying, Dennis?
I just want to say one thing. I just want to thank you guys for letting me in, and and that's it.
Mhm.
Yep, definitely. Oh, definitely, Jeff. Thanks for joining.
Dennis, I think, for me, what you were saying about you feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying just now that you feel like Black people are the reason for all of the hate or whatever that we may receive
Ooh.
because of what?
Because we make excuses up for it. We don't like stand down and say, hey, this shouldn't be happening.
Hmm. Yeah, no, I do agree with you that there's people like those types of people exist. Um, but I feel like there's also a lot of Black people who are not like that, you know what I mean? And the people who are gonna hate them are gonna hate them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Um, yeah, so I think yes, for some people, no matter what we do, we could be perfect and they're still not gonna like us.
makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Well, like I said, I'm gonna try to refrain from going too deep into that rabbit hole. Cause I know it gets exhausting for people. So, Christina, you want to move on into another one? I got some. If you want me to throw some topics out, I can do that too. But go ahead, Christina. You got the floor. You there, Christina? I don't know if I got bad signal. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Anybody? Okay,
Christina's
Brandon.
muted.
Brandon, you want to throw one out there?
A topic. Ooh.
Hey,
Is this
Brandon,
okay with
before you
Christina?
do that, I just want to say thank you for your service. I
All
didn't know
right.
you were a Marine.
Yes, sir. Served 4 years, 11 months, and 25 days, but who's counting? Um, so if it's okay with Christina, I have some info for y'all. Over here in the East Coast, we got hit with a 4.7 earthquake, and it started in New Jersey, and we were feeling tremors. I understand California, you know, it's like a Tuesday for you guys, but it's kind of like not.
Yep.
It's not like something that's comfortable for me because it's like end of days for me, bro. Because given that the NATO thing's happening with Ukraine, we got
Yep.
Israel, their own people rising up and burning the whole place to the ground to get Netanyahu out. And then you got
Really,
this
that's happening?
Yeah. And then you got freaking
They're
Taiwan.
trying to do the red heifer sacrifice too in Israel.
And then they got the Taiwan situation with China about to invade. They're all lined up right now
God.
to invade the country. Dude, all because Joe Biden's president, guys. Who would have thought this one person would cause all this kind of mayhem?
Hey, Brandon, on that earthquake that you're talking about, I'm actually very close to New Jersey. And the weirdest part is I didn't feel it.
Yeah, I felt it here. I'm in Philadelphia, and it's like it goes. You feel like this, like you're on a roller coaster ride.
You're not far away from me. We share the same state, but yeah, I didn't feel it at all. Yeah. I was at home when it happened.
We felt it in New York.
Cat Maverick goes, yes, but how's that the end of time, bro? Have you ever looked at the Revelations in 23? You know, go look at the whole chapter in the Bible. I'm an atheist, but I was raised Catholic. If you also look
up the red heifer
of the writings of Nostradamus, he's had a lot of talk about what's going on right now. So there's certain things that are in action, and you know this goes to that shadow government stuff that I was talking about yesterday. So it gets real friggin' weird. And in TVL, I am an atheist, but it doesn't mean I can't read. So and I had to read the Bible when I was younger. So okay, so Maverick, you read the whole chapter. So you know that one verse where he talks about 1,000 years of all mayhem and shit, and the hell will rise up and all the angels get cast out of heaven. You know, that's kind of like what's gonna happen, y'all. So get ready. It's just we're not gonna
you think it's gonna happen soon?
Bro, I just know that there's a lot of weird stuff happening in the world.
So did you denounce atheism
like
now?
Times are coming. Apocalypse now. What?
Are you still an atheist?
Oh, I've always been an atheist for the last when did September 11th happen?
2001.
2 years ago. 20 almost 23 years ago. So
can you be an atheist and believe the Bible?
You can read the Bible and still be atheist, yes.
Hey BVAS, can I give my opinion on the last topic?
Oh, do that. Yeah, go ahead.
So I just wanted to say that well, it's really another question. You guys don't have to answer it, but it's just something that you can reflect on in your own life. Is it possible, like let's say you did something that was wrong, do you think that you will be able to deliver to yourself the proper punishment? So I just heard, I believe that was Jerry who presented the fact that Trayvon Martin and when he stole a pack of Skittles or whatever happened with that situation, that he that wasn't enough for him to get killed. But believe it or not, over in places like Iraq and places overseas, they'll cut your arm off for shit like that. And it's a thing to where, well, really what I'm presenting is that I don't believe that accountability is possible, like from like just an innate point of view. Basically, like if we're in a situation to where me and BVAS is in the military, and let's say, or we're cops, and one of the guys on the force is basically like harassing somebody, and we're witnessing this, but this is our guy, this is our friend. A lot of times, you know, the guys on the police force would
Oh,
be like, you know, I guess we'll just let this one slide. You know, the guy was probably an asshole already. You know, we're not going to look too deep into it. You know, this is our friend here. A lot of times that happens because, you know, it's just us as humans, we make excuses for stuff like that. You know, how many times have you seen a person, you know, who you're telling them they're wrong, and at first they may admit that they're wrong, but they sort of come up
You
with
want to say hi?
justifications for it. I'll just leave it at that. I don't believe that it's possible, like from
Mhm.
like a real, I guess, like just for us as humans to really take accountability. I don't think it's
Want to leave?
possible.
Derek, can I ask? Well, I just want to say, Beavance, your cat is so adorable, and I like you
Yeah,
now.
she's a
As your cat.
baby. She's
Oh,
a baby.
what's her name?
Her name is Bia, but I call her Creamsicle because she's
Oh,
baby.
creamsicle. But Derek, back to what you were saying. So let me ask you this: what is your definition of accountability?
Accountability is taking uh, is basically when you do something that by definition is wrong, by whatever definition that there is, you know, because let's face it, what somebody may deem as wrong might not be looked at as wrong to somebody else. So whatever your definition is wrong,
Hmm.
that you're able to hold yourself responsible for whatever that is and inflict or accept the proper punishment for whatever crime that is.
Hmm.
So
And
basically,
what?
if I go out and kill somebody, and then this shoot, and this person their daughter or son grows up. Was that Christina?
It's being held responsible for your actions.
Well, I wanted to hear Derek. Thank you, Christina. I just want to see what Derek's personal definition, or
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
what his
That's
definition of it was.
Christina's right. That's the you know, if you look on Google, that's the definition. But to bring more context to it, it's basically like when a person does some shit that they know is wrong,
Hmm.
and you know, it's like they're not able to own up to it.
Right.
You know,
Okay. But
How
taking
about not doing something that you know is right? Is that wrong too?
say that again, Jerry.
How about, like you said, being accountable for one's action? What about
Uh,
what about one's inaction? Like you see something wrong being done, and you're just like, "Hey, I ain't got nothing to do with it."
Hey,
Like,
Gary or Jerry, I don't know how you want to say your name,
uh,
but
Jerry.
this is going to be the last warning of you interrupting people. All right.
All right.
yeah, but yeah, if you deem that as wrong, that's a matter of opinion. Like if like I just brought up the fact that if we were both police officers and we see somebody doing something that like harassing a black person or something, you never know. Us three guys, we may look at that and we say this black person fucking deserved the shit. We'll probably justify it in our own little world. We may believe that hey, this guy, you know, he was just attacking another criminal. That's how they look at stuff like that. They don't look at it as wrong.
Hmm.
But is it are they delusional? That's another subject. You know,
Right.
that's another conversation in itself.
Now, going back to what you were saying, Derek, about you feel like humans aren't really able or capable of being accountable. Is
Hmm.
that what you were saying? So you feel like humans aren't able to take responsibility for their actions and make it right, if they made a mistake?
Now, I will say that on a micro scale, and even sometimes even on a macro scale, like you have people over in China, you know, Buddhist monks and shit, who will light themselves on fire because they feel like, you know, whatever. You get what I'm saying? But those are the extreme situations there. For the most part, majority of human beings, like our primitive nature, is to basically when we do something, when we hit somebody with a rock, when we were cavemen, or when we, you know, betray somebody, usually the next resort is to justify it in our minds. Like, well, that person probably deserved it. He probably would have did the same thing to me. So, I just believe that just us as humans, it's our nature to not take responsibility. But there are certain cases to where, there are exceptions to the rule.
Hmm. Are you that type of person to not be able to take accountability?
I've done that before, but for the most part, like I got a friend recently who, when we were kids, I used to bully him, and I've been trying to reach out and, basically, confront those issues and accept that, man, I was wrong for that. Like, we actually used to beat this guy's ass back in the day, and it doesn't feel comfortable in my spirit. And even the situation that happened where, I got caught so much back in the day into the whole race thing, where I remember that, I was watching, Side Netter, Brother Polite, Dr. Umar, all that type of stuff, right? And there was this white guy who came on the bus, and it was raining. And, when he got on the bus, he started walking to the back, and he fell on the bus. And I just let out this, like, those forced laughs where, like, yeah, you just laughing just to be an asshole. That's just because I just had a personal vendetta at the time towards white people. I was racist at a certain period, if I'm being honest. And how I know I was racist because that was wrong. That white guy didn't do anything to me, especially this was an older gentleman. So for me to do that, yeah, that's I can own up to basically say, yeah, that was wrong. But now, can I inflict the proper punishments for that? I don't know, because I believe that's the definition of holding yourself accountable. When you do something wrong, you basically take ownership or inflict the proper punishment that's equally yoked to, or like equally uh what's the word that I'm looking for, like
Eye
something
for an eye.
that deserving. Yes,
Hmm.
yes.
Hmm.
Now, I don't know if I necessarily believe in that, because you got people like Dr. Martin Luther King who say stuff like, if we go by that, an eye for an eye, then, we're all basically going to be blind.
Hmm.
And I got to admit that back in the day, I wasn't the biggest fan of Dr. Martin Luther King, but he did present questions that I had to ask myself. Stuff like, if a person does something to you, like basically you say an eye for an eye. Okay, so you're saying if a person rapes your daughter, you need to go and rape their daughter? You don't believe in rape. So why would you go and do that? Or if a person kills your mother, you go and kill their mother. If you don't believe in these things, if you don't like when a racist person harasses you around the store, why then would you go and gain power to do that to them? If you didn't believe in the first place, you're basically saying that you believe it now. But however, you have a person like Malcolm X who differs and say, hey, we're not just going to sit around and kick our ass. We're coming from a different perspective from this, where we're defending ourselves, which causes a whole back and forth. This is something that the wisest of us can't really answer.
Hey, Derek, I
So
have a question.
yeah.
You were saying earlier that by human nature, uh, we can't hold ourselves accountable. Um, that's correct. That's what you said earlier, right? That's your stance.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
If that's the case, how is it that we have laws that determine what fits the crime? Like if us by humans by nature cannot hold ourselves accountable, I
Mm-hmm.
feel like there probably wouldn't be any laws. And I also feel like people who can't hold themselves accountable, that to
Uh-huh.
me shows more of a narcissistic trait than anything else.
Yeah, once again, that's the exception to the rule. I believe that the wisest of us comes around every so often to cut in the middle of stuff like that and say, hey, this is wrong. We need to do something about it. But for the most part, majority of us, you know, back in the day, you know, if we wanted something as men, we would just take it, whether it was pussy, money, whatever the case was. There had to been a certain individual at the time to step in and say, no, we're not just going to go around and take it. So that's the exception to the rule. But for the most part, majority of humans, I mean, you see it in your everyday life. How many times have you went to McDonald's and ordered a 10-piece nugget with a Big Mac and fries? You get to the drive-through window and you get your order, they're missing your 10-piece. And you go back to the register like, hey, you forgot my food. I've had situations to where they actually get mad at me because they're like, oh, now I got to go back and visit. Like, motherfucker, you forgot my nuggets. I didn't tell you to work here at McDonald's. So, you know, it's just you see it throughout your day-to-day. You see it throughout your day-to-day. You can clearly see that majority of human beings have an issue taking accountability, and it's coming from a place of just, you know, just human nature, just who we are. You probably know this also because I'm pretty sure a lot of you have done this in your own life. Now, another thing too is that laws, that's also a matter of opinion because, you know, this is not to justify it, but over here in America, you have certain laws that say, hey, 18 years old is the limit as far as like legal age. And you have certain tribes over in Africa and Southeast Asia where they're basically getting married to girls and they consider them women at the age of 14, sometimes even younger than that. And so, you know, how do you go to these groups of people who this is basically their religion or their customs and tell them, hey, you're fucking wrong? No, the legal age is fucking 18. You know, this is what they believe, and this is what they believe is right. And so, you know, it can sometimes become a thing like that to where we're trying to inflict certain laws and stuff. And sometimes, you know, you can clearly see that, yeah, this person is suffering from delusion a little bit because it's just like what we dealt with slavery. I don't want to go off on a tangent though.
Can I ask you, Derek, just based off something you said earlier, do you feel that punishment is necessary when taking accountability?
I believe that, yeah, that's what accountability is, and just from what I believe, what I know as accountability. You know, when a person does something wrong, that they accept whatever comes with that, whatever that is. It doesn't have to necessarily be uh, a punishment like what we know, like an ass whooping or something like that. But sometimes it's even like, you know, go sit in the fucking corner. You know, certain people just can't accept that, or even accept, like, you got certain people who do stuff that's wrong. They're not even able to get to the owning up process, to the part of it, when they probably deep inside they know that they're wrong. So yeah, whatever punishment, you know, whether it's your pride and putting that to the side, whatever punishment, yeah, I believe that's the proper that's the definition of what that is.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
I don't know, but me personally, as a Christian, uh, I feel like it is in our nature to hold ourselves. Still
Okay,
ties into the fact that we have laws.
can we do a topic change?
Go
Yeah.
for it. It's your show. It's your show.
Okay, so what is important to you in life? Like, what is the most important thing overall?
My son and Cali girl and my daughter.
So, family?
Yep. And the
Yeah,
blacks.
agreed. Agreed.
I'd have to say fried chicken. No, I'm joking. Yeah,
Hey,
family.
what did
Family would be mine.
what did
Huh?
you say before that?
I was like, fried chicken.
Fried
But
chicken.
no, my real, yeah. But my real answer is family.
DJ said a burger from McDonald's.
It'd be for me. It'd be family and including the blacks.
I have to say that I believe the most important thing to me is living a high quality life. I'm not really religious like that, and I'm not really, um, you know, that have any real stone cold beliefs. I don't know if there's a heaven or a hell or what the afterlife may look like. So I just believe in, when I'm on my deathbed, being able to sit back and say, "Hey, I lived a good life." That's what's important to me.
That's respect.
What about you, Orange? You said family?
Oh no, she's still on here.
All
Brandon,
right.
let's hear your word of wisdom answer.
Oh,
The
my
what
bad.
what's
Okay.
the question?
What
Yeah,
is
let's hear you, old wise one.
what is important to you in life? Like, what is the most important thing to you?
So the most important thing to me, if I were to rank them, number one is my health, then my family, and then these dang cats, fuckers. Yeah. Oh, everybody got booted.
Oh my
But
gosh.
I'm here.
Who did that? Who put it in that format?
That wasn't.
I'm not on
I
the
got.
computer. Brandon, you can do it. Yeah, there you go.
I didn't do that. I
It
don't know.
probably was accidental as a touch.
Yeah,
Weird.
I would say too, peace is also really important to me. 'Cause I feel like especially in this day and age, like there's just so many things that are meant to enrage us and to make money off of rage. So I just feel like, yeah, peace of mind.
Okay, what about TVL? Welcome in.
Thank you. What's up? Um, I don't know. I don't really have a good answer for that right now, but I wanted to ask, what is the criteria for being a good person? Like with the guy who says, yeah.
Are you talking to me?
I guess in general,
You said to
Good
the person
person.
who what?
Who
what
wants to
is
be a
the
good person?
criteria for being kind of like a good person, Because it's like, it's easy to say, oh, I want to be, I want to be a good person or whatever, but who gets to decide that, right? It's kind of hard to say because everyone seems to have their own opinion. Everyone's ego says they're right. So whose criteria is ultimately right, or is there one?
So TVL, before we even answer that question, let's first have everybody answer the initial question that Christina had. So you have about a minute and a half to answer it, and you pause on that until everyone has a chance, and then she'll let you know if she wants you to ask that question again. I think we should let Christina hold the thing down. Okay.
All
That's
right.
a good question.
All right.
We'll do that one next.
Okay, cool. Yeah, what's important in life? I mean, I am a pretty spiritual, like religious person. Like I was kind of a lot of mistakes, like had to learn a lot of lessons the hard way and really found the only way to get myself right is to find some kind of faith in God. And I've actually like grew up Christian. Like I've seen I had to like go away from that, studied like Eastern kind of like Buddhist, like Hindu stuff, and then I ultimately have become a Muslim now. And I've found that the Quran like really describes the criteria of how to live in a very kind of like straightforward way. And like I never would have thought I would have become that, but once I read that book, like I had a completely misconception of what the religion was, and it's like it's really kind of like brought me along further. And like so we all this liberal conservative talk, like Muslims are the ultimate conservatives because there's really no other way other than following the Quran. That's the correct way. You're either with that or you're against it. If you're against it, you're completely doomed. And liberal to me is just basically saying everyone's way, any race, any transgender, any gay, anything can go, right? So that's like the liberal conservative thing for me. Anyways, that was a long-winded answer, but yeah.
Oh, I love that one. I'm gonna go last, Christina. Make sure before you change it, I'm gonna go last. All right, go ahead.
So I think Gary, I hope I'm saying his name right. Jerry?
Gary.
Big Thunder in the building.
Yep,
Oh,
shout out to Thunder in the building.
so I guess
Jerry, you're still with us.
I guess Thunder, we can ask you because he's not answering. What is
Sure.
the most important thing to you, Thunder? What's important?
Family. As far as health goes, my family comes first over my health. For example, I have a life insurance policy that expires when I turn 84. I hope I die a day before I turn 84. Also, as far as religion goes and faith being first, I'm an atheist. I believe when we die, the party is over, folks. My conscience is my God. And if I'm wrong, you can all tell me when we get up there, I told you so. And if I'm right, I won't be able to do that to you.
That's a good one.
Next.
I think that's really good of you to say, and you have your own religion, and I think you're very family oriented, and that's great.
Yes, that I am. That I am.
Yep. What's going on, man?
So I think Dennis is next, but I think he might be a little busy, so I don't know.
No, you can actually. I'm actually waiting for that next question about the whole good person thing.
Yeah, I wanna get with Dennis. Big respect to Big Dennis, bro.
Do you
Putting
want
all
to?
this together.
Wait, Christina, you want to move on to the next one? I'm waiting for Christina to tell me
Yeah.
if she.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, well, let me do my little 1.5. I'm gonna do 1.5 minute, whatever. Hey, how you doing? Okay, so what I think a good person is somebody that is one with God, away from the devil, and I think that God is just the person that created us. I think the devil is the bad in us, and I think that, or not. I know that you're supposed to just not. Hey, I'm alive. You're not supposed to fringe on. You're not supposed to fringe. You're not supposed to fringe on anybody's life, make anybody's life inconvenient, not hurt anybody, not cause people pain and misery. And I think that if we're talking in the eyes of like people in America, you pretty much have them alive. You pretty much have you don't rob, steal, kill, rape, hurt, and then you don't justify it by giving excuses to people that do that stuff. And that's all I talk about in this channel, of those people that do that. Other than that, I mean, I think, we all could be good in different ways, but that's really it. And that's just the general, my thoughts on being a good person.
Makes sense.
One other thing I'd like to add real quick. God, if I can remember that, I might have lost my train of thought here. Oh, yeah. I'm one of those liberals this gentleman was talking about earlier. I am one of those liberals. Muslim, Catholic, Jewish, atheist, gay, straight, transgender, big, fat, little, old, young. I believe in yes, everybody. I believe that we're all given our life, our own life. This is my life. That's his life. That's your life. We all have been given this life, and nobody is to tell any of us how to live our life as long as we're not hurting anybody else. So, yeah, I'm one of those people that's anybody. Even though I'm an atheist, I think the world would be better off without religion, but I still respect all religions and anyone's belief in what they believe. I respect that. Just don't push it on me, and I won't push mine on you.
Nice. Respect. I agree
I'll
with
keep
everything you said.
mine. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that I really respect that. And yeah, I mean, where are we about the good person? So for me, what makes a good person is someone who has integrity and compassion. Because I feel like if you have those two things, you're gonna, you know what I mean? You're gonna be considerate of other people, and your mission is to make the world a better place instead of making it worse.
And for me, I'm going to keep it nice and simple as well. For what makes a person good would simply come down to just treat other people how you yourself want to be treated. Easy as that.
Again, I disagree. Sorry. Don't treat people how you want to be treated. Treat people how they want to be treated. That's my argument to that.
Wow. I think Thunder responded kind of to me, so I can't wait to hopefully get a chance to respond to him.
I'm done. I'm sorry.
Mr. Tom Petty.
I've been told that too. Tom
yeah, I see
Petty,
it.
Greg
You're in
Allman.
Florida too. I remember from the other night. I mean, one
am
thing
from
I would
Florida.
ask respectfully, sir, is when you say your conscience is your God, so then each person is their own God in a way, right? If we were all in our own individual planes, that might work, but we have to look at it right now. We have 10 people all interacting together. We walk the same earth. We all have to interact, unless you're on an island, right? Unless you're the king of your own island. We have to kind of interact with each other. So the whole, I'm really interested in this liberal conservative thing Dennis has kind of pivoted in his channel into. And I think that as I've been listening to these things and kind of thinking over myself, it kind of seems like the liberal way is to say, yeah, everyone's their own God, everyone's conscience, everyone can be right. But then when people clash and then we have to decide what color lives matter and what this and what that, right? It's like, but then the conservative way is there's the way of the Bible or a holy book. That's sort of the criteria, and we have to follow that. And if you're not following that, then you're in the wrong. And so I'm not saying either, I'm not arguing for either one, but at least defining those two in that way. What do you guys kind of think about that?
Okay, real quick, if I may, because I have a go preaching anyway. I'm not saying that we're all have our own gods. That's my view. Everyone else has their own view. I mean, to you, you have your who is it, Allah or
there you go. Yes,
Allah,
sir.
I think
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He may have Jehovah.
Yeah.
He may have
Allah just in case.
Jehovah. I mean, whoever whoever your God
I haven't eaten all
is,
day.
whether you're Hindu, whether it's a Buddhist, whether you're it's Buddha, whoever your God is, that's up to you. To me, that's. I'm not saying everyone should agree with me and do what I do. So no, everyone in my world maybe, because of the way I feel that my conscience is my God, but I don't feel like your conscience is your God.
Right.
I don't believe
you're
that.
Kind of not to cut you off, but you're kind of repeating yourself. My question to you is, how do we all live together? How do we achieve this peace everyone claims they want? How do we achieve it? How would you suggest we achieve it? While everyone is their own.
If you have a bad
guide.
conscience, some people you can't change. People go out and do mass murders. Those people probably don't have a conscience, and they're willing to go. And so it's your conscience, and you can't. You're never going to get rid of everyone. You're never going to
so you don't believe
everyone.
it's
Everyone's going to have haters. Everyone's going to have people that like them. It's just the way it is.
And you know what? And to piggyback off of that, I think the thing that is getting in the way of us, like having that peace, that world peace, whatever you're saying, is we have to stop trying to make everybody conform to what we believe or how we want to view the world. Like just let people decide that for themselves, like what Thunder was saying, you know what I mean? And as long as, they're not hurting anyone physically, then
but people are hurting people physically. That's what he just said. People do that. So how do we fix it?
So if somebody's hurting someone physically,
it definitely doesn't work to let everyone just do what they want.
That doesn't work. You're never gonna have utopia.
Hey, hang on a second, y'all.
Because I want to clarify.
Hang on a second. I will mute you guys quickly if you interrupt each other. We are not going to do this game of interrupting each other.
Yes,
TPL, this is going to be your one and only warning. If you keep talking, you're going to get out of this whole stream. I'm not going to tolerate y'all talking over each other.
Thank you,
I've been banned from many channels on YouTube. Trust me.
It's not worth you keep talking, but just ask the
question.
Bro,
your tone, the way you talk so slow. Do you think that makes us respect you more? Like,
well,
it doesn't.
Listen. Everybody doesn't like. Everybody doesn't have to like everybody, but I do understand like respecting the time that each person has to talk. But
Yes,
what
yes, ma'am.
what I do want to clarify, because I get what you mean. For the people who are actually hurting people, they need to be stopped, right? They need to be, away from the general public. But what I'm saying is, if they're not hurting somebody and they just have a different view or opinion about their life or whatever, so be it. Like at the end of the day, what they believe doesn't affect my life. Now, if it begins to affect my life, then I have a right to speak up and say no.
Right.
Like, don't step on me, right? But if they just doing their own thing and it's not hurting nobody, for me, it's like, okay, that's them, right? I don't have to agree with it. I don't even have to really see it, or if I see it, I can turn away or scroll up. You know what I mean? So
I guess that's why Dennis has been bringing up the whole violence in the communities thing and because to kind of not focus on the macro is an okay way of going about it until your family or you are a victim, right? But politicians and people that care about the broader society, they force themselves to look at kind of the trends of what's going on and say, hey, what can we do to stop? So that's what I do respect about Dennis bringing up all these topics is I think he's trying to get at the idea that we can get better. We can try to improve things, and we should care not just about our own little bubble, but how everyone's treating each other. So
Yo,
I hear what you're saying. That's nice that you're sort of saying, oh, if it doesn't affect me, then whatever. But people are affected. People are right. We can go back into all the political issues we're facing in this country. The shoplifting. Oh, it doesn't affect the economy. Well, stores are closing down because of it. Oh, the migrant. I don't want to get too controversial, but migrants. They're beating up cops. They are committing crimes. Like there's things that are happening that we either are going to acknowledge or we're not, right? But like
yeah, I
to
think you
not
can.
like yeah.
I
Hey,
think
real,
you can
real
do
quick,
both,
real
right?
quick, guys, because I gotta go. And Brandon and Christy, I gotta go until probably about 8:30. I'm gonna do a Zoom meeting. So let me make this last statement real quick. TVL. You same with you. If you want to reach out through email or Instagram or the phone number that's on there, we can do a one-on-one so we can get deeper because I know where you're going, but it's hard to do it on a panel like this because when you're like interrupting people, which is what Brandon's saying, just like with Gary, y'all are passionate. It's hard to do it with this many people. So one-on-one, or if I'm on here by myself and I put the link up, jump on when ain't nobody on because it's hard to have because I would hog up all the time and it'll just make for a bad life. But look, what you're saying, I appreciate the sentiments. That's all it is. When it comes to the political spectrum or whatever of liberal and or liberal and conservative, all it is I used to be a liberal before I knew what a liberal was. I found out that like when you're a liberal and you're believing in what the liberal idea is, it's more of like victimhood. It's somebody else's fault other than my own for why I'm not accomplishing anything. It might be because of slavery, racism or whatever such. And when it comes to the conservative side, it's more okay. If you focus on two-parent household, don't make babies you can't afford. Go work hard. Education, such as what Brandon is pushing me to do right now. Those are kind of like, yes, liberals do it too, but conservatives is all about this is how you make it happen. They don't allow you to make an excuse up about your race or something stupid just to get out of the cop out. Because Brandon's not going to let me sit here and say because of, slavery, because of this, that is the reason why I'm not educated to get a good job that'll pay me $30 an hour. No, he's going to tell me what to do. But with the liberals, they're going to say, oh, it ain't your fault. The circumstances you had to deal with in your past is the reason why you're failed and blah, blah, blah. And that's not going to accomplish nothing but keeping me in the same place. That's the reason why I tell people the one and the same. Liberals is about doing whatever you want to do, freedom, hurt somebody if you choose, but you should be redemption, all this crazy stuff, be 10 gender, it's just too much involved. When conservatives is kind of like straight, narrow, like, but sometimes conservatives are uptight, too much, infringing on your life in regards to like being a good person, whatever such. But I'm gonna that. Y'all can go ahead and continue. Appreciate y'all. If I don't stay in the live before I jump back on, thank you for everybody coming on and reach out if you want to do a one-on-one with me at early, soon to be time. That's all I got. Appreciate y'all.
Yo, I
Thank you. Have a
wanted
good
to
night.
get my take on it. I wanted to get my take on it, bro.
Can I just finish what I was saying? Thank you, Dennis. No, I just was back to what TVO was saying. I do think it's possible for us to ignore the things that don't affect us and take action against the things that do negatively affect us. And I think the problem is that a lot of people don't know how to tell the difference between what is actually affecting them and what's not, and and so people just see something they don't like, or they don't personally agree with, and they're just like, oh, well, now this is affecting me. It's like, no, like, you know what I mean? Like, we really have to go back to, okay, is this actually physically harming somebody, you know what I mean, or emotionally, you know what I mean? Like, instead of just, oh, this person is saying something I don't agree with or I don't like, so now they have to stop,
Hey, can I chime in real fast?
Yeah, I
Oh,
wanted
no,
to
I'm
get my
sorry.
take real
Yeah,
quick.
go ahead. You haven't
Yep.
talked in a while, Carter. You're good.
Yeah, I got you. I'll make it quick. So I just wanted to add on to or respond to what TVL was saying. Um, yeah, I don't think that that's practical. Like I get what you're saying. You know, if we live this way, this would be the way. But I just don't think that it's practical, and that's what you have to take into account.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we're able to say if you live this way and if you do X, Y, and Z, then all of humanity will be okay. But let's not sit here and act like all of humanity is going to go with that ever, 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 never, ever,
Yeah.
never in history. The
Then we're
the
all gonna be
nature
failures forever,
the nature of human of this planet is predator versus prey, lions versus hyenas. We will never get along ever. We will never come to a middle ground ever. This is why I don't really agree with the whole going back to Africa movement as a black person, because it's like, okay, we move back to Africa and then what? The same thing that happened in the past isn't going to reoccur again. No, there will always be a group of people or a person who will want to conquer land or whatever the case may be. That's just us as humans in our nature. He who has the biggest gun makes the rules and controls everything. So it will always be a fight for that type of power.
Okay.
So on the, what is it that makes a good person still? Or did we move to something else?
Was that the question?
Yeah. Are we still on what is it that makes a good person? Matter of fact, one
Yeah,
question.
I think so.
Okay. I agree with the last speaker that it's always gonna be strife and disagreement. Um, people and are there really good people, or are there people like, I don't think anybody's good all the time. I don't think there are probably some people that are bad all the time, maybe, but for the most part, most people are good people. It's just the percentage that does the bad things and the crime and the killing and stuff like that. But that's never gonna stop. It's
Well, then all of this talking is just yapping for Dennis's engagement, right? Like we're never then like what do we don't believe it's gonna fix? Then like that's
well,
the answer. It makes. I mean,
let,
I'm not
let
disagreeing,
me
but
ask you a question. Let me ask you
Facts.
a
yeah,
question.
please.
Did,
What's
did
up?
you get on? Did you get on this call thinking that you were going to be able to solve all the world's ills in the phone call? Or are you being
No,
sarcastic
no.
right now?
No, I've gotten a lot out of this though. Like this has told me that I really don't need to come on again because making an effort to engage in this way, it just isn't received well. So which is fine. It saves me the effort, right? Like it was
Right.
really it's sort of naive to think.
How wasn't it
Yeah.
received well? Somebody
What's
curse you
that?
out? How wasn't it received well? Did somebody curse you out? Somebody
No,
say
no one, no
that?
one, no, dude. I'm not saying I'm emotionally hurt. I'm saying that my point of attempting to get closer to an idea that we can find a criteria to follow and maybe it can work. Maybe the thousands of years of ancestors before of this modern generation that followed religion and was closer to God, maybe they were onto something, right? Maybe,
Oh,
but maybe not.
I think I
Yeah.
get where you're coming from. You want people to read the Quran.
Um, I knew leading with that was probably a mistake, right? Because it kind of labels me. But ultimately, my answer is really simple. Like I said that maybe like there is a way, possibly, to find a criteria we could all. I'm not okay.
Mhm.
Criteria maybe is not. That's the word they do use in that book, which is why it's in my head. Like it makes so much sense. But finding a way that we can all follow that will, you know, allow us to live together in peace and harmony, right? Okay, but I say that and I can already see the cringe, feel the cringing, right? It's like, oh, that's so stupid. We're animals, hyenas. So yeah, that's what
No,
I'm saying. Like,
Well,
yeah, like I
it makes
feel
perfect
you. I don't
sense.
disagree, you know, or whatever. But it's just
Yeah.
like, yeah.
are
No,
you
I have a question for you, TVL.
What's up, man?
Because I already figured pretty quickly that you were trying to hint at people should turn to Allah. But with that being said, it,
oh
it if Islam is so peaceful, like you're trying to hint at, how come the Middle East is so fucked up?
Because outside actors constantly come trying to exploit their
Ah,
resources. That's my answer.
Mm. Well,
I don't have a, yeah.
can
That
I
would be
say
my
this,
guess.
TVL?
That would be my guess. I don't have the answers, bro.
could I
I'm
say
not
could I
claiming
say
to.
something?
Can I?
Yeah.
Could I
Well,
say something?
can
You
I
know
just
what?
say something real quick, Gary? TVL. Honestly, I get what you're saying, and I feel like, listen, are we gonna ever get to a perfect world? I don't know. You know what I mean? Probably not. But can we get to a better world? Can we make a better world for the next generations, for our kids? Of course we can. But we're not going to get there if people think we can't get there. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
You're going to
Right.
fail if
That's
you
called
think
hope,
that
right?
it's impossible, right? Yeah. Like, so
I
I
like
get what
that.
you mean. I get what you mean of this feeling like it's pointless to have a conversation if the people just feel like, oh, we're never going to get there. We can never
Yeah.
make a better
It's like,
world.
all right,
You know?
bet. Then fuck it, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna go
I have
savage,
But
you
no,
know?
but you
No,
know,
no
but
worries.
right. But you know what you do? You just surround yourself with people who
Facts.
have the same
That's why I'm
vision
alone.
as
That's why I'm just
you.
with my wife, you know? It's crazy.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
whoever's in your circle who has the same
Yeah.
vision as you and the same mission to make the world a better place. Like a lot of people not even thinking like that. And honestly, I don't blame them because sometimes people just are trying to survive. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? They've been through a lot of shit. And they're just like, okay, I just need to get to the next day. They're not thinking about, oh, how can
Yeah,
I
I agree with that.
make this world better? Yeah. So I get it. But I think that, again, if you already come in the gate saying, oh, it's impossible, or we're never going to do it, or if you come in thinking that humans are like savages, bro, yeah,
Yeah.
we're never going
How
to
it's
get
ever gonna work.
right. But I don't think humans are savages. I mean, I know there's some degenerate people out there, but I think a lot of people today have said that they feel like, a lot of us are good people. For those people, it's definitely possible to make a better world. We just have to actually try.
For sure.
Now, I just think that we also have to look at history and be realistic, and making a better world is probably making the little world around yourself better first. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
if everybody did that, we would have a better world. But because the thing that, like now, like you said, like with religion, if you believe religion, the world was designed for us not to get along for the most part, like for us to be like very tribal and
No,
separate.
I don't agree with that, bro. I think that the world was created if you I mean again, you don't have to believe what I'm saying, but what I've read is that God had angels and all the angels all day all they did was just praise him and stuff. But to teach the angels humility, he created men. And then he told the angels, y'all are going to bow to the men to learn humility. But the one angel that wouldn't bow was the devil. So then he said, and then so then the devil said, "Hey, can I go down to earth and lure the men off the good path until the last day?" Even the devil believes in God. Even the devil knows that at the end of all this shit, we're gonna all be judged. Period. Like I don't know how that shit seems just like logical, but maybe not. But yeah, like that's what the world is it's a test. It's a test to see who behaves most in line, and it's really easy to make all types of excuses of why we can't act in, usually the excuse is, oh, it's not safe, or oh, someone will hurt me, or oh, this. But look what happened to Jesus. He got pinned up, you know? Like that's the example. Like when you do act that way, they pin you right the fuck up. But
All right, so
then you
now,
got raised up, right? So it's like it's tough. It's like a catch-22. You know, you can be
so
scared, but you're gonna die anyway. So you feel me? So it's like kind of
if you
tough. You
believe
know?
the
Yeah.
Bible, right? Then and you
Right.
think
Wait a
that
minute. Did you just?
Bro,
See.
the
I'm a
Quran talks
Christian.
about Jesus. It talks about
I'm a
Abraham. It
Christian.
talks about all those people. Yep.
I have to say something. Did
wait,
you?
let me
Yeah.
Did
finish
so?
because you cut
You're
me off. Can I finish? Can I finish? Because we're not supposed to be cutting each other off, and I let him cut me off.
I love
So
it.
if you believe in the Bible, right? There's a story in the Bible, the Tower of Babel, where
Right.
it was supposed to be so that we can't all communicate with each other, so
Right.
that we all couldn't communicate with each other and cooperate
Right.
to build this tower because we
Right.
were getting too big for our britches. So,
Right.
like, what about that?
But the interpretation of that, in my opinion, of that story is that mankind all communicating together could accomplish endless goals. And so that in order to learn humility, we had to break up in order to come to these types of conversations right here, to have the chance to all be different colors, all be different races, beliefs and stuff, and find a way to find common ground. But if we just admit, oh, we're all hyenas, we're just gonna dog eat dog, type shit, which, we could do that too. It is what it is. I feel you, I'm ready, type shit, right? But it's like that's the idea. We broke up to come back together. It's all just a game. It's all just a test. Or life's just so serious and get your degree and blah blah talk so fucking blah blah blah. You're so, virtue signaling, all this shit, right? All right, cool, whatever. You feel me? Like it's back to the principle question. What is the criteria? Who gets to decide what the principles we're supposed to follow are? Another person on a panel, a guy who talks the most calmly, or God, God? Like that's really my question. But
Ooh.
if
So
we don't feel like we have an answer,
TVL
like
shooting shots, so I'll go ahead and
yeah,
interject here.
yeah. What's up, bro?
So TVL, I'm going to do the same
Yeah.
thing I did to Original Thought.
Sure.
What you're doing is this convert or die method, and that's what really grinds my
You think
gears
so?
on religion. And another thing is, if you take out your whole speech on religion, you have nothing to say.
Yeah,
So
if you
why don't
take
you
out
just
God,
do
you're
that?
not
Because I
here. You're
don't
not
have
created, bro.
to talk religion to have a
Yeah.
nice, decent conversation with somebody.
Cool.
But you don't have
Cool.
anything.
You're right.
to
I
bring
don't.
to the
You're right. I
table.
don't want to be human like you. I don't want to be all, oh, I'm gonna have a conversation. Okay, yeah. X me, bro. I'm ready.
You
Please.
take
please.
out
I don't wanna-
religion, what do you
TVL.
have to bring to the
That's why
table?
people don't respect a lot of Muslims, man.
That's
Let the man
fine,
talk.
bro. That's cool.
Convert or
That's
die
cool.
mentality, dude. If the Quran said drink this Kool-Aid, you gonna drink that Kool-Aid?
But it
Honestly, I
doesn't
don't
say
think.
that though.
I'm
But it
just
doesn't
saying,
say
man,
that
this is
though.
a hypothetical right now. You
But
would
it
do
does.
it
But
because you
that's
blindly
you get to make
follow
up as
whatever
many
you
hypotheticals
reading
as you
at
want.
them. That's
It
a
doesn't
man.
mean
Here,
I'm gonna.
here. Hey, Brandon.
I will say
Brandon.
this, y'all.
I have a non-theoretical thing I can say to him right now. The Quran also endorses marrying 9-year-olds.
Well, okay, so let me just say this. What you were saying of this is the reason why people don't respect Muslim. I don't think that's the case because that same like posturing of like what B Vass was talking about, that can be found in any religion. That happens a lot in Christianity as someone who grew up in Christianity. So it's like there's always going to be a religious person trying to convince you why their religion is the best. Like that's not specific to Muslim people. But honestly, at the end of the day, like we all have the right to choose what we believe, and that's the thing. Like, we don't have to all conform to just one belief in order to respect each other. We can just say, you know what? We can agree to disagree. You believe what you believe for a reason based on your experiences. I believe what I believe based on my experiences. You know what I mean?
I have a question. Quick question. Is there an outcome that we all commonly desire, or do we all have separate kind of competing outcomes we want?
I think we all want to be happy. I truly
Okay.
believe that most of us,
Okay.
we just want to survive, be happy, live
Survive.
our
But
families.
we're all going to die, right? That's a fact. It's tough,
This is
but it's a
true,
fact.
and people
Yeah.
try to run from it. They don't want to accept it. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, we just want to be happy,
I got you.
and as long as our happiness isn't impeding on somebody else's happiness, then it's all good.
Yeah. I guess that's why fentanyl is so popular. It makes you pretty happy.
See, that's the thing too. To be as religious as you are,
Yeah.
your spirit is not right.
You
Cause
don't
you
think so?
cause
I don't rock with you either, bro.
you trying
Now
to make this
this is
easy.
typical with fucking Muslims. I'm sorry, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to
I'm
be
not
a
gonna
dick, but that's very
Yeah.
typical.
Yeah.
it's not
No,
because he's a
and it
Muslim.
only makes me
It's
prouder, you know?
it's
It only
not
makes
but
me happier. I'm
it's
feeling pretty
not
happy right now, actually.
listen,
Crazy enough.
it's not because he's a Muslim, because Muslims believe in peace. A Muslim
No,
is
they
one
do
who's
not.
no, a true Muslim. Not those dudes that's doing the terrorists. That's not a real Muslim. A Muslim is one who submits to the will of
No,
God.
it is because they want to kill people like you. They want to kill people that feel
Yes,
like you
it's
do.
in the
You don't
Quran.
know. You
If you're
don't
not,
know.
it's in the Quran. If you're
Yeah, it
not
is.
Muslim,
It
you're
is.
supposed to die.
But
Yeah,
you don't
it
know. You
is.
don't know me. You don't know me. How do you?
But
What
bro,
are
I can
people like
feel
me?
how you're coming at me. You're assuming about me just like you're saying I'm assuming
Just like
about
you
you,
were.
right?
Just like you were
Yeah.
assuming about us.
Yeah. Well, to be fair,
I am
everybody
assuming
has a
about you because I don't believe you guys have a criteria you're following. You make up shit based on your ego. That's
yeah.
all this
But
whole
you know
panel
what?
does
You
day in,
don't
day out.
talk like a.
Yeah.
You don't
Honestly, they
talk
have
like a
the right
Muslim.
to.
But
Okay,
you
You know
don't
one
what
get to
though?
decide
time.
that because I
One
am.
Hold
second.
on,
I'm
hold
with
on,
God,
gentlemen.
bro. I
Gentlemen,
can
One
get to
at
gentlemen.
talk
a time.
however I want, right?
I just want to
Can't
say
talk,
this
you can
though.
talk however
Even
you want, right?
hold on,
Right?
I'm
TVL,
not a
TVL,
Muslim.
TVL, TVL. I'm just saying, even if
Okay,
somebody
I'm a
does
per
want,
right.
hold on, guys,
Yeah.
gentlemen. I'm
Yeah.
just saying,
Yeah.
even if somebody does want to, go through life based on their ego, you know what? That's their right too. At the end of the
Bet.
day, everybody's a little defensive because, there's some people coming for religion specifically, and a lot of stuff. Like, let's just keep it respectful on all sides. You know what I mean? Like,
For sure.
you don't have to like somebody's religion or their beliefs, but you ain't got to talk down to it either, right? Because you don't want somebody
All
talking
right,
down on your. So yeah,
I'll concede. I apologize, man. I strongly disagree with the
and
Yeah.
I get it, and that's based
That's
on your
okay, bro.
experience. Yeah, so I get
I
it,
felt the
but
same way too, to be
Yo, I
honest.
wanted
It's
to
crazy.
add on to it before we move on to the next subject. I've been in the comments though, but yeah, TVL. I was talking shit in the comment, but
Which I can't. I'm like not good at this. So who is it? Spitting facts or who? I saw somebody.
no,
Well,
I'm Derek
who's
Carter,
speaking?
bro. I'm Derek
Derek. All right,
Carter.
bro, for
Yeah,
sure. I liked what you said the other day too. By the way, what's up? My
yeah,
fault.
but yeah, man, I agree with you about like there is a certain place, a certain thing inside of us as humans that we all trying to get to,
Yeah.
whether it's
Yeah.
happiness or whatever we call that thing.
Right.
But at the same time, um, the reason why we would never come to a common ground is just because it's like it's too much, uh, too many perspectives,
Okay.
and if those, I don't believe that two. Well, dang, I said this last time when I was with on the chat with B Vass and them. I was saying like I don't believe that two people or groups can coexist with one another without if they really disagree with each other without one or the other submitting. So if it's
Yeah.
basically like the Muslims versus the Christians, we all know that majority of this planet is ran by, or it's populated by people who believe in Christianity. They run a lot of shit.
Yeah.
So, I get what you were saying about the Middle East, about a lot of them feeling, oppressed and feeling like they're, being
Sharia
chastised and
law.
shit. Yeah, so but as long as that is a factor, we can never come to a common ground.
Yeah.
It just
I
like
guess that's why they that's why they hijacked the planes. It's crazy, bro. Like it's fucked up.
yeah,
That's how those people felt. They were like, well, fuck it. It's never gonna work. I'm gonna go this way, type shit.
you will never you think that Hitler, if you asked him like, bro, you don't think what you doing is wrong? You don't think that just killing innocent Jews and all, you don't think that's wrong? You think he agree with you? You think you're gonna be like, yeah, that is pretty fucked up? No, he actually believes that the shit that he's doing is the right way. He believes in it.
Right. I feel like that shit was ego to the max degree, though, right? He wanted his literal gene pool to be disseminated throughout the right. It's like it's ego to the max. Like he couldn't even have nobody even looking different than him and shit. Like like
That's actually not
like
right.
yeah.
Hitler had black hair, and the Aryan race was blonde haired and blue eyed. So he actually was pushing a race of people that didn't look like him.
Interesting.
Hitler was also Jewish.
I heard
It
that too.
addresses Jews and Christians in the Bible. I mean, one thing it talks about Christians is that basically like it acknowledges Jesus, Abraham. Like that's what really fucked me up about the Quran was that it talks about a lot of the things I read the Bible right growing up. So it's like it talks about a lot of the shit in the Bible, in the Quran, and it talks about how it happened, Abraham, Jesus, etc. But what it says is that God can't have a son. And so Christians in theory to Muslim theory are polytheists because they're praising God as God, but then they're praising Jesus, a man, as another God.
No,
So
no,
that's what it
no,
says.
no,
Listen, that's
no. They
literally
are
what it
one
says.
and the same. They
But
are
see,
one and the same.
Okay.
They are one and the same.
But that quickly leads to another man being then y'all are God too, right? Every man could be God
Nope.
theoretically, right? Or Jesus is a
Nope.
special guy, right?
Nope.
Hold on. So
Okay.
I know you
The
don't agree.
Bible says ye are gods.
The Quran was made 600 years after Christianity was started, so I don't want to hear it.
Okay, so you don't agree. We know that. All right. My thing is, I feel like whether you believe it or not, the truth is that and this is coming from, I grew up Christian. I basically lost my religion. You know what I mean? And now I'm like agnostic. And I feel like there's some degree of speculation or AKA faith that any religion has. Because at the end of the day, if you ask
For
any
sure.
religious
That's what it's based on.
person, hey, show me proof of God existing, right? Irrefutable proof of God existing. They can tell you personal experiences. They can tell you, oh, this is a miracle that I witnessed, but they can't give you cold, hard proof, right? So there's some speculation regardless.
For sure. Undoubtedly, that's faith.
Yeah. So for me, if you believe it or you don't believe it, it doesn't really matter because everybody's basically speculating.
But that's why I started with the question about outcome, because ultimately arguing about our ideas is one thing, but trying to achieve an outcome is another. But like we said, we're never going to achieve the peaceful outcome because we're hyenas and stuff like that. So yeah, I appreciate it. I'm sorry to, hopefully, I mean, I don't even know what we're all doing on here. I'm on here out of boredom mainly, right? So hopefully this trolling I did or this triggering was somewhat entertaining. If not, y'all, hey, whatever, it's cool. Just, I appreciate y'all. I'm sorry, kind of thing. All right.
You good.
All right, cool.
And I think that's what I'm saying though. Understanding that everybody's basically speculating, then okay, I'm not gonna judge you for your guess, and you ain't gonna judge me for my guess or my belief.
Right.
Like, that's the peace. That's the common ground of like, you know what?
Yeah.
Okay. Period. Like,
Yeah.
And being
Look, man, I don't hate you, but I don't appreciate the freedom. Like I said before, I'm Christian. I didn't bring up anything religious really until you started.
I did though.
Caught on.
So are you saying I
Yeah.
was wrong for doing that? I can make my own
There's
decision, can't I?
no real
Just
quick.
like you guys do every single day to talk all your ego bullshit. I can make my own
Here's my
decision
thing.
too, right?
You
All
have
right,
a
bet.
right.
Run
You
that.
have a right
Run
to
that.
speak your belief and speak your
Cool.
truth. But
Can
we'll
Run it.
just
That's all I
say,
did. That's all I did.
yeah.
I'm out.
we
I
be
appreciate y'all.
respectful, please?
Yeah. And thank you, Christina. And what we'll say is just you can speak your truth, but just, from this point on, nobody push your religion. Don't push your personal religion, right? You can speak on it, but don't push it.
Can I respond to that, Orange Moon?
Mm-hmm.
So I was just on a chat not too long ago with a guy who supports like gay rights and like the LGBTQ, and I was telling him like, because he believes sort of like in the whole push for like you know what is it called, gender affirmation being pushed on like kids and stuff like in school. And I was kind of telling him like, bro, I see what you're saying. You know, like growing up, we did see like heterosexual behavior sort of being portrayed in the kids' movies. Like, you know, we seen Alfalfa kissing Carla in the Little Rascals. We seen Spider-Man kissing Mary Jane. And so I can understand, just playing, you know, devil's advocate, how growing up you probably felt like, you know, that you never had, you know, you probably felt strange, like, you know, I've never seen, you know, someone like myself being portrayed in, you know, these movies and stuff. And so I was telling him, like, you know, I understand that, but at the end of the day, you know, you also got a large group of people who believe, like, you know, I'm not letting my kids being, you know, being forced to believe that a trans man is a man, or, you know, believe in this type of rhetoric. And
Yeah.
so, you know, it's like, it's a thing to where I can see it from both perspectives. And I was trying to get the guy to understand, like, listen, but, you know, I was telling him this, and this is the last part, and I'll let you guys just have at it. But I was telling him, like, you know, I hate when, you know, they try to force the gay agenda on blacks. You know, like every time you're seeing a movie, you always see like a gay black person, and it's like they're covering all minorities in that situation. Or, you know, every time there's an HIV commercial, it's two black guys walking up the street. It's just like they're trying to push it and basically latch on to our suffering and our pain, and say like, well, hey, um, you know, uh, we're going through the same stuff, and it's like, no, we went through slavery. But my point is that we will never come to a common ground with them, ever. They're looking at it from a point of view like, hey, I feel this way, this is what I believe, whatever. We will never get them to understand that they're wrong, because we're coming at it from religious beliefs and stuff like that, and they're not looking at it like that.
Mm-hmm.
And
You talking
so,
about trans people?
yeah, all of them, all of them. This is just an example for just all of the stuff that we're talking about. Because
Mm-hmm.
why is it they won't just go to another land and just practice their rules or whatever they believe is true there? It's because they feel like, well, shoot, if I do that, then it's probably a kid who feels the same way that I do. So no,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to let that happen. See, that's the
Isn't
thing
that the
that we're.
extension of everyone's perspective? Everyone's conscience kind of can lead the way, and that's why there's 100 different, 100 different ways to go, and now everyone's fighting, and but then the political parties are empowering these transgender people somehow. And we have drag school and shit, right? It's
What is
crazy,
with that
bro.
echo?
1 second, guys. Sorry,
All right, cool. Yeah,
Pete
it's cool.
want
Cool.
us
I
to
got booted.
talk about.
Oh my God.
So I know
That
this is an
echo was
important
bad.
subject, but Dennis doesn't like to talk about this, and I have to respect his wishes. But I do want to say that I think we should let somebody lead the topic. If anyone wants to volunteer for the new topic.
I think
Ooh.
it should be Brandon. He's pretty good at picking topics.
But he has his own shows though, so it would be somebody else.
Oh, okay, I got a topic. All right,
All good,
so right
Christina.
now, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so
It's all
Bernie Sanders right now is like campaigning for a 4-day work week. What do you guys think about that?
I don't know. I still can't get over the majestic picture of him with his legs crossed with his cooking mittens on.
Yeah, yeah, he's or the do you see the one with the bird? That I think
No,
they
I haven't seen that one
yeah, he was like a Disney princess for a little bit, the
yet.
bird.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
mind a 4-day work week. All right.
I
Yeah.
don't really have an opinion because starting next week, that's the shift I'm going to be working anyways.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. For me, I feel like, you know, I don't know how it is in other countries, but I feel like in America we have this mantra of, you gotta be a hard worker, you know what I mean? You gotta pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you just gotta go, 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 like hustle culture. And I don't know. I've never subscribed to that. Like I'm definitely, I mean, in terms of being a hard worker, I agree with that. But I don't think you have to work yourself to death to, you know what I mean, to do that. Like I feel like having a 4-day work week, there's already actually, yeah, I know there's other places that do that, and it proved like the productivity increases. You know what I mean? Like people are able to get more done in less time because they manage their time better, because they know that, okay, I'm looking down a 3-day weekend every weekend. You know what I mean? So let me just do what I got to do efficiently, and so I can just chill. So I'm for it.
He's
I'd
trolling, bro.
agree. I can't really argue with that, to be honest.
Americans is lazy. These foreigners come over to this country and they're able to run circles around us by just using the opportunities that we have available that we're not really using, or we're taking for granted. And so I believe he was trolling with that. He was probably trying to make fun of Americans, like, you know.
No,
But
that's a
that's
serious thing. A 4-day work week, but uh, I think it's cool. I think it could be cool. It depends on the person. It's still 40 hours. You're gonna. It's not like 8 hours for those 4 days.
It'll
You
be
have
10-hour shifts.
Yeah, it'll be 10-hour shifts. So it's still the same amount of time. I mean, I think that goes to accountability. If you can get all of your work for the week done in those 4 days, those same 40 hours, then it's cool. If you can't, then it's not.
It's also company to company wide. Like regardless of what was his name, Bernie tries pushing,
Hmm.
he ain't he ain't gonna have a whole lot of control.
Yeah, because it does depend on what the business is. Like a lot of shipping businesses, they need to be there every day.
Yeah.
Okay, going back to Brandon, I realize that Brandon hasn't even had a chance to really talk, so I retract my statement. Brandon, do you have a topic that you want to talk about? Because you haven't talked that much.
No, ma'am. I'm okay. You run the show. I am steering the boat as necessary for keeping moderation, but
He has the whip on us.
I'm okay as long as like you guys are doing what you're doing.
I just don't
Um,
want you to think that we're not letting you talk. So,
I
you
will make a suggestion. I would say, Christina, I want to hear you more. So I want to hear you like talking to the chat and then asking them questions. Like I want to hear you more. That's my opinion. I really want to hear you. That's my thoughts on this.
okay. So talk more, interact more with the chat.
Yeah, and also your panel too.
Okay.
Yep, it's your show, Christina.
Here. But I still want to give you concrete if you have a topic.
What did she say? Me?
Yeah, if you have a
Did she,
topic.
not really. I wasn't really thinking about a topic for him.
It's okay. You can have one next time. What about Derek or Gary? Or I don't even. I'm not even saying his name right, am I? Is it
I think
Gary?
I think I
Gary.
got a topic. I think I do. Um, let's see. I don't know. Gary, you got a topic?
Uh, not really. I mean, uh, what do you
Ooh,
think about label? What do you think about labels?
I think labels are pretty important, especially when trying to figure out what to buy at the grocery store.
Okay, that's a good one.
Labels. I don't really know because the us as humans we have to use language to communicate, and so we also have to label. We always have to label something as something in order to properly identify it. So like if the reason why we call a tree is because we have to call it something. And so when it comes to human beings, it's pretty much the same thing. Um, shoot. So I guess with myself, like people sometimes call me like a Democrat, stuff like that. I guess that was what you were kind of hitting at because of what
Yeah.
Dennis said about you earlier.
Yeah.
Hey man, listen, Dennis be doing that all the time, bro. Like if you don't believe a certain thing, then you must be a Democrat, a beta male.
Yeah, and I just think with
Yeah, I'm
those
uh,
that what
I'm
happens is we now, and you're right, we do have to like sort people out, like okay, kind of like to a degree, like okay, sort people into different groups to a degree, but the same thing is a lot of times I find with labels, people forget two things could be true, right? So, for example, like we had a gentleman on here that's a Muslim, right? And a lot of things that he was saying I probably disagree with, but then there's some things about their plight over there that I agree with. I don't feel I don't feel England was ever in the place to say here you can have these people's land, right? So a lot of stuff that comes after that. So a lot of stuff I could agree with that guy on, right? But because he labeled me as a Gentile, not a Gentile, as a
yeah, it's
what
a
do you,
Gentile.
no, that's the person that's not a Jew, but the person that's not not a Muslim is it's something worse than Gentile. I forgot what it's called.
Infidel.
Oh yeah,
Infidel.
infidel. Yeah,
Yes.
infidel.
So for him labeling me as an infidel, there's some things that he believes that I believe, and that's what happens. I believe with labels. That
And
somebody labeled me a Democrat. There's some
Gary,
yes.
I just wanted to say that whole talking point about Israel not having any claims to that land. That's complete nonsense. The Jewish people have been there for a long time.
That land was given to them in 1958 by
Yes,
Abraham.
but they've been there for over 1,000 years.
How
Yeah,
have they been
initially
there?
when this
What
goes
about
back
this?
to the time of the pharaohs, Jews got cast out of Egypt and they were
Yeah.
wandering the desert. Moses took them to that land, and then they got kicked out of that land by the Persians. So
Yep.
they went
Thank you.
back in the 50s. So
Well, we
Yeah,
know
but
that this
there's a
topic is going to be
separation of church and
controversial.
state. So
Well,
a government can't give back somebody land based on a religious belief.
right, Gary. Honestly, just knowing, what Christina was talking about, what Dennis is like comfortable talking about, I'm sure this one is really controversial. So, maybe. But what was the original question?
Huh?
You guys remember the
Labels.
label?
Labels was the original question.
Yes. Okay. So for me, I'm just gonna say, like, there's certain labels that is attached to something or has like a history behind it that's important to me. But then there's other labels that I'm like, I'm good. You know what I mean? I could live without it. So yeah, that's just kind of that's me. That's
Like
all.
for example, we're dealing with as Black Americans, whether we want to be called Black Americans or not. Like you got certain people who feel like in the Black community that our ancestors might have not actually been from Africa or that they don't have any ties to Africa. So we're having an issue. But you also got people who don't like being identified as a color. They're like, I'm not black. If anything, I'm a light shade of brown or whatever.
Yeah,
And
I
so
know for me.
Well, I actually wish people actually use that more often because if you use a color chart, there's no such thing as white. We're all
exactly.
literally just a different shade of brown. That's even with the Asians.
Yeah, and black people aren't literally black. Like I feel you on that.
Yeah,
Like,
they're just a darker shade of brown.
yeah, yeah. I think for that one, it's like I don't necessarily care what that label is. For me, yeah, like in that situation, I know who I am. You know what I mean? And yeah, I'm good with that. But it's yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just on a personal thing. Like you decide if you give a fuck about labels. You know what I mean? Or if you're just like, you know what? No, I'm good. I'm just a human being. You know.
And
It's
I
one.
just
It's
wanted to
one.
say I do apologize again to everybody like you, Brandon and Christina, about me getting heated earlier with that Muslim guy. Um, I'm not a big fan of preaching, and then he started talking about my Lord in a negative way, and that's just asking for problems. So
All good.
I just want to apologize again.
Good.
It's okay.
All right, guys. I guess I'll go ahead and lighten up the chat a little. So I'm gonna ask y'all 2 questions. Y'all want to hear a story, or you guys want to give me your top 5?
Top 5.
Oh,
Story,
I'm kind of interested in the story time.
story.
Okay, guys. Story time. So I'll tell you about that time that I went to the doctor. Okay, I went to see my doctor a while back. I was telling him I was having problems using the restroom. And the doctor's like asking me all these different questions, assessing me, gets to a certain 2 questions, and he goes, do you urinate and all that stuff? And I say, yeah, I do, actually. And he goes, okay, so what times a day do you go? I was like, oh yeah, every morning I get up, I go, I go pee around like 7 a.m. every morning. And he goes, okay, so you wake up at 7, go pee. I said, yeah, I go pee 7 o'clock every morning. And he goes, okay, so what time do you have a bowel movement? I was like, oh, I have a bowel movement around, I'd say 8 p.m. every morning. I don't see any issues. He's like, okay, but what do you have going to what do you have trouble going to the bathroom? And I say, well, doc, I don't wake up until 9.
The end.
Yeah. Clap. Clap.
Honestly, I'm so
So
sorry. Honestly, I
Give
gave
us
you
the top 5.
else.
all right. So yeah, I was pretty much leading y'all to the top 5s. Now, top 5, guys. All right. So your top 5. This is what I want y'all to go ahead and think about while I tell you mine. So growing up, I'm in the 90s. I'm growing up in the 90s. Between 1992 to 97, it was all about X-Men, bro. Okay. When you were a kid, what were the top 5 shows you watched growing up? For me, it was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay. It was Dragon Ball. It was X-Men, Spider-Man, and Batman. Those were like my favorite shows. And then, as I got older, it was Pokemon and all that. But, from like 8 to probably 11, 8 to 12, those are my shows growing up. What are y'all guys' top 5 shows growing up?
All right. I'm going to say, well, I was born in 1995, so you guys might be older than me. I grew up on the Power Rangers. Let's see. SpongeBob. Uh, Drake and Josh.
Ooh, man.
Let's
Drake
see.
got it bad.
Hey, a side note. Anybody
That's an
remember that
understatement.
old episode of SpongeBob where he had caught the bus to that weird area? That was crazy, right? Just side note.
Yep.
But Let's see. What else? TV shows. I got two more, don't I?
Yep.
It's one that I'm missing. I'm probably going to say The Wire. Sure, this may change, but I'm gonna say Law and Order.
All good.
All right. Mine would be, because I was born in '92. Mine would be Cat Dog,
Yes.
Red and Stimpy,
Oh yeah.
Hey Arnold, and then Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Ooh, some great.
Damn, you took a lot of it. That was good. I love those shows. Okay, so mine, Barney, first and foremost. Love Barney. Yes. Oh, and Mr. Rogers.
Oh yes.
Oh, I forgot about Mr. Rogers.
Yes, yes. And then what was it? Courage the Cowardly Dog. Love that one. And Dexter's Laboratory. Really, really good. Oh, and what was that? The one with the lions in the library, in between the lines or something like that. I love PBS shows.
That was old. That's an
Yeah.
old one.
Sure.
Oh, the Cyber Chase. Okay, I'm done. All right. Those, yeah. Love. We had the best shows.
Definitely better than what they're playing now.
Jerry, what you got?
Speed Racer. HR Puffin stuff.
Oh wow.
Man, this is stuff from like the '70s.
He's aging himself big time.
Yeah. HR.
Gonna say I Love Lucy next.
Nah.
That's
no
yep.
way. Probably Good Times. What's happening?
Yep, Good Times. Wow, you got my Good Times and
Gilligan's Island.
Happy Days.
Happy Days, yo. Sunday, Monday,
Happy Days.
Tuesday, Wednesday.
That's my 5.
Oh wow. All right. Go ahead.
You know, looking back, Leave It to Beaver was a pretty messed up show.
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
You, Christina, what you got? Top 5 favorite shows growing up. Okay. So Christina's not doing that. Okay. So now that's me as a kid. And I'll tell you my top 5 shows as an adult. All right. Because when I became a parent, okay, don't get at me. All right. Don't at me. Chat. Nobody. But fucking Backyardigans was the fucking show, guys. Okay.
I'm judging you.
Oh yeah, that was my shit.
Backyardigans.
That was my
Okay.
shit.
Pocoyo. All right. Wonder Pets. Okay. Wonder Pets was shit. Oh my gosh. The phone is ringing. Yeah, I was hooked. What's the next one? Leapfrog. Like all the Leapfrogs for some reason were like engaging as all get out, teaching my kid this stuff, and I'm like enamored with the story. And then My Little Pony for some reason was like has such the deepest storyline you'll ever freaking see. I swear.
Oh God, Brandon.
So convoluted story.
You're a brony?
No, I'm not a brony. I'm just telling you, as a parent, I was sitting there watching the television with my kid.
No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, my Little Pony lore runs deep. It does. It's that's crazy.
So as an adult, your top 5.
Bro, I completely forgot about the Rugrats. Now, if I was still watching a lot of this stuff as an adult, to tell you the truth. I had to buy a lot of this stuff on my Prime account. So like Invader Zim, Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Christina gone.
Um, somebody said Cat Dog. I used to watch that too. Hey Arnold also.
That's you as an adult?
What up, Sasha?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Hey, shoot. Well, right now I'm watching like Luke Cage. Yeah, I got to start over, bro. Okay, Luke Cage, The Green Arrow, the one on Netflix, Iron Fist, uh, uh, mm, Power, and BMF.
Okay.
Okay. I think for me, the first one that came to mind was Supernatural. I
That's a good
love
one.
that
That's a
show.
good one.
Yeah, really good. What else? As an adult, oh, Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad was really good. Um, Game of Thrones, of course.
The first two seasons, I'll agree.
Yeah, they fumbled in the end, but then they kind of had a comeback with House of Dragons, so I'm really excited about the new season of that. And oh, and Incredible. I think it's what it's called, Incredible, with the
Oh,
kid and his dad and stuff. Superheroes or whatever. Not really, but yeah.
Um, I guess for me,
talking about Invincible.
Invincible, yes. Yes.
I'm gonna have to group two into one because a lot of things that I watch are actually documentaries, whether it be World War II, World War One, Ancient Rome, list goes on. What's another one? I like the show Vikings, obviously. Uh, yeah,
Very
I can't really think of anything. It's mostly documentaries that I watch.
okay. So top 5 shows as an adult.
Who, for me?
Yeah. I mean, you named the documentaries, so name them.
Okay. God damn. You put me on the spot.
I mean, you said documentaries, so I mean, your favorite shows, you can put them up. One thing I recommend is watching The Act on Hulu with that.
Yes, that's a good one. Be prepared halfway through the movie though. You're going to get
There's a twist.
yeah. There's going to be a stand up surprise. But I guess for documentaries, Apocalypse Now. It's a World War II documentary. Highly recommend. Uh, yeah, I can't remember all the names of the documentaries to be honest.
Oh, I have one. The Deepest Breath. Have you guys seen that one?
Is that like something about sharks?
No, it's about these deep sea divers who they make it a sport to see who can go like the furthest down without any yeah, I don't
Oh
think
yeah,
there's any
there's
scuba.
a is that based around the tribe that actually does that? Because there's a tribe in the Pacific Ocean that can swim underwater without getting any air for I think like 10 minutes or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about it.
You guys got to check out a TV show from back in the day called A Thousand Ways to Die.
Oh yeah, I remember Spike
Oh
TV.
yeah, I love that. I love
Yeah,
that.
I'll be honest. The one episode from that is forever burned into my mind is of the woman. She's in her garden, and there's this guy that constantly runs by her house, and you just see his slong moving around. So she has cucumbers that she's practicing on, and she steps on a rake and it goes right into her throat and she suffocates.
All right. So now here we go. Chat. Once you guys, if you want to be highlighted and all that stuff, you can throw a super chat and all that. But chat, you guys can also put your top 5. But we're gonna get real controversial, guys. Your top 5 rappers.
Oh,
okay. Now
I'm screwed. I can only give the basic generic white guy answer.
I will start with my top 5 rappers. All right. Number 1. All right. There's a group that you guys could look up called Pete and Boss. They're UK drill rappers, and they're the most fire dudes on the planet. Number 2 is Tunchi. Wheezy, baby. Got my grandma on the phone call, Instagram. You know what I mean? And then number 3 is Eminem, only because Eminem is the rap god. He's literally a rap god, right? Number 4. All right, I'm gonna group these guys up, but it's Method Man, Redman. All right, number 5, rest in peace, is Pac. So those are my top 5. If I had a 10, I'd keep going, but I only got 5.
Okay, I'm gonna go next, bro. All right. So my personal favorite, and there's a difference. I'm going to give you 2 parts. One of them is going to be my personal favorite, and the other is going to be who I believe is the greatest rappers of all time. I feel like there's a difference. I'll explain it in the end. My personal favorite is my personal favorite rapper of all time is Mos Def. Second favorite rapper is a rapper named M1 from Dead Prez. Third is going to be MF Doom. Fourth is going to be You God from the Wu-Tang Clan. And five, I'm gonna probably say I'm gonna give that to Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5.
Ooh. You said a hip hop.
All right. Now, who I think is the greatest rappers of all time, though?
No. Top 5. That's it.
Okay.
You gave him.
Okay. For me, I'm gonna say Kendrick. No, I'm freaking bit.
Okay. Okay, Dylan.
No, but Kendrick, he's definitely up there for me. Andre 3000. Just because I just like how he makes me feel with his raps, you know? Yeah. And Missy Elliott, also she's always a vibe. Okay, let me see. Damn, it's kind of hard with so many rappers. Lauryn Hill too. I like her conscious rap. Damn. I guess J. Cole. Yeah, he's good.
All right, that's 4.
Was it 4?
Yeah.
Hey, Kendrick. Andre.
You said Lauren?
Lauryn, yeah. And J. Cole.
Okay, J. Cole 5. Oh man, no role models, huh?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, rest in peace, who?
Uncle Phil. For
real. You only father I ever knew. All right. So who's else is next? Creefador. What you got?
You're muted.
Yeah, if you're talking, can't hear you. Nothing? All right. So now I'm gonna go to the chat. Guys. Whoever put P. Diddy as their favorite rapper, you need to go to one of his parties.
Repent.
You belong there. You belong there. All right, I got Mr. McKinnon said Biggie Smalls. Yes, it was all a dream. And then Chicano Azteca says Eminem is literally corny rap, bruh. If that's a rap god, then damn, that's sad. I just want you to know that Eminem is probably the only rapper that knows how to rap with orange. He can make orange into a rhyme. You find another guy who could do that, and then you can get at me. And someone said Little Bubble. Oh my gosh, Pie, you stupid. We don't have any other people putting up their stuff. That's it. Yeah, nobody else got their stuff there. Okay, guys. So we went to top 5, right? All right, Derek says Eminem's overrated. You know, why are you gonna put it in there and yet you're in here, sir? Eminem
He
is
overrated,
not
bro.
overrated.
I didn't want to cut you off. He overrated.
Hold up. I'm gonna tell you a line, and you tell me it's not freaking ill as hell. All right. Windows tinted on my ride when I drive in it. So when I rob a bank, I just go out and just hide in it. So I be disguised in it. And anybody tries to identify the guy in it, I ride for 5 minutes, come around, shoot the eyewitness, fire at the private eye, trying to pry his eyes in my business. That is some of the most lyrical freaking masterpiece I ever heard in my life.
There's no meaning, no context, no
bullshit. He robbed the bank, shot the chick, and he ran off and said thank you because he said he wasn't gonna shoot her.
That's just putting a whole bunch of words together. It means nothing.
It's not a whole bunch of. It's really cleverly designed, man. Are you kidding me?
You remember when he said, what did he say on the new song they just came out with? Not too said, if the only time you pull up with a stick is when you're in a car with a manual transmission. It's like, okay, you know, I love the.
He's trying to say he ain't gonna have a gun. The only stick he's gonna have is with his manual transmission car, the ones with the clutch.
Yeah, but when Tupac and when these guys, you know, say stuff that people actually been through and that people can actually use throughout their day-to-day life, it means a lot more than just putting a whole bunch of words together that rhymes. If that was the case, then I believe that Cassidy is 10 times way better of an artist than he was. And I also believe Cannabis was a better rapper than Eminem in that sense.
It's a matter of preference for real, you know.
Yeah, so
think
rap.
about it like this, Orange Moon. Think about it like this. If a guy just got on stage and just start talking about how he's going to kill you and how he's going to rape you and all that, you'll say, okay, you know, yeah, he had some nice little quotes and stuff and all that. But when the guy, like when DMX speaks, when the DMX raps, it's like you feel it because you know, like with all the drug use and all the stuff that he's been through. Not saying Eminem doesn't do that. He used to do that, but now he just putting words together. There's no purpose behind it.
It's a matter of preference. That's what I mean. Like, hey, Gary.
Gary, I have to ask, have you been in virtual reality the entire time you've been talking to us?
No, I just put this on so y'all could see me with the headset on.
I thought you were leaving. You said I'm out. Goodbye.
Yeah,
so
and then y'all started talking about rap. And
well, I mean, it was gonna get interesting. You just didn't stick around.
Eminem overrated.
Right. But now let me just tell you my 5 first because I didn't get a chance to. And one is Rakim. Well, number 1 is Melly Mel, right? Because before Melly Mel, there was no blueprint to what a rapper was. He was the first rapper with the message. 2 is Rakim because the style that you're so fond of with Eminem, that's the style that Rakim made up to rhyme more than one word in the sentence, like how Eminem did it. Like Rakim, one of his rhymes was follow me into a solo, get in the flow, then you could picture like a photo. Music mixed mellow maintains to make melodies for MCs, motivates the breaks. I'm everlasting. I could go on for days and days with rhyme displays that engrave deep as x-rays. I could take a phrase that's rarely heard, flip it. Now it's his daily word. I could get iller than arm, a killing bomb, but no alarm. Rock chemical remain calm. So this is to go to the point that the brother was saying about Eminem is highly overrated, but he is one of the best to ever do it. Don't get that twisted. He's overrated in a sense that they don't mention the others that are at his level or beyond.
I
But
agree.
he is definitely one of the best to do it. Can't take that from him. I would probably still put him in top 5. He probably would be number 5. But
I got him as sorry to cut you off. I got him as number 4 on the list of greatest rappers of all time. He's right above Jay-Z. But like I said, he isn't in my personal favorite. I believe that the so-called greatest rappers of all times, the GOATs, like a lot of that is due to the impact that they may have. And, it's just that I just always felt like if Eminem was black, he probably, Benzino was right. He probably would have been like an underground artist, like a Cage or Immortal Technique.
Now,
one of those types of guys.
So Derek, hold on to that. Now, Derek, this is what I want you to do after Christina talks. We're going to talk about this Benzino and Eminem beef that goes back to the early 2000s. Before we do anything else, let's talk about that because I got a lot to say about that. But go ahead, Christina.
Benzino was the subject.
Okay.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Okay. So for me, it's got to be Kendrick, Migos.
Oh, boo.
No, I love Migos. I still like Kanye, even though, there's not that many songs that he's done recently. There's 2 more. J. Cole is a good one. And one more would be, I don't even know what the last one would be. I like Travis Scott, but I haven't heard anything new.
That's all good. So, Orange, you and Christina got a couple of artists that y'all guys favor. Interesting.
Yeah, and also old Kanye actually probably would be like, yeah, he's up there for me. Old Kanye was definitely maybe 1 my top. Yeah.
Well, I promise, I'm so self-conscious.
Man, I'm so sad.
Finish it.
I gotta say, with Kanye, I'm not surprised he went off the
sentence.
wall.
Finish your sentence. I think I know you're going.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, he's been through a lot. Yeah, it's just
he's bipolar. He's
yeah,
bipolar. That's all.
yeah, and he's surrounded by yes men. You know what I mean? Like nobody's gonna keep him in check. When he's tripping. Yeah.
Go ahead,
what?
Dora.
You know what my favorite song is?
Sorry, Christina.
Real quick, my favorite song is Jesus Walks.
It's a good song. God, show me the way, so the devil trying to hold me down.
Walk with me.
All right, go ahead, Quivador. About you.
I was just gonna make a joke because I don't really listen to rap a whole lot, but I was gonna say anybody married to a Kardashian is definitely gonna end up bipolar.
Wow. I mean, look at Odom.
Yeah, that's
Odom nuts. All right, so okay, Derek. Now, I want you to know something about Eminem. When you try to get into a beef with Eminem, he ends careers. Why doesn't anybody know about Benzino in the late 2000s and then the mid 2010s and then the 2020s? Because fucking dude's irrelevant because Eminem buried him. Made Machine Gun Kelly forget he was a rapper and he went to rock and wearing pink. He completely destroyed Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon forgot about that, went to Masked Singer, started hosting there. And then he also buried Ja Rule. Ja Rule got buried so bad he went to jail. So
I'm trying to say.
Think about what you just said, though.
I'm trying to stay quiet. Come on, bro.
Think
Come
about
on.
what you just said, B
Think
Vaz.
about it. Think about it. First of all, I got it. Can I cut in? If not, I won't say nothing.
Oh, you can go after Derek. Derek, this is
Okay.
something Derek and I were doing.
Okay, let's hear what you just said. Let's talk about what you just said.
Yeah.
You said Nick Cannon, Benzino,
Mm-hmm.
MGK.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you want to add
Ja Rule.
the
whole Murder Inc.
Limp Biz kid in there? You want to add him?
Anybody who came at Eminem got destroyed. It is not a smart idea to go after the guy.
I mean, but you're talking about
Bizkit's still
you're talking
relevant though.
about like the most these rappers that you're naming, like some of them, like even MGK, I wouldn't even necessarily consider him all the way a rapper. I mean,
That's what he
he
was
can
doing.
rap, but he's transcended sort of that. He can go back and forth between rock,
No,
but
his
even
whole
if you
career was rap, and
okay,
then
but
he switched to rock.
okay, but let's say you okay, let's go there with it. Think about the dudes that you're naming. Ja Rule, really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, this will be cool if you were naming people who were on his level.
You know what? Let me get in there.
They tried to step to M, and they were never on his level.
Let me get in there. Let me get in there. First of all, Benzino did not have a successful career before Eminem. So Eminem did not end his career. He had no career as a rapper. He owned the Source magazine. He never had a successful rap album before Eminem. And he was out years before Eminem. So that's one.
Yeah.
Didn't end Benzino's career. Two, who's the next one? Ja Rule.
Well, hang on.
Eminem.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, with two, Ja Rule.
Well, matter of fact, we're going to save Ja Rule. Nick Cannon, another one, never had a successful rap career. His beef with Eminem had nothing to do with us not knowing him as a rapper. Nobody ever liked him. He never said anything that anybody said, oh, bars. Never. Nick Cannon was not that. Neither did Benzino. Ja Rule, 50 Cent single-handedly destroyed Ja Rule, not Eminem.
No, it was Eminem.
No,
it was Eminem. It wasn't 50.
Wait,
50
Jerry.
had no hand in that.
No. Not only are you wrong, you're so wrong. Just Google who destroyed Ja Rule's career.
You know what last song that was out? It's called Nail in the Coffin, and there was a reason why it was called Nail in the Coffin.
That wasn't even a hit. 50 Cent had hits.
It was never supposed to be a hit. Why would it be a hit? This is underground shit.
But let me ask you a question.
Are you kidding me?
Between 50 Cent and Ja Rule and Eminem, you would say Eminem destroyed Ja Rule over 50 Cent?
Hell yeah. 50 threw out all the shots, but Eminem completely nailed the coffin shut.
No. First of all, 50 Cent. What was 50 Cent's first record at Ja Rule?
Wankster.
Okay, that started it. Then, and I'll tell you what really killed Murder. I'm gonna tell you what else really. I'm gonna tell you what else really killed Murder Inc. too, because it is that the same time that happened, they was under that RICO from Supreme, and the Fed they was in court. That's what killed Murder Inc. Murder Inc. went bankrupt fighting a RICO case.
Can I add on to this
situation?
I add on to this? I want to say this.
But 50 Cent killed Ja.
B-Vaz, check this out, B-Vaz. Now, Jerry, you're a tad bit wrong.
What am I wrong on?
Eminem didn't defeat. B-Vaz is wrong as far as Eminem didn't defeat Ja Rule musically. That Nail in the Coffin was good, but it wasn't the thing that just destroyed Ja Rule.
No, that's Benzino.
Ja Rule.
No. The record that killed Ja Rule was Hail Mary. The record that killed Benzino was Nail in the Coffin. I would know.
No one record killed. That's the next thing. That's a fallacy. No one record killed anybody's career. Exactly. That's just not true.
You guys are freaking tripping.
How would one record kill somebody's career?
B-Vaz,
logically.
Now, Jerry, this is what Ja Rule said. Ja Rule said when they would go to the MTV Awards, that they would basically tell Ja in the Murder Inc. camp that as long as 50 Cent and Eminem is here, you can't perform. We don't want the issues. So in that way, Eminem behind the scenes, yeah, he backed up 50 in a sense. But musically, no, B-Vaz. 50 Cent was the one who
50
destroyed him on wax.
on wax. 50 killed him. You
Nope.
know, it's so many
Nope.
records.
Nope.
It's,
Nope.
but okay, would you concede if the rest of the world didn't agree with you? Or
B-Vaz.
No. I could be the one that can give you just the entire record of Nail in the Coffin. Was
but
the last
there's no
thing
such
that
thing
even
really as
Eminem, he said, I'm not going to speak about this dude after this track. And he starts off, I don't want to be like this. I don't really want to hurt no feelings, but I got to be real when I say nobody wants to hear their grandfather rap. Old men
B-Vaz, check
have
this out.
heart attacks, and I don't want a problem. All
Check
of
this
that.
out, B-Vaz.
most people didn't listen to that,
Hilarious.
B-Vaz.
Exactly.
Most
Eminem,
people didn't
Eminem
listen to
was
that. People listen.
Eminem,
That's not one of Eminem's premier records.
That's
Most people
not,
don't
it
know that
wasn't
record.
meant to be on mainstream. This was all underground stuff. You
But
couldn't
here's the
find this
thing:
stuff on
if
the
it was to
freaking
shut
shelf.
him down, it would have to be mainstream because more people would have to
No.
hear it if it was going to influence people not to buy his records.
That song was so fire. It was around the entire mix. This was peer-to-peer sharing days, dude. This was Kazaa, I think it was, and LimeWire days. This thing traveled throughout the internet like blazing. They couldn't.
And it ended Ja Rule's career. It just ended.
No, Benzino. I'm telling you, there's 2 tracks, man, that Eminem's personally responsible.
No. I'm saying you saying that
Benzino.
Eminem. Oh, not Ja Rule. He didn't end Ja Rule's career.
Yes, he ended Ja Rule's career with Hail Mary.
Oh, that one record after Hail Mary, there
With
was no
Busta
more
Rhymes, because Busta Rhymes comes on the track. He says, I never been a man to do something. But he says, hey, yo, Jeffrey, what the fuck you come involving me for? Yo, he called him out by his name. You don't
let me tell you what Eminem said.
Let me ask you a question. How come Irv Gotti, right, said that it was 50 Cent that ended him and Ja?
Because Irv Gotti was terrified of 50. He was scared.
So Irv Gotti don't know,
Super
but you
scared. Your lips, I don't want to see them, dude. I'm like, I don't really want to see
let
lips.
me tell you what Ja Rule said. Let me tell you what Ja Rule said. Ja Rule said, he said to Eminem, he said, M, said, your mother's a crackhead and Kim is a known slut.
Yep.
So what's Haley gonna be when she grows up?
Well, mm-hmm.
That slaughtered Eminem. That like, come on, how you gonna get? That's just pure disrespect. It's too much. It's too many things to come at Eminem with for him to, just have this type of lyrical, just annihilation that you claim that he did.
Nah. M is the man. M is the man. I wouldn't sleep on that.
He hasn't battled anybody of that type of caliber. Ja Rule
Because you know why, right?
Inclined like that.
No, but you know why, right? Snoop Dogg himself has said, if you go against Eminem, it's career suicide. Why would Snoop himself say don't do that?
Because that's the white boy.
Snoop is not the greatest rapper in the world.
Yes, he's the greatest rapper ever. Freaking like lyricist, he's the greatest one to ever do it. There's nobody else touching him.
Wait, Snoop?
Snoop Dogg himself.
You said Snoop is the greatest rapper to ever do it?
No, Snoop has longevity. Snoop is like one of the most credible dudes in the rap game.
Who are you just saying is the greatest rapper ever? Are you saying Snoop? Oh, M. Nah, he's not the greatest rapper ever.
Cap.
Not at all.
He in the top 5.
He in the top 5, but he's not the greatest rapper ever.
Lyricist, no one's touching him.
Well, first of all, I can guarantee you, of all of the lyricists that there are, you don't know all of them. So you can't even make that statement.
Cassidy would destroy Eminem.
You ever heard
Cassidy's irrelevant now.
Have you ever heard Rakim?
You said lyrically.
Do you know
who
Rakim
lyrically?
Is?
Cassidy can't. No, he can't stand up to him anymore.
Have you heard Rakim?
After that car wreck, he hasn't been the same. What's up?
Eminem won't even step in the battle rap arena.
He doesn't need to. Why would he?
Oh God, here we go.
It's stupid to even attempt it. Yo, okay, Derek, check this out. You're like this. Say you're the richest man in the world, and you got a guy who has $1 to his name is telling you that he's richer than you, but you're the richest man in the entire world. What are you going to say to that?
Let me tell you what Benzino
That's exactly the
said
same
recently.
scenario.
Let me tell you what Benzino said recently. That's a fact. He said, Eminem, when you created 8 Mile, you decided to step in the battle arena just to play around with it, and you battled a guy named Marv One. And what happened? Marv won. Eminem, that whole stuff that y'all believe with that 8 Mile movie about how he was just winning battles and stuff, that's not true. That's cap. He used to lose those competitions. He used to win a battle every now and then, but he is not all that like you guys think he is. Plus, I want to say this, B-Vaz, before I know y'all spaz out. Eminem used D12 and then basically put them to the side because he knew that he needed more of a street image. And so that's when he brung 50 Cent in. But prior to 50 Cent, nobody took Eminem serious.
Nah.
Nobody took Eminem
That's
serious.
not true. That's not true. He put D12 on. He put D12 on because by the time he put D12 on, he could have sold a blank CD.
No, you're not.
What Eminem did is he looked out for his homeboys because he knew that he was so hot he could bring them along.
Jerry, you're not listening to what I'm saying. Jerry, I'm saying that Eminem, he did put them on. But once he got on, he realized that even though D12, even though they in the streets, they weren't known as street guys. So he had to get somebody that represented the streets. So he got 50 Cent, and look how he dresses. Look at the camouflage, the do-rags and stuff. He started dressing like 50 Cent. He damn near was looking like a G-Unit soldier, trying
Why
to
wouldn't
basically...
he though? Why wouldn't he? That makes sense.
So okay,
Yeah,
so the end of this thing, to wrap it up, is we all agree to disagree. So we're just gonna leave it at that, table it. But Christina, what do you think on this? Like, what's your thoughts on what we talked about?
Are you talking about Eminem, like specifically, or just the top 5?
Well, if you want to do your top 5, you could speak on that. But we're talking about battle raps and like how Eminem was in these feuds with different dudes and buried their careers. That's where we were. And then they were trying to discredit Eminem's ability to do that.
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Eminem the one talking bad about Trump?
Yes, of course.
So anytime somebody talks bad about Trump, they're on my shit list. Like, they're off the list.
So there you go.
Automatic.
Okay. So that's Christina's opinion, guys. Eminem sucks.
Can I just say one last thing? Can I just say one last thing, B-Vaz? This is straight from MGK.
Huh?
This is straight from MGK. He say the last time you saw 8 Mile was at home on a treadmill. You were named after some candy. I was named after a gangster. Are these not facts here? Did he not destroy Eminem and Rap Devil?
No.
Is that not a... That was a total slaughter.
I'll admit, when it comes to MGK, he should just stick with acting. He sucks at rock too.
I agree, but he destroyed Eminem in that song.
I'm fucking with you, but not that.
Yo, Eminem took MGK and made him wear pink and forget he rapped.
Don't forget about the spikes.
Yeah, the spikes too. Like that was a couple days after he threw that diss at MGK. He went to an awards show dressed up like that, and he goes, "Oh yeah, I do rock now." Like, wait, what? Hold up. That was a 180, guys. I don't know if you know, but in PR talk, public relations, when you do a 180 like that, all right, it means that you fucked up somewhere and you have to start over. So I mean,
but he's not even doing rock; he's doing punk.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that he picked up a guitar. That's what I'm getting at. I don't care about him because that's why I don't care. But so, Christina, do you have something else you want to bring up or anything regards to your stream here?
I have a topic, but I don't know if it's going to kind of just extend this live even further. I don't know if there's a way that we can cut it down because it could get pretty deep.
Okay, you can limit it to a certain amount of time. We can do it like that.
I kind of want to make sure that we don't go over the 7-hour mark, because I'm not really trying to do that today. I think that's too much. But what I want to talk about is I want to talk about being politically correct and why that's a problem for all of us.
PC, huh?
That is a deep one.
That's really bothering me, and I think it has a lot to do with our lives. And
All right. There's 5 of us here. Let's do 2 minutes per person. And you start off, Christina.
okay, so this does tie into the topic that DJ doesn't want to talk about, so I'll kind of work around that. But most of that is pertaining to the topic that is taboo. And we all know, if you don't know what we're talking about, it's like the LGBT. That is a whole nother level, but that's part of the being politically correct. Um, I have to watch what I say. Like, there's a lot of sensitive topics. Like, I can't say certain words. Let me give an example. Like, what was one word that I said? Like with allure, I can't say aggressive, and maybe I didn't. Maybe she took offense to it, but honestly, in my heart, or within me, I would have never said that word if it was gonna bother her. I mean, I wouldn't do that. But you know how you just kind of offend someone without trying to offend them. That's not my intention, and I don't want to walk on eggshells. I want to say what I want and be myself. So I think we should be able to be ourselves.
Okay. I guess I'll go next and I'll do my 2 minutes here. So at was at 35:21, I'll stop. All right, or 6:21:35. So in regards to political correctness, I think it started off with good intentions, as all things do. Got out of hand when people's feelings would get hurt. And I think what started happening now is this woke culture that got in the way of all that. Kind of a lot of noise went in through there and made PC. Now it's like, if you hurt my feelings, you're gonna have to walk on eggshells. You can't say or do anything. The First Amendment is under attack because of this stuff, and it's unnecessary. It shouldn't have been a thing back in, when I was young, 90s, and Jerry was older than me, so he knows how brash Americans were.
Yeah.
We didn't really care about what others would say because we were U.S. citizens. U.S. citizens were the big bad boys on the block. Now it's like we're the laughing stock of the whole entire world because people's feelings matter, and not what's the content of what it is that bothers you. It's like, okay, this bothers me because A, B, C, D. No, this bothers me because I'm sad that this makes me feel isolated. And now that I'm isolated, I'm going to go and demonize an entire or a generation of people. And I think that's unfair. And so PC's bad. It was started off as good, but it needs to go away. And people just need to be able to say what they want, how they want, as long as they're not infringing on our inalienable rights of the First Amendment. As long as they're not doing that, we're fine. But it's out of control now. So I'll hand it off my last 10 seconds to the next whoever wants to talk.
PC. For me, I believe that I believe most people know what's wrong and what's right to say. And I don't think like a whole bunch of new words that are like, I don't think people should be adding a whole bunch of new words that are offended, that they're offended by, or taking things that weren't offensive and making them offensive within reason. On the same token, I do think there are some things that we know better than saying. And if the push to get away from PC is to say those things that we know we haven't been saying, that we haven't been able to say in the past, and we know we shouldn't say. But if we want to get rid of PC just to be able to use the N word or things like that, then nah, I don't think it's cool. You know what I mean? I think it's balance. I think there's within reason balance. Like you can't walk on eggshells and you're gonna offend some people. But for the most part, we all know what's most offensive. And you know, that's it.
I wanted to say that just I had sort of like two small points. One of them is that I feel like that uh you know,
What's wrong?
if you have an opinion, you can pretty much say whatever is on your heart. That's just something that's humans, we can do. Um and I feel like everyone should have the floor to be able to speak their ideas, um, whether it hurts people or not. But I just feel like that you have to have wise people, or that people have to be informed in order to really break things down and actually, um, you know, uh, uh, understand things for what they really are. It's just like what happened with Kanye West when he was saying that slavery was a choice, and everyone was saying like, well, oh, that's wrong, that's bad. I was one of the select few who was saying like, yeah, everything is a choice, you know. But my thing with Kanye is like, okay, well, where are you coming from with this? Sometimes you have to have the know-how to be able to step back and ask what's more important, what a person is saying, or the intentions, the meaning behind what they're saying, because they could be coming from a very harsh place, which I think Kanye was. He was coming from a place of just self-hate and, just picking on black people because, he's a slave in his own way. He hasn't done anything, to break black people out of these chains that we're in. So for him to say that, he's disrespecting our ancestors. And it's not like he's man enough to be able to escape slavery himself, because if he did have the balls to, then he wouldn't be signing with Nike and stuff like he's doing now. But that's neither here nor there. The other point that I just want to make, and it's just a very small point, is that yeah, I feel that everyone can say what's on their mind, and I don't really believe in political correctness per se. But you know what, I'll just pass it on to Quifador. I'll just pass it on.
All right. The one thing I actually wanted to say earlier in regards to that Thunder guy that was here, if you guys remember him, he said, and counter to what I had said about treat everybody the way that you want to be treated, and he came out and said, no, you should treat everybody how they should be treated. Then I was thinking, I was like, if we go down that path, where are we going to draw the line? Are we going to start telling schizophrenic people that what they're seeing is right, and we should what's the word that they use now for the trans stuff? Do you guys know that word?
What do you?
When you're trying to agree with them, affirm. Should we start affirming them now in that belief? Um, I just think I think all that, because that lines up with the PC cultures and stuff nowadays. And I think it's just a slippery slope where the line is just going to start disappearing more and more and more, and everybody's going to get confused. Nobody's going to know what's up from down, and you can already see that happening with the pronoun stuff going on right now, where you got people calling themselves they, even though they're literally just one person. Um, Me personally, I don't. I'm. If the question is like how to fix the problem, I think. I think us as Americans as a whole should probably start voicing up more, because it's obvious that those in power right now are for the PC culture that's going on. So until people start publicly speaking up and
Yep.
saying enough is enough, I don't think it's going to change.
Yep. Go ahead, Christina. Everybody got their 10 minutes in.
I agree with you, Conquistador, completely on everything you said. That's why I don't get along with liberals. I hate to say it, but it's a fact, because everything that they say, I will counteract with something. And I don't agree with many, like all of that they say. I don't agree with anything. And there's like a back and forth with that.
Yep.
It all comes down to facts over feelings
Exactly.
overall.
I just wanted to say that, me personally, I can sit down and actually talk to a person who may actually be racist to black people. And being a black man myself, I can actually sit down and hear a person like that out to see what they got to say, because uh, I'm just the type of person to where I believe that there's truth in pretty much everything. Even a homeless guy can make some great points. And I'm secure in myself to be able to hear a person out. I don't really like uh, Ben Shapiro, but I will sit and listen to what he has to say. I do feel like he's an asshole, but I've heard very solid points from him. Same thing with Larry Elder. Same thing with Jesse Lee Peterson. All of these guys. Dennis, I don't agree with a lot of stuff he says. But once again, I think that you as the viewers have to have the know-how to be able to maneuver through certain stuff and realize, like, okay, yeah, this person is like, he's not coming from a genuine place. Part of the things that I see on, like, even in these chats and stuff, is that a lot of you guys get so caught in debating the other person, which I don't necessarily agree with, because if you're really trying to get to another place, like you're trying to reach a certain goal, um, and meet at like a common ground, or trying to, like, learn, you're not going to be able to do that with your own biasness. You're going to have to let that go in this field, because you'll get so caught up into what you believe in that you'll go in there like, oh no, that's not true. That's not true. I've seen it happen with all of us on here, to where we get in these chats, and because somebody said something that sort of strike you know something in you, you want to automatically, instead of hearing what that person actually said, you resort to the whole debating, trying to find it in your mind of, like, what can I say to combat that. Let it marinate, let it sit in for a minute, use it throughout your life, and just let it take its course. It's things that my father said to me that I didn't agree with back in the day, that I actually, as I grown up and I went through certain stuff, I realized, like, yeah, I don't know if I still agree with it, but it's clear that he wasn't no dummy. That he there was reason behind what he said.
But wouldn't you agree that it's better to talk about these things out loud?
Sometimes, but I also believe that if a person has a certain belief, that's part of the reason also. We could sit here and we could talk all day, but I respect more of the doers. If you have a certain belief, whether you're right or wrong, we'll figure that out in the end. But it's people that are not talking about nothing. They're not debating with you. They're not about to go back and forth with you. They're just going to do. And those are usually the people who win. Call them assholes, disagree with them all you want, but at the end of the day, if you really believe in something, then hey, go after it. I call the government racist. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a damn about that. talk all the shit you want about them, but they're going to do what they want to do.
Um, if I could interject, Christina, you said facts over feelings, right?
Yes.
So, and this is not a personal attack at you, right? But as what the young man is saying, how we can't really sometimes get anywhere with each other because we have kind of like and I'm paraphrasing, but kind of like preconceived notions, right? So I heard you say that you don't get along with liberals. So that's a group of people that you seem to have written off because of a title, right? Then I actually heard you say somebody asked you a question about a musical artist and what you thought about their skills as a musical artist. And you said that he's bad because he doesn't like Trump. And the question had nothing to do with politics. They were asking this guy's musical skill. So the only way you could say you don't like his music because he doesn't like Trump is because that's a feeling. That wasn't a fact. Him saying something bad about Trump didn't make him not be able to rap or not be a good rapper or not be able. That's a bias that you showed yourself to have. So if somebody's a liberal, they start out with a strike against with a strike already. If
No.
somebody said something about Trump, they don't even start out with a strike. They don't get a chance.
No, it's about politics. It's about my views and my beliefs and what I'm passionate about. Has
Well, what
nothing
did that have to do with Eminem
because
as a
I
singer?
was I was asked what do I think about him, and I said this is what he has said before about Trump. Somebody that talks about my president, that's I'm expecting him to be my president again. Hopefully, I don't want to have anything to do with that.
Right, but you do know they weren't asking you if he was a nice guy. They was
No,
asking you.
they
They
said
were
what do I
asking
think
you.
about it.
That's just like saying he's a bad baker. If he make cakes, oh, he can't bake cakes because he doesn't
Yeah,
like Trump.
listen,
That's I'm just saying realistically, just to be real,
yeah,
to be able to separate one thing from the other, and two things could be true.
Gary,
Yeah,
So
I want to say, Christina,
one
like,
more thing. One more thing. This goes back to being politically correct. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I can't say what I want. I gotta watch what I say. I'm still gonna think these things. I may not say it, but I'm gonna think these things.
nobody
Because
said not to say it. I'm just pointing out an observation, and that would go to me being politically correct and not saying something that I observed to be politically correct.
no,
So
it's
we
not
both in the same boat,
to say what I believe. But you
huh?
have a problem. You have a problem with what I believe. Those are just my opinions, and
No, I don't
you
have a
don't have
problem with what you believe.
you don't have to use it.
He no, but he asked you about a musical artist, and
Yeah.
and he didn't ask about that artist's character. That
Well,
I'm saying to be able to lift the blinders enough to be able to answer a true question.
there's nothing.
Everything doesn't funnel back to Trump.
There's nothing
Christine,
wrong with what I said at all. Sorry.
Christina, I wanted to say that, like, I personally listen to Leonard Skinner. I don't like the fact that they have like Confederate flags and stuff, and it's the same thing with Kid Rock. But musically, I can separate the art from the person, and I can listen to the music. And I think that's kind of what Jerry is saying here. Is like, like, even our discussion here, I have Eminem in the top 5 greatest rappers of all time. I have him as number 4 on the list, and I can still in the same conversation say that, well, the reason why he's looked at in these certain areas and these certain aspects is because he's white. But that's not to say that he's garbage, that he's just a horrible, you know what I'm saying? I can separate the two. Like, yeah, musically, I love his shit. He's a great rapper, and I feel these things about him, but that doesn't separate or you know negate the fact that he's very good as a rapper.
And there was nothing wrong with what you said. I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what you said. I'm just saying what you said doesn't match facts over feelings. You can't have it both ways.
It's a
Either
it's
you're acting
he
off
said
emotion or you're acting off of intellect and not and
it's
you
a
know what I
fact.
mean?
It's a fact.
It's a fact that his music is bad because he said something bad about Trump.
No, I didn't say that. You said that. I never said his music is bad.
Top 5 rappers, not top 5 people.
You're
Top
you're
5 rappers.
point
Did you
in the
you
point.
didn't think they were talking about music?
Jerry, I think what she's trying to say is like, like she just she doesn't listen to his music, basically. Like, F that guy. He just a slimy bastard.
Right. And the reason I bring that up is because that same energy is the same energy she'll use to judge somebody because of their political beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
That just shows the closed-mindedness, not being able to open and process information and then make a decision.
I agree. My cousin
Basically,
does the same thing.
me what to believe in, or
No, I'm done on it now. Because I'm not
you
gonna get
don't make any
anywhere with you
sense
this
because
evening.
you're trying to make me to go with whatever you believe. You're trying to
No,
make
no,
me say I love Eminem. He's a great person.
no,
No, no,
no,
no one's saying
no.
that. No one's
No
saying
one's
that,
saying
Christina.
that. No one's
No,
saying that.
but
But
he
it's good.
No,
I
it's all right.
apologize. You know what? We can leave
I'll
it alone.
give you I'll give you
I'll
my
move on.
example. I'll give you my example. So it kind of like lines in with what you're saying, Christina, is that you don't like his political beliefs. I don't like Eminem's political beliefs, but I won't discredit what he's done in contribution in the music world. Those two are separate. And what we were talking about topic wise was, hey, what are your thoughts on the battle rap with Eminem and all these other rappers that he had battles with? Pretty much like taking their lyrical skills and putting it against each other, and then they duke it out like that. That was the question about your opinion on that. And then what they're saying is you pivoted from there to talking about how he talked bad about Trump, and then that's what he was talking about on that one. It's not about being PC at that point. It was just about separating the talent from the character of the person and their beliefs.
Yeah,
Or in
that's
her
sort of
own
the
but
same
words,
I
thing that
or in her
people.
own words, facts over feelings.
that I don't even pay attention to him. So who? I mean,
That's what
then
Derek was saying. Don't worry about it, Jerry. She don't like him regardless.
you make no sense.
Yeah, that's sort of what a lot of blacks did when Trump, initially was doing his thing. First, was running for president and stuff. A lot of blacks were just saying, they turned their back on him because,
Yeah.
at first we loved him, and then because he was just known as a racist, and that was what was being pushed. You had a lot of people just like, I don't like that guy. It's like that sometimes. People really will just make a assumption about a person because of what they represent
Yeah.
without really, understanding fully where they're coming from or what it is that they're trying to convey.
That's all I was trying to say is it's probably better to judge things based on the actual facts of the matter and to not care. It's like, oh, I don't care to know the facts because I feel this way about that person.
Mm-hmm.
That's I mean, I hope that's not our goal as because we'll never, be able to hear each other. Like right now, I almost feel ashamed, or in the beginning, I almost felt ashamed to say I was a liberal because I'm in a conservative chat room. It shouldn't be that way either. It's like because I just want to tell a story. I lived in California with a Mexican family for almost 2 years because of music, and the guy wanted to get into the music business. In California, Mexicans and blacks are deadly enemies. It's on site. Like they killed a whole family of black people for just driving through a Mexican neighborhood. But after I lived with this family, this Mexican family of that was supposed to hate me, man, they became like my family. And I'm saying that to say that conservatives, liberals, rappers, whatever the case may be, if people get together and talk, and I see what you're saying, Christine, you're right. People do need to talk. but they just need to talk in a manner that they can stay what's the word with each other? Smooth with each other, for lack of a better word. Uh, and and it's like, because at the end of the day, I think deep down inside we want most of the same things. You want better for our children. You know what I mean? We
No,
want a lot of the same things,
we don't
but
want the same things at all.
see, and that's the thing. See, it's like you're probably right, because it seems like you don't even want to get along with a liberal.
Oh no, there's no point.
Okay, well then that's your loss. That's not the liberals' loss.
I'm
Okay,
good. I'm
okay.
good. I'm happy
That,
as can be.
yeah. Then go ahead, be happy, but that's the problem that I find, the consonant, the dissonance, the not wanting, the claiming one thing, but in reality, it's like that. Just like you know what? I don't want to. I got to stay PC as well. But some of the things, the generalizations I might make about um conservatives or some conservatives, because I find a lot of the attitude that you have, like an attitude of not wanting to know. So then, in not wanting to know, you end up not knowing, and the bubble that you're in is enough for you, which is
All right.
cool.
Okay. Jerry, all good. Agree to disagree on this one.
Yeah, we could
I've
agree to
tabled
disagree
it.
on that one.
You can come back to it another time. Christina, you're hitting that 45-minute mark. I don't know if you want to wind it down or not, but you got 15 minutes if you want to end it.
Yeah, so I stand by what I believe in. Not everybody's gonna agree on it. There's a lot of people that, think I'm stupid. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm too emotional. All these things that the haters say. But in reality, nobody even really knows who I am other than DJ, like personally. So me and him have the same beliefs.
Yeah, Jerry, I think that just I'll leave it at this. Uh I agree somewhat of what you were saying, and I think we sort of were aligning with the Eminem situation. But I think the thing that is also that you're probably also missing is another thing that we were talking about earlier, which is that, and the thing that I just mentioned, which is that sometimes it don't matter who's right, who's wrong, whatever the case is. It's like at the end of the day, if you black, if you white, if you're conservative, if you're Republican, sometimes you just gotta ride with the person who you with. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's just like that. Like, uh, my situation, the people on my side may be wrong, Eh, at the end of the day though, man, you know, if it you ever heard the quote, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything.
mm-hmm.
Now here's the thing. I think the opposite of that quote is a wise man knows nothing at all, which is something that I put in the comments earlier. I think
I
they're
do.
like polar opposites in a sense, because on one hand you got a person who just like is like, well, we're human beings, I can't be biased in a situation. I know nothing, heaven or hell could or could not be real. Christianity, who knows, type
Right.
thing. The other perspective is, no, I stand on this. I'm a fucking, Lakers fan. I believe in the Republican. They stand for something, and believe it or not, the person who stands for something are the people who get shit done. The person who just like, is like, which is true in a sense, because we don't know what's real and what's not, or what's fact or what's fiction. And until we die and we move on to the afterlife, we can't prove none of this to be real. You get
Right.
what I'm saying? And so, but those are the type of people who really just are like drifters, who really go through life coasting and don't really accomplish anything because they can't choose a side. It's like, I agree with both of you. Republicans say stuff that I like. Well, what are you going to do when the shit goes down? You know.
Jerry, you got feedback coming in.
Yeah.
All right. So, Christina, are you want to give your closing statements and then end the stream, or how you want to go about it?
Yeah, that'll be good. Before the 7-hour mark. So all I can say is just everyone to just live their life and be the best they can be. And I think about the being politically correct, I think that needs to be changed. But I don't know how we can ever stop it. Because it happens more, especially in 2024. Everything that's going on. So we'll have more topics, I'm sure, but it's hard to stay off of that main taboo subject because that's what I really want to talk about. Respect DJ.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, you could probably in the next stream talk about it without talking about it per se. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like give the tone of the argument you're trying to push without actually saying the words.
Yeah, I don't want to upset anyone. But I do want to say I appreciate everybody that came here and appreciate all of you guys.
All right, Christine.
All right. Thanks for having us. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate the time that you took out of your day for us.
This was cool.
Okay, bye guys.
Take care, everyone.
One more thing. I noted that you said that I have to interact with the chat more, so I intend on doing that. I think that means a lot because I mean they're our audience, so
Yep.
I'll take that information and I'll work with it.
Don't leave when you end the stream, okay? Don't
Okay.
leave.
Okay, bye everyone. Thank you so much.
Bye.